Good morning. It's 9 o'clock a.m. We will go ahead and call the meeting to order. Let's see. Let's start with roll call.
Chair Thigpen.
I'm here.
Vice Chair Whitaker.
Present.
Member Addis.
Present.
Member Dr. Aldaba. Member Richards.
Present.
Member Salcido.
Present.
Member Stern.
Present.
Member Turner.
Present.
Student Rep Knoll.
Present.
Thank you very much. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. We will go ahead and open up the first period of public comment. For those of you who have not been here before, this first period is for things that are on the agenda. The second period at the end of today's meeting is for things that are not on today's agenda. When your name is called, you'll come up here. You'll press the little button on the mic, make sure it's green, and then you'll have 3 minutes, which we do keep timed and will enforce that. The first name we have is Cecily Rice.
Good morning, Cecily Rice with Opportunity 180 for the record. Again, my name is Cecily Rice and I serve as the Senior Director of School Launch with Opportunity 180. We are a Nevada-based nonprofit committed to expanding access to high-quality public schools for Nevada students. Since 2020, we have served as Nevada's Charter School Program, or CSP, state entity supporting the development and launch of high-quality charter schools across the state. I'm here today to express Opportunity 180's strong support for the applications of Nexus Charter School and Legal Prep Charter Academy. Opportunity 180 has had the privilege of working alongside both teams as they have developed their visions for serving students and families across Clark County. Through our work with both teams, they have demonstrated a commitment to listening, learning, and thoughtfully preparing to serve Nevada students. Nexus Charter School proposes an innovative middle and high school model centered on grade level mastery and project-based learning. At full enrollment, Nexus will serve students in grades 6 through 12, ensuring students develop strong foundational skills in English language arts, mathematics, and science while engaging in meaningful real-world learning. We have worked alongside founder Dr. David Sabie for several years, and he has consistently demonstrated a deep commitment to students, a willingness to seek and respond to feedback, and the persistence required to thoughtfully design a high-quality school. The strong interest Nexus has already received through letters of intent further supports the demand for this educational option within the community. Legal Prep Charter Academy brings a proven educational model that combines rigorous academics with leadership development, civic engagement, and career-connected learning. The model creates pathways for students to explore careers in law, public service, advocacy, and other professions that strengthen our communities. As Legal Prep has planned for Clark County, its local and national leadership have intentionally engaged with educators, community organizations, families, peer charter leaders, and other partners to deepen their understanding of Nevada's education ecosystem. Our support for both teams has extended beyond leadership development. Both have participated in our Propel Fellowship and Design to Ed Fellowship and received $30,000 planning grants from Opportunity 180 to support community engagement in school design. Both also applied for CSP grants this year, and with award determinations to be expected tomorrow, August 28th. Upon authorization, they will also be eligible for Opportunity 180's Year Zero grant of up to $160,000 to support their continued preparation for a successful launch. While Nexus and Legal Prep offer distinctly different educational models, both represent thoughtful approaches to expanding the range of high-quality opportunities available to Nevada students and families. We appreciate the thoughtful review conducted by the SPCSA staff and their recommendation for approval. Opportunity 180 is proud to support both teams, and we have respectfully encouraged the authority and continue to encourage the approval of both applications. Thank you for your time and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Truman Rowley.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Truman Rowley, and I am proud to serve on the board of Nexus Charter School, and I'm here to express my strong support for its approval. As a board member, I've had the opportunity to see the vision, potential, and careful planning behind Nexus, and I've seen the leadership, integrity, and careful and educational knowledge that David Sabie brings as its founder. Nexus is not simply proposing another school, it is proposing a different and more responsive way to help young people learn. Its competency model is based on a simple but powerful principle. Students should advance when they demonstrate mastery, not simply when the calendar says it's time to move on. Through personalized learning pathways, meaningful projects, advisory, and portfolios, Nexus will help students build real-world competence, ownership of their learning, and the skills to thrive beyond school. I also support Nexus as a parent. My wife and I have 4 children, all are 9 and under. At least one has diagnosed ADHD. They are bright and curious children, but I know that a traditional time-based classroom is not always designed for the way every child learns. When a child finishes work early, the next challenge can sometimes be simply waiting, often with predictable consequences for attention and behavior. Our students need more time and support, yet the system moves ahead without them. As an educator in higher education, I've seen the consequences of a one-size-fits-all system. We often aim instruction at the middle, and in doing so, we risk leaving some students behind while limiting the growth of others who are ready to move on further and faster. Nexus addresses that challenge by holding every student to meaningful standards of mastery while allowing the path there to reflect individual needs. Students who are ready can progress. Students who need more time can receive it. I recognize that a new charter school raises reasonable questions, particularly for leaders who care deeply about the success of existing schools. Nexus is not a rejection of the educators and schools already serving this community. It is an additional public option for families whose children may benefit from a different model, one that is rigorous, accountable, and designed to meet students where they are while helping them move forward. The staff has recommended Nexus for approval, and I respectfully urge the board to follow that recommendation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Nick Ciccone, or Ciccone? Sorry if I'm saying that wrong.
Good morning. You nailed the pronunciation, just so you know. Good morning, Chair Thigpen and members of the authority. For the record, my name is Nick Ciccone, and I'm here representing the Clark County School District. While we recognize the ongoing conversation about academic performance and educational choice, we respectfully request that the authority carefully consider the critical factors of school capacity and market dynamics before approving additional charter schools in these communities. First, our data is stark. Existing CCSD schools within the proposed service areas are not experiencing capacity issues. In fact, many are significantly under-enrolled. For example, in the area proposed for legal prep in Nexus, Jerome D. Mack Middle School is currently operating at just under 53% capacity. And Courtney Junior High School is just under 60%. Similarly, in North Las Vegas, the area proposed by NECCA, Desert Rose High School is operating at only 46.25% capacity. Our existing facilities are already able to serve our students. Adding hundreds of seats may produce additional instability. Adding new charter capacity in these exact neighborhoods is not just unnecessary, it is inefficient use of existing public resources. Second, we must examine the broader economic picture facing our region. Declining student enrollment is not strictly a CCSD challenge. It creates serious financial headwinds for the entire public education ecosystems, including the charter sector. Opening additional schools into our market with shrinking student population spreads finite resources even thinner. The applications before you today force all our public schools to compete for a smaller slice of a shrinking pie. Finally, approving the application introduces significant financial instability for the new operators themselves. These unproven campuses will be forced to compete for a shrinking pool of students on leaner budgets. Rather than expanding true choice, this risk of oversaturation threatens to cannibalize existing campuses and compromises the operational viability of both new and the established schools. For these reasons, we respectfully urge the authority to deny the applications before you today. Excess capacity already exists in our neighborhood schools. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Jennifer Ridosh.
Good morning, Jennifer Ridosh for the record. I am the proposed board chair and on the committee to form Nexus Charter Schools. I was introduced to Dr. Sabi by a colleague who saw that we had a shared vision for the future of education. Nexus represents a vision I've had since I was a child, growing up in CCSD schools, a school built around a true competency-based, mastery-based approach, where students can progress when they demonstrate mastery rather than simply moving forward because they've completed another year in school. This vision is personal for me. As a student, I actually skipped 2 years of school because the curriculum was moving at a pace that was too slow for me. I was capable of moving ahead, but the traditional structure did not always allow me to learn at the pace that I needed. I also understand this issue as a parent. I currently have 2 children attending CCSD schools, and I value the opportunities that the schools they attend, the magnet schools, that those schools provide. However, one of my children is struggling significantly with boredom in that setting. That experience has reinforced for me that there is no single educational model that works perfectly for every one of our Nevada students. I respect CCSD's position on charter schools. However, I have brought this model as a tentative magnet program for them. I've presented this to CCSD and they didn't want to really hear anything more about it. Competency-based education isn't about only allowing students to move faster. It is equally valuable for students who need to move at a slower pace. A student with an IEP may need additional time and support to master a concept. Another student may simply need more time to truly understand a skill before the class has to move on to meet a traditional academic calendar. In a competency-based model, we don't have to tell a student, we're moving on because the calendar says we need to hit all of these standards by this time. Instead, we can give students the time that they need to build a strong foundation while allowing students who are ready to move on to do so. To my knowledge, there are currently no schools in this state offering a true competency-based model like the one Nexus is proposing. Families should have meaningful choices, and students should have the opportunity to learn in an environment that allows them to succeed at a pace that is right for them. Nexus is simply asking to be part of that opportunity. Thank you for your time and your commitment to the students and families of Nevada and Clark County.
Thank you very much. We also received written public comment that was shared to the board by Gil Lopez. That public comment will be added to the website after today's meeting. Do we have any public comment online?
Thank you. The public lines are open and working, but there are no callers to provide public comment at this time.
Thank you very much. We will go ahead and close the public comment period and move on to the consent agenda, item number 3. Looking for a motion.
Chair Thigpen, can we, before you take that motion and do any action, can we take just a quick 5-minute recess and make sure that the live stream is working?
Sure. We will pause for 5 minutes and come back. All right, it is 9:18. We'll call the meeting back to order now that the live stream has been fixed. Thank you all for bearing with us. We're gonna start with the agenda item number 3, approval of consent agenda. Do I have a motion?
Vice Chair Whitaker will motion to approve the consent.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Member Addis, I'll second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Agenda item number 4, the SPCSA Charter School Governing Body Governance Standards. It looks like this is with Member Stern today.
Member Stern for the record. Good morning, everybody. Today I want to focus on board governance standard number 1, which is our focus on student growth, achievement, and social and emotional well-being. Later in this meeting, we're going to have an opportunity to review applications for new charter schools in our state. It is an exciting opportunity, but it is also a very weighty responsibility that we have in reviewing these applications. We have the benefit of the work that the SPCSA staff has already done in reviewing these applications, which are hundreds of pages long, interviewing the proposed school teams, and drafting detailed recommendation memos for our review. But ultimately, it is our responsibility as the governing body to review all of the information before us and determine whether we agree with the staff recommendation to either approve or deny these charter schools for opening with the conditions that are included within the memos. For me, the standard is a good lens for that conversation. We have to consider the evidence before us about the applicant's expectations for student growth and achievement, and consider whether the goals are ambitious but attainable, whether there's a connection between what the applicant is proposing and the outcomes that they expect students to achieve, and whether we have confidence that the applicant has both the capacity and intention to carry out the plan that it has presented. We know that a compelling educational vision is important, if not essential, to the success of a school, but vision itself is not enough. We have seen schools that can have a strong vision and a genuine commitment to students, but that doesn't necessarily translate into student success. We must also have leadership capacity and a sound plan for implementation to make that vision a reality. Passion is absolutely essential for creating a school, and commitment to our students matters, but that needs to be matched with a plan that makes sense and the leadership capacity to execute that plan. So I'd encourage my fellow board members to really lean into Standard 1 today as we are considering the applications before us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member Stern. Well said. All right, moving right along, we'll open agenda item number 5, the SPCSA Executive Director's Report. Over to you, Director McAdin.
Good morning, Melissa McAdin for the record. I want to start my report today by recognizing some outstanding news from one of the charter schools in our portfolio. Coral Academy of Science, Las Vegas's Sandy Ridge campus received significant recognition in the U.S. News and World Report 2025 Best High School Rankings. Sandy Ridge was ranked the #1 high school in Henderson, the #1 charter school in Nevada, the #2 high school in Las Vegas, and the #3 high school in the state. The school also made a pretty remarkable jump nationally, moving from 565 to number 240 among all high schools nationwide. Sandy Ridge was also ranked number 54 among charter schools nationally. I think it's also worth pointing out that 2 Nevada schools ranked ahead of Sandy Ridge are magnet or gifted schools with selective admissions. Sandy Ridge, like all other public charter schools, is open to students through a public lottery and does not select students based on academic criteria. So I want to congratulate the students, educators, staff, families, and administrators, and the board at Coral Academy, and particularly the leadership, teachers, and staff of Sandy Ridge. This is a tremendous accomplishment and something that I think deserves recognition. Next, unfortunately, I need to return to PERS. Last month, I was very excited to report that both Sage Collegiate and Nevada Prep had paid off their outstanding PERS obligations, and I said that I hoped the PERS portion of my DE report would go away forever. Apparently, I spoke too soon. On August 3rd, the SPCSA received an updated outstanding charter contribution balance report For the first time, the report identified Innovations Charter School as having an outstanding balance. SPCSA staff immediately contacted Innovations regarding the reported balance, and the school provided us with a written response. That response is included in today's materials for the board's review. And lastly, I also have a couple of current event updates. The written report indicates that the SPCSA appeared before the Interim Finance Committee on August 13th and the Audit Subcommittee on August 20th. I actually think the report, I want to correct this on the record, I actually think my written report says September, that we appeared, in the future in September. So I'm correcting that on the record. It was August 13th and August 20th that we appeared before those committees. There will be a separate agenda item at our next board meeting detailing the results and outcomes of the audit subcommittee meeting, so I won't spend additional time on that today. Lastly, I want to briefly talk about something I've been participating in over the last several months. All of the executive directors in the state and a lot of deputy directors as well are participating in Governor Lombardo's Governor's Organizational Leadership Development Program, or GOLD program. This is an executive leadership development program for the state of Nevada. The program includes an individual leadership assessment, executive coaching, and 6 full-day leadership workshops. So far, I've completed 4 of the 6 workshops that have included strategy and government, leading complex teams, personal leadership and influencing, and communicating across the enterprise. The remaining workshops will focus on accountability and driving execution in government and are scheduled for September and October. I have also been participating in the executive coaching component of the program. That has given me an opportunity to take some of what we are learning through the program and apply it directly to the challenges and opportunities we face at the SPCSA. It has been a significant time commitment, but also a valuable opportunity to continue developing as a leader and think intentionally about how to lead this agency and support our team. I'm going to pause there and see if there are any questions about the executive director's report.
Member Salcido?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Director McAdin. Just a quick question on the PERS delinquency issue. I see in their response that a payment has been made towards that. Do we know how big of a payment that was? And then also, I didn't see in their response, I appreciated their response, but I didn't see an exact timetable. Do you have any idea of what steps they're taking in terms of timetable wise when they expect to be able to pay this off?
Melissa Mackin for the record. Generally, historically, how it has worked is they have had to work out a repayment plan with the PERS board. So I am assuming they're in the process of doing that. They didn't outline that. We will get our updated contribution report end of next week is when I anticipate it, and that's when we'll know how big that payment was. So I actually I can't answer any of those questions. I'm sorry.
Okay, I assume there's no one from the school there that could answer this.
No, there is not.
Okay, thank you.
But I will follow up with PERS and ensure that they have started the process of getting that repayment plan approved and report back at our October meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Salcedo. Any other questions from board colleagues? Member Stern.
Member Stern, for the record, just another point of clarification on that PERS funding, because I see the letter from the school explaining the circumstances that led to that, and the spreadsheet from them indicating May and June payments. But I'm wondering, given that we were just notified of this, what the general lag time is before we are made aware of a PERS delinquent PERS, because this seems like a rather large delinquency for us to have not known about previously.
Melissa Mackin for the record. So historically, PERS lets us know, we get notified when a school is 60 days delayed. So that's the first time they let us know. I do think it's an important reminder, and I think you saw that Innovations acknowledged it in their legislation passed last session, that at 90 days, PERS can just take the money right off of the top of their their PCFP payment. So the school does know that. You know, you really can't fall behind that far behind, or it is going to have significant impacts on you. But yeah, that's when they let us know, is at the 60-day mark.
Member Stern, for the record, thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Member Stern. Any other questions from board colleagues? All right, seeing none, we will move on to agenda item number 6. The appointed closing administrator will provide an update to the authority pursuant to NRS 388A 3061C. That's over to you, Director McAdin.
All right, Melissa McAdin for the record. Agenda item 7 brings us back to the closure of Teach Las Vegas and Eagle Charter School of Nevada. As the board members will recall, last month, Josh Kern of 10 Square presented the final closure report for the schools. At that meeting, the board received Josh's presentation but did not take action on the report. That was intentional and provided board members an opportunity to review the final report and supporting materials before this matter came back for final action today. I don't intend to repeat everything that Josh covered last month, but I do want to provide a little context about what has occurred since that meeting and what we are asking the board to do today. Since the July meeting, all remaining creditors' payments and PERS obligations for both Teach and Eagle have been paid. The only remaining work is essentially administrative. So the action before you today is to accept the final closure report and determine that Josh has satisfactorily completed his responsibilities as closing administrator. Once those activities are complete, his remaining responsibilities will terminate automatically without the need to bring this matter back to the board. Before I turn it over, I do want to say a few things about these closures. As I mentioned last month, closing a charter school is an incredibly complex and resource-intensive process. In both of these cases, the schools were insolvent before closure, which made an already difficult process significantly more complicated. Despite that, the closing process resulted in secured and priority creditors receiving 100% of the principal amounts they were owed. General unsecured creditors received 10% of their valid principal claims. I also think there are important lessons for us as an authorizer coming out of these two closures. The final report identifies the importance of earlier intervention when schools begin demonstrating significant financial distress. Earlier intervention may help preserve public assets and reduce losses to creditors. It also identifies a need for additional guidance and oversight related to the transactions with affiliated organizations when a school is experiencing significant financial distress. Those are lessons that I think we need to carry forward in our oversight work, because the best closure process is ultimately the one we can avoid through effective oversight and timely intervention. Finally, I want to thank Josh and the 10 Square team for their work on these closures. This has been a lengthy process involving student records, financial reconciliations, creditor claims, audits, asset dispositions, federal grant requirements, and countless other details that most people never see. Getting us to this point where we can formally close the books on both Teach and Eagle is significant. With that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Kern for any final comments you would like to make before we take questions and ask the board to consider the proposed motion.
Thank you, Director. Oh, go ahead, Mr. Kern.
That's all right. Okay, well, thank you. Good morning, Chair Thigpen and members of the authority. For the record, my name is Joshua Kern, and I serve as the closing administrator for Teach Las Vegas Charter School, Eagle Charter Schools of Nevada, and also Sage Collegiate Public Charter School, which I'm going to touch on a bit after speaking about Teach and Eagle. And I also just want to say up front, thank you to Executive Director McAdin for the kind words and comprehensive summary of what's transpired over the last month. I'll try to keep this short. Basically, I have two updates for you today, one concerning Teach and Eagle and the other concerning Sage. Well, first, let me just say, with respect to Teach and Eagle, I'm pleased to report that the closure process, as Director McAdin said, is essentially complete. Since I last appeared before you, Teach and Eagle, in consultation with the SPCSA, decided to pay their PERS penalty obligations in full. As a reminder, from last meeting, both schools had already paid their principal PERS balances in full. The only remaining question was whether to pay the penalties, which are essentially interest accrued because of the late payments. Unlike ordinary vendor claims, PERS payments are statutory retirement obligations associated with employees' earned benefits and are subject to a specific statutory collection mechanism. Given their distinct status, we concluded that paying the remaining penalties in full was appropriate at this time. And again, that has already been completed. There was also one remaining matter involving Eagle and the SPCSA. As members and staff are aware, the SPCSA incurred significant costs, approximately $25,000, in both costs and fees associated with Eagle's administrative hearing. This was not an ordinary vendor claim, but a separate claim arising from the charter revocation proceeding that happened a couple years ago. Rather than continue the dispute and uncertainty, we negotiated a settlement resolving the claim for $18,750. Upon completion of that payment, which will happen later this week, that matter will be fully resolved. The only remaining administrative steps are to transfer the funds in the Teach and Eagle bank accounts to the Nevada Department of Education and then close those accounts. I will complete those ministerial steps promptly. With those items addressed, I believe the substantive work associated with both closures is now complete. I want to thank the board, the authority, and the SPCSA staff for the opportunity to serve as closing administrator for Teach and Eagle. In addition to the challenges of closing schools that were insolvent, as Director McAdin mentioned, and in the case of Eagle, terribly so, we also addressed a number of novel financial and legal issues, which are detailed in our closure report. I want to take this opportunity to share my tremendous appreciation and gratitude for all the assistance, cooperation, and support I received from numerous SPCSA staff members throughout the closure process. Second, if you'll allow me, Chair Thigpen, I'd like to just give a brief update on Sage Collegiate. Is that appropriate at this time, or do you want to save that for another agenda item?
No, please do.
Okay, great. Okay, so I did want to provide the board with an update regarding the $25,000 taken from the Sage Collegiate's bank account by its former executive director, Sandra Kinney, as there has been meaningful progress since my last report to you last month. As previously mentioned, we encountered difficulty filing this police report remotely. So accordingly, on August 13th of this year, this past month, I filed the report in person at the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department's Bolton Area Command. The offense identified in the report is embezzlement, and because the amount at issue is $25,000, the reported offense is classified as a felony. The case has now been assigned to Detective V. Segura of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department's Financial Crimes Section. Detective Segura subsequently provided me with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department's blueprint for embezzlement cases, which identifies the information and supporting evidence the department needs to investigate and move forward with the case. We have completed that process and returned a comprehensive case packet to Detective Segura. At a high level, the packet is designed to make the relevant facts, and especially the issue of authority, as straightforward as possible. It documents my appointment as closing administrator and my responsibility for Sage's finances and operations. It also documents the financial controls established after my appointment, including the requirement that payments and payroll receive my final approval, and that Ms. Kinney knew and repeatedly followed that approval process. The packet documents the dispute regarding the additional compensation Ms. Kinney claims she was entitled to receive, my decision not to approve that compensation, and the subsequent payrolls that did not include it. Finally, it documents what happened on June 30th. Ms. Kinney caused 4 checks, each for $6,250 and totaling $25,000, to be paid to herself outside the established payroll and payment approval process and without my knowledge or authorization. The packet includes the relevant bank records and check images, payroll records, employment documents, communications concerning the approval process and disputed compensation, a loss schedule, a chronology of events, and a witness list. The central issue presented to the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department is straightforward. Whatever Ms. Kinney may have believed about her entitlement to additional accelerated payments, she did not have the authority to resolve that dispute herself or to pay the disputed amount to herself. She knew that my approval was required, knew that I had declined to approve those payments and nevertheless caused $25,000 of Sage's funds, taxpayer dollars, to be paid to herself outside the established process. The matter is now with Detective Segura and the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department for further investigation. I will, of course, cooperate fully and provide whatever additional information or documentation they request. And I will continue to keep the SPCSA informed of material developments regarding Sage and this criminal investigation. Again, I want to express my appreciation to the board and the SPCSA staff. I'm grateful for the confidence you placed in me and for your support throughout these closure processes. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Kern. We appreciate all your updates and for the efforts that you've gone to, especially with regards to Sage Collegiate. I would hope for those who are paying attention to this meeting that they understand that if you step outside the boundaries of the law, we will pursue accountability. With that said, I will open it up to board colleagues if they have any questions. Any board colleagues online? Not seeing any hands. Okay. Director McAdoo, anything else?
No, if there's no additional questions, the recommended motion is included in your board materials.
Thank you very much. Looking for a motion.
Member Stern, I can make the motion.
Go ahead.
I move to accept the closure report, Teach an Eagle, and determine that Joshua M. Kern has satisfactorily completed all duties assigned to him as closing administrator for Teach Las Vegas Charter School and Eagle Charter School of Nevada, except for transferring the remaining funds to NDE and closing the school's bank accounts, and discharge him from all other duties and future liability to the SPCSA arising from those appointments. His remaining duties will end upon completion of the bank account closures without further board action.
Thank you, Member Stern. Do I have a second?
Member Richards, I'll second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you again, Mr. Kern. We appreciate you and all your hard work.
Thank you.
In all these matters.
Thank you so much.
All right, we're going to close out agenda item number 6 and move on to agenda item number 7, the SPCSA Performance Framework Revisions. Is this over to Mr. Peltier first?
It is. Let's see. Where's my... There it goes. Good morning, Chair Thigpen, members of the board. Danny Peltier for the record. I will go ahead and share my screen. Does that look good on your side there, Chair?
No, we can just see you.
Okay, let's try that again. How about now?
Nope, might have to, oh, there we go.
Good to go? Okay. Well then, for the record, Danny Peltier. Today I'm bringing before the authority some proposed changes to our organizational performance framework ratings for the 25-26 school year. We're going to reiterate the goals of the organizational performance framework. We're going to present some proposed changes to that 25-26 organizational performance framework, and hopefully you all will approve those changes at the end of this presentation. So what is the organizational performance framework and its purpose? It is to fulfill NRS 388A.273 requirements for organizational performance indicators as part of the overall performance framework. It defines the operational standards to which all charter schools should be held accountable to their authorizer and the public. It enables schools to retain flexibility and autonomy related to the school's mission, vision, and education program. And it examines legal and ethical requirements for all schools. So basically it's the compliance piece and the operations piece, open meeting law piece of our frameworks that we use to oversee and hold our schools accountable with. The OPF, the framework includes 4 compliance categories to evaluate the school's organizational performance and compliance. Those categories are the charter contract, governance, federal and state statute, administrative code and regulation, and then the operations of the school. Each standard is rated on the scale below and defined in detail in the technical guide, which is also part of the support materials. You'll see a redline version of it that was included below the PowerPoint on the website. So we have meet standard, which is the threshold for success is expected to meet. There was no follow-up needed. Schools turned things in on time. There's approaches the standard. The school has not fully met the threshold of success for standards. Maybe some documents were submitted past due or there were repeated errors. There's does not meet standard. The school failed to comply in a manner described materially. Basically, significantly late reporting throughout a given school year, open meeting law violations determined by the AG's office. Those are the type of things that may result in it does not meet standard in any one of the indicators that were on the previous slide. So as you see here, this is the ratings metric and categories. So you see on the left-hand part of the screen, the charter contract, the governance, the federal and state statute, administrative code and regulation. That also is further broken out into the educational personnel, language and culture, special education, health and safety, educational requirements, and for those applicable, the CMO and the EMO. These are further defined in our technical guide, but that's kind of the subcategories of which we use. Each of these categories, on the right here, you see meets, approaches, or does not meet standard, right? And at the bottom is operations. That's more the compliance piece, right? So did the school turn things in on time throughout a given school year? There's a lot of reports, but a lot of those reports are very important. They're based in statute, and so we monitor to ensure that schools are turning things in on time. The very bottom, you're going to see the change that we're proposing. In the year past, we took our organizational performance framework, we took each of these indicators here, and we rolled that up into what we called the overall rating for the framework. That was in compliance, partial compliance, or out of compliance. Based on some of the feedback we got from schools and last year's presentation, there was some confusion around rolling up these indicators on the right here and having this overall performance framework rating, because that overall performance framework rating did not lead one-to-one if the board was going to take action against the school. So we're proposing to eliminate that and base any sort of issuances of notices or finding schools in good standing strictly on the standards rating of each of the categories and subcategories that I spoke about before. So like I said before, propose eliminating the overall organizational performance framework rating. You can see here, there was the in compliance, all requirements in the checklist or meet standards or met by standards by assurances. There was the partially compliant, and then the out of compliance. One or more of the requirements are rated as does not meet standard. So why are we doing this? Well, like I said, there was the confusion for the schools about what the partial compliance meant, what out of compliance meant. Schools last year, we had 11 of our 42 charter holders were found to be out of compliance. However, only 3 of those were issued notices. So in the big scheme of things, the schools that were found to be out of compliance still were in good standing. And that really, when we're trying to relay the information to the public, to you all via memos, if schools are submitting an amendment, it's kind of awkward to write the school is out of compliance but in good standing, because maybe they had 1 does not meet instead of hitting the threshold of 3 does not meets. So what we're proposing to do instead of rolling that up is we're not changing anything that we're monitoring or looking at throughout the 25-26 school year. We still are determining compliance with the charter contract, governance, educational programs, personnel, operations. We're getting rid of the overall performance rating and basically determining whether schools are in good standing or if they are to be issued a notice. And schools who are found to have 3 or more does not meet ratings in any one of those categories I've discussed may be issued a notice which will be presented to this board in October of this year. So we're hoping this will provide transparency regarding the school's OPF ratings, while ensuring that the schools meeting the majority of standards within each category are clearly identified as being in good standing. So we hope to be able to better present the information to you all, better present the information to the schools, and I think just have it cleaner so that everyone kind of knows where everyone stands within the good standing or not. This kind of rating format that we're using is similar to what we use for the financial performance framework, where each indicator is rated, and then if a school is found to have, falls far below, the rating, the sub ratings are a little different, but if they're found to have falls far below, they may be issued a notice, but we don't roll that up. So we're kind of aligning that with the overall financial framework with the organizational performance framework as well. So with that, I have a proposed motion for you all today. And as you can see on the slide here, it is to approve the proposed changes to the 25-26 organizational framework ratings as presented. But before we do that, I am more than happy to answer any questions that you all may have this morning.
Thank you very much. We'll bring it back to the board. Any questions, thoughts, comments from board colleagues? Member Salcido.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Danny, for that presentation. Quick question. I wanted to focus on something you said at the end there. So with these proposed changes, this would align kind of the metric that we use or the way we evaluate with the financial performance framework?
It's aligning how we present the ratings, right? Like the financial performance framework measures the financial aspects of the school. The organizational measures compliance, governance requirements. Did you meet the charter contract? But how we do the FPF rating, I think, we've kind of determined it's a cleaner way of determining if we have to issue a notice. They don't try to roll these things up into one overall rating. It's, did you get a notice or were you found to be in good standing? Where the difference was the organizational performance framework. We had those indicators, and then we tried to kind of compile them and then put like this partially compliant, which it just ended up causing a lot more confusion. And so we have found that the FPF kind of, I think, provides better clarity about how the school performed under that framework through a given year. And so we've determined that the best way to do that for the OPF is to kind of have a similar way of just measuring each of these indicators and then making any sort of determination of whether to issue a notice based on those indicators as opposed to the overall rating.
So in summary, I guess it could be, as opposed to trying to compile the individual factors into a global grade, it's simply you're not meeting standard on these individual ones, and if you are not meeting standard on 3 of them, you are subject to the notice. Is that right?
Yes.
And then is it not meeting standard or approaching standard?
Does not meet standard.
Okay.
There's 3 ratings. There's meet standard, approaches standard, and then does not meet standard. If you're found to have 3 does not meet standards in the indicators, you may be eligible for a notice. One thing I would also add that's part of the technical guide but was not included as part of the presentation. The OPF is an ongoing framework throughout the year. So while we present ratings to you all that kind of encapsulates the previous school year, if a school is found to be in significant breach of the law or their charter contract at any given time during the year, that still may trigger a notice of concern issued in the middle of a school year because it's determined that it's, of a priority that the school's identified, issued a notice, and that they cure whatever they have done, or, it's brought to the board's attention that something dramatic occurred. What I'm presenting here is the overall ratings that we're going to present yearly, but I just want to make sure that both you, the board, knows, and that schools know that at any given time during a year, if something occurs that is a significant violation of the OPF, whether it's, like I said, a statute, a charter contract violation, something in those matters, we may determine that issuing a notice at that time would be the best course of action in order to hold that school accountable.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Member Salcido. Any other questions from board colleagues? Oh, go ahead.
Hello, Member Turner for the board. I just have a really quick question, and thank you so much for your thorough presentation and your clarity that you're providing us. I just wonder that if this motion is approved, do you see a decrease in the number of schools who receive a notice compared to prior years?
So that's a wonderful question, Member Turner. Danny Peltier for the record. No, we are not. So last year, notices were determined on those indicators, right? The DNMS, the approaches, or the meet standard. We did not determine whether to issue a notice based on the overall score. And because we didn't issue a notice based on the overall score and it just ended up causing further confusion, getting rid of that, I think, will provide you all better an idea of why the schools were being issued a notice and then why schools aren't. What we're monitoring is not changing throughout the year. We're just eliminating the overall score. So there's no change in whether schools who were in the 25-26 school year may be issued a notice. They may not be issued a notice. It's for the schools that were kind of in that gray area where they're in good standing, but they weren't issued a notice. It's trying to clean that up so they understand where they're kind of on, they're in good standing with the SPCSA if they're proposing to submit an amendment or anything like that. So no changes to the notices that may be issued coming in October.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Turner. Member Richards?
Member Richards, for the record, I just want to thank staff for hearing some of the concerns and the confusion and going back to the drawing board and looking at this for us. So appreciate the work.
Thank you, Member Richards.
Member Stern?
Member Stern for the record. One quick question. I also appreciate the attempt to clarify this for the school so that they aren't confused about whether or not they're in good standing. But one thing that occurred to me as I was listening to the conversation today is that we know that schools can be in good standing but still not meeting standards with things on the framework. Is there any concern that by taking off that indicator, that schools might not appreciate the significance of not meeting standards on things? That is still obviously a concern, even if they remain in good standing, because we want schools to remain in good standing, and obviously if they are not meeting, then they are on that path to not becoming in good standing. So how are we going to make sure that communication is clear to them as well?
That's a great question and something that we kind of bounced around. Danny Peltier for the record. So it kind of came down to a single question I had in my mind when we did this last year. We present to the schools their ratings in significant detail. That goes to their board chair, that goes to their school leader. They, throughout a given year, my team, Molly Burkhart and Kristen Wood, are continuously monitoring the schools to ensure that they are aware of areas where they may be falling short and trying to provide assistance where we can. But when we rolled this up to the overall compliance rating, I think we lost kind of some of that and it put schools on their heel. And we want the organizational performance framework to both be a place where we hold schools accountable, but also a tool that schools boards can use to kind of better understand where there's an opportunity for the operations of the school to improve without triggering automatically a notice. And that out of compliance piece where we overall rated it that way put schools kind of on their heels in a way that it wasn't meant to do. And so we kind of lost the messaging of where schools were needed to improve with this overall kind of rating. So we're hoping to kind of get that out of the way so we can have a more honest discussion around these specific indicators. And while it may not have triggered something as far as a notice goes, the schools are aware of where they stand. And like I said, we're making the schools aware of areas where they're falling short throughout the school year. And then as we enter into what we call our preliminary letter time, where we're going to send out preliminary ratings to schools before the run up to the the October meeting, we have discussions with schools on areas where there were concerns throughout the school year. And 3 does not meet. I mean, it sounds like a lot, but really, that's if you have some licensing stuff going on, or you fall behind on reports, you're already getting close to 3. So I hope that the schools will be able to have a better understanding of the areas in which they can improve without kind of getting caught up in the overall, like this overall rating. And we don't think we should have been, we should have been, where it really got messy was like the partially compliant to incompliant. Like that whole thing kind of just became, there was just a lot of discussions that I think we lost the view of what the purpose of the framework was for.
Member Stern, for the record, I appreciate that clarification because I think it is important for schools to understand that the expectation is that they are meeting the expectations of the performance framework, but that they may still remain in good standing. And so I appreciate the framing of opportunities to improve, and that's going to be continued messaging to schools to understand that the expectation remains, even if they're in good standing, that perfection is not necessary to remain in good standing, but the expectation is that they are continuing to improve to meet the expectations. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Member Stern. Member Addis?
Thank you, Chair. Member Addis, for the record. So just because this conversation has been couched in the concept of clarity and kind of streamlining these processes for schools, I feel inclined to ask, what is the rollout plan or like the operational plan to make sure that all of the schools understand that we voted to make this change and that they like understand what the changes look like and that we're not creating more confusion for school leaders as they navigate these performance frameworks?
Sure. Member Danny Peltz here for the record. Thank you, Member Addis, for the question. So as I previously noted with Member Stern there, we're going to be entering into what we call the preliminary kind of, we send a preliminary letter to the schools, giving them an idea of how they performed under the framework for the year. As part of that, notification of what their ratings may be when they're presented in October, we are going to detail that we have eliminated the overall rating. However, that does not change what was what we monitored through the school year. It's not going to change whether schools are eligible for a notice or not. From the school side, nothing is really changing other than this overall rating that was, to be candid, was kind of pointless in the big term of how we viewed the issuance of notices, and kind of in what we thought about throughout the given year. So from the school side, based on kind of what I had heard earlier, post 24-25 ratings that we issued last October, that the overall rating was confusing and schools just didn't really know where they stood. We're not changing what we monitored under the 25-26 school year. We're just ensuring that they have a better understanding of where they stand as we present the ratings in October. That information, if the board decides to approve the recommended changes today, will be included as part of the preliminary letters that we're going to send out in about a week and a half or so.
Member Addis, for the record, just thank you for that. I think that especially as we make these changes somewhat in the middle of the process, it's important just to reassure school leaders that we're not trying to make it more complex, but instead this is an effort to kind of, again, like I said, streamline the process. So I really appreciate it, and I appreciate staff's work and attention to the feedback that they've been given. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Addis. Any other questions from board colleagues? All right, seeing none, there is a proposed motion that staff has provided. I'm looking for a motion.
Vice Chair Whitaker moves to approve the proposed changes to the 2025-2026 organizational framework rating as presented.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Member Addis, I'll second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much, staff, for all your hard work on this. And I think this will really help our schools a lot. All right, moving right along to agenda item number 8. The Individuals with Disability Education Act, IDEA, and the SPCSA portfolio. Over to Ms. Cutler.
We can see it now. Yep, you're good to go.
Good morning, Chair Thigpen and members of the board. For the record, my name is Jackie Working and I'm an education programs professional with the SPCSA. This is my 20th year in education and my second year with the agency. My previous roles include special education teacher, coordinator, program director, and school administrator, with 12 of those years spent working in SPCSA-sponsored charter schools. That experience has allowed me to see special education from both the school and LEA perspectives and helps me connect compliance requirements with the practical realities schools face each day.
Good morning, Chair Thigpen and members of the board. For the record, my name is Megumi Kramer, and I'm an education programs professional with the SPCSA. This is my 6th month with the agency. Before joining SPCSA, I served as the Exceptional Education Director at Nevada Rise Academy, an SPCSA sponsored charter school. Throughout my career, I have worked in charter schools in both Los Angeles and Las Vegas as a special education teacher and leader. Those experiences have shown me that strong relationships with schools, families, and community partners are just as important as strong systems. They continue to shape how I support our schools and advocate for positive outcomes for students with disabilities.
Good morning, Chair Thigpen and members of the board. For the record, my name is Alyssa Troxel, and I am a contracted grants and projects analyst with the SPCSA. This is my 5th year supporting the agency, and I assist with fiscal administration of grants, including our federal special education grant programs. My background in customer service and regulatory compliance informs a detailed and service-oriented approach grounded in accuracy, clear communication, and strong collaboration with our NDE partners, SPCSA colleagues, and the schools we serve.
We also work closely with the rest of the special education team. Marina Cutler is our education programs director for the school support team. Sarah Jorgensen also serves as an education programs professional, and Samantha King Powell is our general counsel. Together, the team supports schools across compliance, technical assistance, professional learning, data, disputes, and fiscal oversight.
Our presentation is titled Partnering with Schools for Student Success because that reflects the heart of our work. Special education oversight is certainly about compliance, but it's also about partnership, capacity building, and helping schools better serve students with disabilities. We will begin with the students that we serve because the size and growth of the special education population provide important context for the rest of the presentation. Over the past 5 years, the number of students receiving special education services in SPCSA-sponsored charter schools has grown steadily. In 2021-22, SPCSA schools served 5,449 students with disabilities. By 25-26, that number increased to 7,808 students. That represents approximately 43% growth over 5 years. This growth matters because each student represents required services, IP implementation, data reporting, compliance responsibilities, school support, and parent communication. As the number of students served has grown, the level of support needed by schools has also continued to grow.
Alongside student growth, it is also important to look at the resources supporting special education services. IDEA funding is one of the key ways schools receive support for providing special education and related services to our students.
Under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, funding is available to assist states in providing free, appropriate public education in the least restrictive environment for children with disabilities ages 3 through 21. All SPCSA charter schools serving students with disabilities receive federal IDEA funding. IDEA allocation methodology is based on the number of students with an individual education plan. The goal is to supplement schools' state and local funding for their special education program and related services for students with disabilities. IDEA allocations have increased over time to support the growing needs of SPCSA-sponsored charter schools. For FY27, the IDEA B allocation is approximately $10.67 million. This is a 55% increase since FY22. Section 619 funding, which supports preschool children aged 3 through 5 with disabilities, also increased by approximately 72% over the same period. Our role includes helping ensure that these funds are allocated appropriately, reviewed for allowability, and used in ways that support students with disabilities.
Next, we will look at a few key student outcome and compliance indicators over time. We selected a small number of measures that are easy to understand and closely connected to the work of schools and the LEA. This slide highlights 3 key student outcomes across recent annual performance reporting years. Most results reflect the prior school year, while graduation and dropout include an additional 1-year data lag. In the 2026 report, SPCSA's graduation rate was 73.29%, compared with a statewide result of 65.72%. The dropout rate increased to 21.36%, but remained below the statewide result of 27.27%. In the same reporting year, 84.5% of SPCSA students with disabilities were served in the general education setting for at least 80% of the school day. As with all placement data, this reflects individualized IEP team decisions based on each student's needs. These results call for reflection. Our initial review points to several possible continuing factors, including attendance, credit accumulation, student mobility, and students needing additional time to meet graduation requirements. We are continuing to review the underlying data to better understand where the changes are concentrated. Later in the presentation, we will show some of the ways our team uses monitoring, technical assistance, and collaboration with schools to respond to areas like these.
With that context in mind, we will now shift to how the special education team supports schools. The work is broad, but the overall purpose is consistent: to help schools understand requirements, build capacity, and provide appropriate services to students with disabilities. SPCSA serves as the local education agency, or LEA, for its sponsored charter schools. In the special education context, that means the agency has responsibilities for federal and state compliance oversight, fiscal stewardship of IDA funds, technical assistance and professional learning, and data reporting and accountability. While schools retain responsibilities for implementing special education services on their campuses, the LEA role is to provide oversight, guidance, and support so schools can meet their obligations to students and families. This diagram shows the relationship in a simplified way. The Nevada Department of Education provides state-level oversight. SPCSA serves as the LEA for its sponsored charter campuses. Those campuses serve students with disabilities directly. This structure is important because our team often serves as a bridge between state-level requirements and school-level implementation. We help translate requirements into practical guidance, monitor implementation, and support schools when questions or concerns arise.
Special education work is also highly collaborative across our agency. Our team does not do this work in isolation. We work with the grants unit on IDA funding, allowability, and the exceptional needs grant. We collaborate with programs and the site evaluation team on monitoring, school support, and follow-up. We work with the assessment and accountability team on special education assessment, issues, accommodations, and data coordination. We also partner with our general counsel on disputes, legal guidance, and complaint-related matters.
Our work can be organized into 4 core areas of support: technical assistance, professional learning, monitoring and compliance, and fiscal stewardship. Together, these areas help schools build capacity, meet compliance requirements, and improve outcomes for students with disabilities. This slide is not intended to capture every task, but it shows the major areas where our team supports schools throughout the year.
One of our priorities is building school capacity. This means helping schools strengthen their own systems so they can better support students with disabilities. We build school capacity through a combination of live professional learning and resources that staff can access throughout the year. Our monthly Partners for Inclusive Education, or PI meetings, have drawn between 53 and 84 participants per session, averaging about 71 attendees. Our Inclusive Insight newsletter provides timely updates and practical guidance, while the Canvas repository gives schools one centralized location for memos, monitoring resources, training materials, and other special education supports. Goalbook Toolkit supports special education teachers with developing individualized education program content, instructional strategies, and progress monitoring tools. Schools receive support through multiple pathways. Sometimes support is requested directly. A school may contact us with a question such as, "Can you help us determine the appropriate next step?" In those cases, we may help clarify requirements, review documentation, discuss options, share resources, and follow up as needed. At other times, support comes through monitoring and review. That may include feedback, targeted support, and improvement planning. Both pathways are important because schools need support not only after monitoring identifies a concern, but also during an everyday decision-making that happens through the school year. Common support topics include IEP development, service delivery, discipline and manifestation determination reviews, child find and evaluation, and ground allowability questions.
Oversight is another important part of the LEA role, but our goal is for oversight to support improvement. On the monitoring side, the process includes reviewing information, providing feedback, and supporting follow-up. The goal is to identify needs, provide meaningful feedback, and support sustained improvement.
On the fiscal side, the process includes allocating funds, reviewing budgets, processing reimbursement requests, and providing technical assistance for schools. The goal is to ensure IDEA funds are appropriately allocated, reviewed, and used to support students with disabilities.
Across both areas, oversight is paired with guidance, collaborations, and technical assistance. That balance is important because compliance and support work best when they happen together.
Before we close, we want to recognize an important example of accountability and follow-through. Following NDE's compliance monitoring, SPCSA in our schools completed 100% of systemic and school-specific corrective actions within the one-year timeline. This reflects the coordinated work of our schools and agency staff to address identified concerns and strengthen practice moving forward. We are proud of the collective effort that made this possible, but at the same time, completion is not the end of the work. We are using what we learned through the process to strengthen guidance, monitoring, and school-level practices so the corrections are sustained over time.
Thank you for the opportunity to share the work of the SPCSA Special Education Team. We appreciate the board's continued support of our work with schools and students with disabilities.
We would be happy to answer any questions the board may have. If additional questions come up after today's presentation, the Special Education Team can be reached at the email address shown on the slide. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Great job, team, on the presentation. Very much appreciated. And I think one thing that came to mind while watching the presentation was how there's so much misinformation out there regarding charter schools and how we support our students with disabilities. And I think this directly speaks to that work that's being done within all our schools. So I really appreciate that. All right, we'll bring it back to the board. Any questions, comments, board colleagues? Board members online? Oh, Member Addis, go ahead.
Member Addis, for the record, thank you so much for that presentation. It was great. This is my first presentation on how we support our students with disabilities. So since joining the board, and it was nice to learn more about it. I do have a couple of questions just around like the compliance support that we offer schools. And so my first question is if there are concerns or if a school, if someone in a school is like concerned that a school is not in compliance, like how are those concerns brought to the SPCSA's attention and what's the process for beginning to address those concerns?
Megumi Kramer for the record. Coming from the school recently, when we would have any special education guidance questions, it was really easy to reach out to our education programs professional at SPCSA. It was very collaborative. The monthly PI really helped us collaborate with other charter networks across the Nevada. And when we would have any concerns with a parent or any students with disabilities and their IEP, it was very easy for me to reach out to the team because of the relationship and the structure they have provided for the special education staff across the charter schools.
If I could just add one thing, Member Addis. Thank you, Megumi. What she's describing is exactly how we want to be informed if there are problems, and that is, that does happen a lot of the time. But I just want to be like clear on the record that sometimes, we will find out that there's a problem through someone filing a state complaint or a due process complaint, and then there's a whole nother that's a whole nother presentation on what happens when those circumstances come about. But again, what Megumi described is what we've worked really hard over the years to create is like by them putting in that pie meeting that they do where people can just come and ask open-ended questions and it doesn't feel threatening and it doesn't feel like they're being threatened or judged and they can just talk amongst each other. And I think just the fact that their average attendance is 71 people, like I wish 71 leaders showed up to my monthly call, right? Like that just shows you how valuable I think schools, special ed directors, and practitioners are finding it. So,
Member Addis, for the record, thank you, both of you, for that clarification. On the flip side of that, how does staff at the SPCSA proactively monitor compliance? So instead of waiting for those complaints to come in or things like that, what are the efforts that we are doing on a regular basis to ensure that that's being monitored effectively?
Thank you for that question, Member Addis. Jackie working for the record. We do have, and this is a partnership between our site evaluation team and our school support team, wherein we schedule monitoring visits, or for site eval, it's called site evaluation visits, but we do schedule it all in one day, where for our program, for the special education program, we have questions to ask our special education staff prior and then follow-up questions when we do the actual visit. We also ask for random files of confidential folders so we can review and then provide them with feedback. And if needed, we are providing them with a corrective action plan for them to follow through.
Member Addis, for the record, thank you so much for that. I really appreciate the clarity around the process. My last question is, I know that we have schools that are operating independently and schools that are operating with CMO and EMO partnership, and I was curious, how does the communication around compliance and all of those types of things get from one entity to the other? How are both entities held accountable in that space, and what does compliance look like, or does the responsibility fall solely on the school itself without CMO, EMO involvement? This is mostly just for my clarity to understand the relationship there.
Melissa Mackin for the record. So ultimately, the responsibility is the schools. And each EMO or CMO contract may define, most of them don't anecdotally say that they're going to help with special education. That's usually not part of that contract or agreement. The majority of our schools will either hire in-house or they will use an additional contractor, not their EMO or their CMO, who specializes in special education, that has, providers like speech therapists, school psychologists. A lot of our schools are small. They don't need a full-time school psychologist or a full-time speech therapist, but they do need a speech therapist 2 days a week, right? And so they will contract with a third-party vendor who that sort of is their expertise to come in and provide those services. But ultimately, even though they're using a third-party vendor and they have an agreement, it's still that board's responsibility to evaluate that vendor. Are they providing the services? Are they keeping the school compliant with the law? It ultimately is the board's responsibility. That said, I think your communication question is really valid. When we know that a school is using a third-party vendor, if we know who it is, we try to keep everybody in the loop and in the communication chain. We don't always get notified that they've changed vendors, but we try to keep everyone in the loop when we know who their vendors are.
Member Addis, for the record, thank you so much. That provides a lot more clarity. If I can ask one more question, because that's apparently a thing for me. I do have one more question around just like licensure. I know that licensure for those providing special education and English language support to students is a lot more rigorous and stringent than maybe some of the other flexibilities allowed around licensure in the charter space. And so how does it work? Is an entity required to have licensed professionals in those roles if they have contracted with a trusted third party as well? Like, what does that look like, and what is the expectation around licensure in those situations?
Jackie working for the record. Our guidance to our schools is if they are sitting in special education meetings, IEP meetings, for example, a licensed special education should be sitting in the role of special education teacher. With that said, we do have schools that may have difficulty searching for licensed special education teachers full-time, let's say. There are some provisions with using staff members that may not have or still working towards that special education license. But the important thing is for them not to be able to sign in or not to be allowed to sign an official documents as special education teachers. They could be providing special education instructor under the guidance of a licensed special education teacher for those kinds of staff members.
Melissa Mackin for the record, I'll just add a couple other things because you're going to hear more about this next month when we talk about our audit findings. And you're also going to see next month that this is an area we are specifically looking at on the organizational performance framework is what is their situation with licensed special education practitioners as well as some other areas. I just want to reiterate that if they don't have that licensed person on working for the school, they have to have that through one of their contracted vendors. That is who has to sign off as the case manager. So they are responsible for all of those laws regarding licensure, just as any public school is.
Member Addis, for the record, just a ton of gratitude. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Addis. I have one question. What support does the SPCSA provide with helping navigate more complicated situations as they come up? I know a lot of these situations can be very complex.
Jackie working for the record. We may have to define a little bit what complex situations we're thinking about.
I'm trying to think of more of a situation. I mean, I know, if a school reaches out saying like, hey, we've got this really, an issue with maybe an IEP they're trying to navigate, if, fulfilling those needs, or, I just know with a lot of work that around students with disabilities, it can be very, very complex. And so I would imagine a lot of our schools are reaching out to our team at the SPCSA for guidance and support, whether that's like legal matters or otherwise.
Yes. Thank you for that question. Jackie working again for the record. If I'm just going to be more specific, for example, one of our newer charter schools from last year, they opened last year, they just wanted to get their special education program running from ground up, right? We come in and we meet with their special education staff, we show them an exemplar IEP, and then we provide feedback with their current IEP. And then, of course, we ask questions about their provision of services or staffing that they have, any additional training that they have. Maybe we'll have it in our Canvas repository, or maybe that's something that we can produce and provide to them. We provide that. If it's more legal, if it's more serious, just like what you said, more complex, our counsel is our superhero in those cases. And of course, process is always part of the NAC and IDA, those things we follow, number of days and or how the process works, those things are really not changeable, but we provide support in those as well.
I think it's important to really get on, Melissa Mackin for the record, to get on the record that this is a significant amount of what Samantha King-Powell spends her time working on, is helping schools either navigate on the front end. That's our preferred approach, right? Like, oh, we have a student in special ed, they, committed a serious offense, we're looking at a suspension, we want to do it right, like, can you help us with the manifestation, like determination, all of those things. But this is what, I don't think when Sam took this job, she realized she was going to become an expert in special ed law, but she is quickly becoming one. I mean, this is what she spends a significant amount of time helping navigate.
Thank you. And Vice Chair Whitaker.
Yes, I was wondering if we could pull up slide number 9 for the performance over time. Yep, that's it. So these the graduation rate seems to be somewhat steady, but the dropout rate has increased pretty significantly. Was there any reasoning behind that? I don't know if you addressed it, but just that seems like a pretty high jump from 2025 to 2026.
Thank you for the thank you for the question. Megumi Kramer for the record. Possible factor includes attendance, credit accumulation, student mobility, mental health, or behavior needs. And its differences in the student cohort. It is a 1-year lag data. And we would like to examine underlying school and student level data to understand what the driving increase is. It was worth noting that it is statewide that the dropout rate has also increased. And while SPCSA dropout rate remains below the state average, any increase is concerning. And we are hopeful that the Nevada recent change of transition planning at age 14 and our continued partnership with NDE, including Nevada TRIP, we are hopeful that we will be able to improve this outcome.
Melissa Mackin for the record. One thing, Megumi's right. I mean, this is, any increase in dropout is like concerning, and we should be digging in and saying like, what is going on? One thing I do want to remind the board is we had another alternative high school come into our portfolio, and just by nature of what an alternative high school is, they're taking on kids that are 5th, 6-year seniors, they have to be at least 2 years behind in credits, or they're adjudicated youth, they're in that system, they've been expelled from another school, so that is a part of it. That's not to say we don't care, that we blow it off as a result, but that is a big part of it. The more alternative schools we sort of take into our portfolio, you're gonna see our overall grad rate drop, and frankly, unfortunately, that dropout rate. Now, those schools, I also think I want to give them credit. Like, they're saving way more kids from dropping out than they're losing. Like, they're doing really good work, but it's sort of, it does impact those numbers pretty significantly.
Great, thank you for the clarification.
Go ahead, Member Turner.
Member Turner, for the record, I want to reflect back on last board meeting where we talked about the exciting news of the increase of pre-K programs that the charter schools are taking on, which is really great to hear. So I would just like to hear long terms. I know you mentioned Child Find, which is basically the beginning of it all, but how do you feel long term that the pre-K programs will positively affect the rates that we were just talking about?
Jackie working for the record. Thank you for that question. As educators, we always support early intervention. And so the expansion of pre-K and many more of our charter schools this year has given us so much joy. I do want to note that when we started, or at least the data that we have in 21-22, when we started with only 2 charter schools with pre-K, there were identified special education students at that time already, and it was 13 at that time. After last year, we have identified 45 students with disabilities in our pre-K program. So I feel like with continued training, continued awareness for our pre-Ks and our new pre-K programs in other charter schools that just opened this year, we will be able to strengthen more with identifying those who will need more assistance and more support. And then that will then contribute as they go through the educational system.
That's great to hear, and I'm sure the families appreciate that.
Thank you, Member Turner. Any other questions from board colleagues? Let's see, I had one question. Let me check my notes real quick, one moment. Can you help me with addressing something I heard recently, a rumor about charter schools counseling out students?
We do have a mystery parent. Megumi Kramer for the record. We do have a mystery parent campaign. It's conducted by the school students school support team, and a few members of the team annually call the school to staffing posing as a parent, asking enrollment process, questioning for their child with special needs, and this campaign ensure that SPCSA charter schools do not turn away or discourage any student from applying for enrollment in their school, including students with disabilities. And if we have any schools that have been flagged, we have a conversation with them firmly.
Melissa Mackin for the record. We also have a complaint system at the State Public Charter School Authority. It's called Happy Fox, the most ironic complaint system name of all time. But if we ever get a complaint that alleges that a school has counseled out a special education student, you better believe we take it with the utmost seriousness. We will contact that school immediately, sort of, there's two sides to every story. Of course, we want to, get the story from the school's perspective as well. But in the very, very rare event that comes about and is identified as a problem, we will take action as the SPCSA and as the LEA immediately.
Awesome. Thank you very much. All right. Any other questions from board colleagues? I'm not seeing anybody online. Okay. Thank you, team. We appreciate the hard work and for the presentation. All right. That closes out agenda item number 8. Now, agenda item number 9 is going to be a marathon. It's the big one. So I'm going to call a 10-minute recess. We'll come back at 10:44 a.m. roughly. So get up, stretch your legs, even if you're calling in remotely, and we'll be back. Thank you. All right, folks, it's 10:44 a.m. Party's over. I'm going to call the meeting back to order. All right, we're opening up agenda item number 9, the State Public Charter School Authority new charter applications. And is it Dr. Broughton kicking this off?
It will be me, Chair Thigpen.
She's here.
Okay, this one's gonna go to Danny up in Reno. So when you all are ready, just let me know, Chair.
We're
Can you hear
ready.
me? Okay, cool. All right, wasn't sure if you guys could hear me. Okay, as Chair Thigpen mentioned, this will be the main part of the show today. Our remarks are a little bit on the longer side than typical, so just kind of sit back. So for the record, Danny Peltier. Members of the authority, item 9A is the charter application for Legal Prep Charter Academy. As proposed, the school plans to open in Clark within the 89119, 89120, 89121, and 89169 zip codes, serving 6th and 9th grade with an initial enrollment of 140 students. The proposed school intends to expand to 6th through 12th grades with a total enrollment of 600 students. A complete enrollment chart can be found on page 1 of your memo. As part of the review process, the SPCSA consults with local school districts and invites their input on applications proposed within their boundaries. Clark County School District's feedback is included as an exhibit to this item, and I will provide a brief summary. First, CCSD identifies 6 1-star and 2-star schools in the 89119, 89120, 89121, and 89169 zip codes, which are the zip codes Legal Prep will primarily serve. CCSD also notes the zip codes of the intended service area encompass a geographic area with a total of 8 middle and high schools with varying demographic profiles. Finally, CCSD indicated that they believe this applicant aligns with 4 of the 6 portions of the academic and demographic needs assessment, specifically the demographic component and academic geographies. The SPCSA also values public input as part of the review process. In addition to the community engagement expected of applicants, the SPCSA posts a public comment survey on our website. For this application, no individual submitted a response. After a careful review, the review committee recommends approving this application with conditions, which I will review at the end toward the end of my remarks. Staff agrees with this recommendation and believe the applicant has satisfied the requirements contained in NRS 388A.249. The review committee rated 5 application sections as follows: meeting the need, meets the standard; academic, meets the standard; operations, meets the standard; financial, meets the standard; addendum, meets the standard. A complete list of ratings for each subsection of the application can be found on page 3 of the memo. I will now offer additional detail regarding staff's recommendation, outlining the key findings within each section. My remarks will provide a high-level summary of the information contained in the memo. Following these comments, I'd be pleased to respond to any questions regarding the highlighted findings or any of the elements of the recommendation not specifically addressed in my summary. I'm going to start with the meeting the needs section of the application. Overall, this section was rated as meets the standard, with 3 of the 3 subsections being rated as meets the standard. The mission and vision subsection was rated as meets the standard. The committee to form proposes a school which, through a rigorous law-themed curriculum and a culture of high expectations, develops critical thinking, communication, and leadership skills. The mission of the school is to prepare students from historically underserved communities to succeed in college, career, and civic life by ensuring they achieve strong academic growth, meet college readiness benchmarks, and graduate for post-secondary success. Legal Prep envisions a school where all students, including those who are economically disadvantaged, English learners, and students with disabilities, graduate with the academic foundation, professional skills, and sense of purpose to thrive in four-year colleges and universities, pursue meaningful careers, and contribute as informed ethical leaders in their communities. The targeted plan subsection was rated as meets the standard. The application showed that the target zip code contained underserved populations and low-performing neighborhood schools. It outlined a rigorous law-themed academic model designed to accelerate learning and provide structured supports. The proposal aligned with the SPCSA academic and demographic needs assessment priorities and positioned its career-connected law model as a strategy to boost engagement and close opportunity gaps. The parent and community involvement subsection was rated as meets the standard. The application demonstrated strong community connections through school visits, events, student demonstrations, surveys, and early parent interest. It emphasized intentional engagement strategies, including lesson demonstrations at Nevada Rise by the proposed school leader and the Legal Prep Academy team. Clear systems for inclusive, multilingual parent communications underscored the school's commitment to collaborative community involvement. During the capacity interview, the proposed board identified key supporters, partners, and local resources tied to the school's intended outcomes, and those partners were rooted in the target zip codes. Next, I will move to the academic section, which was rated overall as meets the standard. 9 of the 10 subsections were rated as meets the standard, and I'll briefly summarize some of those key reasons for those ratings. The transformational change subsection was rated as meets the standard. The application presented a compelling and well-defined theory of change. Its academic model combines rigorous, college-aligned instruction with targeted supports using a distinctive law-themed framework to accelerate growth, especially for students below grade level. The curriculum's integration of legal reasoning, argumentation, civic analysis, and leadership development is designed to build strong academic and real-world skills, with legal prep demonstrating that these features will be implemented coherently to advance the school's mission and vision. The curriculum and design subsection was rated as meets the standard. The applicant presented a clear instructional model grounded in rigorous, standards-aligned teaching and structured classroom systems through the legal prep classroom model. They identified core curricula aligned to the Nevada academic content standards, including SAVAS, My Perspective for ELA, and SAVAS Envision for Math. During the capacity interview, the applicant described a strong instructional focus on close reading, argumentation, and law-themed discourse that aligns well with the needs of the target student population. The promotion and graduation subsection was rated as meets the standard. The applicant outlined clear, middle, and high school promotion criteria tied to the core academic subjects, with a comprehensive high school credit system aligned to the Nevada's graduation requirements. They detailed strong monitoring structures, including advisory systems, data cycles, and mandatory office hours. The applicant also described targeted supports for students at risk of dropping out and provided evidence from Legal Prep in Chicago showing these systems have been effective in promoting student progress. The driving for results subsection was rated as meets the standard. The applicant presented mission-specific SMART academic goals along with clear strategies for corrective action at the classroom, cohort, subgroup, and school levels. Organizational and financial goals aligned with the SPCSA requirements, focusing on attendance, student retention, and long-term fiscal sustainability. During the capacity interview, the applicant expanded on these strategies with examples from the Chicago school, reinforcing alignment to the law-themed model and clarifying elements that were less explicit in the written narrative. The at-risk students and special populations subsection was rated as approaches the standard. The applicant provided an MTSS framework with Tier 1 core instruction, Tier 2 small group interventions, and Tier 3 individualized supports that aligned well with the overall school model. They also demonstrated that early behavioral or social emotional needs would be addressed through positive interventions and restorative practices. However, there still needs to be additional limited clarity on how the law-themed model will equitably serve students with disabilities and English language learners. In particular, the enhanced graduation requirements, such as the law course sequence and capstone experiences, should show how the school will prevent these elements from becoming barriers to access or completion. While the applicant showed significant understanding of Nevada and federal requirements and shared evidence of success serving diverse learners in Chicago, the review team still thought more development is needed through pre-opening for Nevada-specific strategies to ensure equitable implementation and outcomes for all students. The professional development subsection was rated as meets the standard. The application outlined a unique model requiring teachers to develop specialized skills and competencies that they may not already possess. The review team raised concerns about how the school would ensure staff alignment with its mission and vision and provide sufficient training to implement the model effectively. But during the capacity interview, the proposed board and legal staff, prep staff clarified that teachers would receive extensive pre-session training along with ongoing support throughout the year. They detailed structures such as training on cultural norms, curriculum, MTSS, assessment systems, and the legal prep classroom model paired with weekly coaching and observation cycles, demonstrating a clear plan for preparing and supporting staff to maintain mission alignment. The school culture, school discipline, and school calendar subsections were all rated as meets the standard. Both the application narrative and the capacity interview demonstrated that the school would establish a mission-aligned culture centered on identity, leadership, and responsibility. The applicant outlined a concrete plan for setting and reinforcing social and cultural norms at the start of each year and for students who enroll mid-year. The dress code and uniform policy was shown to be age-appropriate and free of barriers for economically disadvantaged students. The discipline policy was clear, legally compliant, and aligned with restorative justice practices described throughout the application. Roles and responsibilities were well defined among the dean of students, restorative staff, and teachers. The school plans to rely on social and emotional supports in addition to the restorative practices. During the capacity interview, the legal prep staff provided further examples of how these practices function effectively at the Chicago school. The applicant also submitted a school calendar that met Nevada requirements and reflected the mission of the school. Teacher schedules were aligned with student schedules while preserving time for ongoing professional development, and the attendance procedures were consistent with Nevada statute. The programs of distance education subsection, the dual enrollment subsection was rated as meets the standard. The applicant outlined a detailed plan for implementing a dual credit program in partnership with the College of Southern Nevada. They also explained that students would have opportunities to earn up to 12 law-related credits in addition to standard dual credit offerings. The next section is operations, and this section was overall rated as meets the standard. 6 of the 8 subsections were rated as meets the standard. The governance subsection was rated as approaches the standard. The proposed board demonstrated strong ownership and commitment to the school's success through active engagement described in both the application narrative and the capacity interview. The application outlined a governance structure with clearly defined roles and responsibilities between leadership and the board, suggesting a solid foundation for effective oversight of the academic performance, operations, and finances of the school. The board also showed an understanding of its role in providing accountability for the proposed CMO. However, the specific metrics the board would use to evaluate and hold the CMO accountable still needed further development. The year-to-year agreement between the board and the CMO lacked clear detail on the performance and financial benchmarks that would guide decisions about continuing the partnership. Despite these areas needing refinement, the proposed board members demonstrated collaborative problem-solving skills and alignment with the school's mission. To ensure long-term stability, the school will need to fully constitute the board in accordance with Nevada revised statute early in the incubation year. The leadership subsection was rated as approaches the standard. The applicant identified a strong candidate to serve as the proposed school leader. This leader brings broad experience improving student performance and has worked successfully with diverse student populations. Their involvement in launching other legal prep academy schools, including the Indianapolis campus, provides valuable preparation for leading the incubation year in Clark County. The review team did note questions regarding how leadership responsibilities would be divided between the CMO and the local school. Because the proposed executive director will support the Las Vegas, Indianapolis, and Chicago campuses simultaneously, the team sought more clear information about capacity and workload. The application and interview did not fully specify the executive director's time commitment or the level of support available from the CMO staff. Ensuring clarity on these points during the incubation year will be important so the local board can set expectations and hold the executive director accountable for the school performance and operations. The staffing plan was rated as meets the standard. The application outlined a staffing plan aligned to school's mission and vision and capable of supporting the academic model with fidelity. The applicant also demonstrated reasonable student-to-teacher ratios on the proposed school model and evidence from the Chicago school. During the capacity interview, it was clear that the proposed board, CMO, and school leader understood the needs of the expected student population. They also emphasized that staffing would be aligned to meet those anticipated needs effectively. The human resources subsection was rated as meets the standard. The application described a recruitment and hiring strategy designed to attract high-quality teachers, leaders, and staff who reflect the diversity of the student body and the community. It outlined partnerships with local teachers, preparation programs, and Teach for America, along with the targeted strategies to recruit a diverse and qualified workforce. The school also detailed clear hiring practices and dismissal processes, staff retention strategies, and a performance management system to support, develop, retention, and promotion. The student recruitment and enrollment subsection was rated as meets the standard. The application presented a recruitment and enrollment plan grounded in a strong understanding of the community, positioning the school to enroll a representative student population based on nearby zone schools. Demonstrated parent interest already met the 30% threshold, and the applicant outlined a proactive plan to maintain engagement with those families who have expressed early interest. Although new charter schools in Clark County often face year one enrollment challenges, the applicant's projections appear reasonable, and the monitoring systems established by the CMO and the proposed board provide confidence that any enrollment concerns will be identified early and hopefully managed effectively. The incubation year development subsection was rated as meets the standard. The application outlined clear milestones and concrete actions to ensure the school is prepared for a successful launch. It detailed a year zero plan with timelines and strategies for parent engagement, curriculum finalization, governance training, facility acquisition, staff hiring, and operational setup, and the applicant highlighted recent success in launching the Indianapolis school on time and meeting enrollment targets. The proposed school leaders' direct involvement in that launch provides relevant and timely experience to support effective implementation in Clark County. Excuse me. The services and facility subsections were both rated as meets the standard. The application outlined logical and comprehensive operations plans covering all essential and program-specific functions. It included a clear process and timeline for securing infrastructure, equipment, software, and policies needed to support the school's model. Budgeted costs for these operational needs were realistic and aligned with the application narrative. The applicant identified a suitable facility, an existing charter school campus soon to be vacated, that would house the school in its initial years, and both the CMO and proposed board demonstrated the capacity to manage the facility selection and any necessary renovations. Overall, the proposed facility is well matched to the educational program and is adequately sized for the projected enrollment. The addendum section is rated as meets the standard. 3 of the 4 subsections were rated as meet the standard. The past performance subsection was rated as meets the standard. The proposed CMO has strong academic, financial, and organizational performance at its Chicago schools. Its Chicago campus has had no significant audit findings or legal issues, and the charter sponsor confirmed the school's performance as described in the application. When the SPCSA staff spoke with the sponsor, they highlighted the school's strong community relationships and its important role as a partner both in the local community and with the authorizing agency. The scale strategy subsection was rated as meets the standard. The applicant presented a well-defined and strategic vision for expanding its model into Nevada, supported by a thorough and well-resourced plan. As part of its due diligence, SPCSA staff contacted the Indianapolis sponsor, who confirmed that the CMO had been diligent in meeting all pre-opening deadlines and had successfully met enrollment requirements for its upcoming launch. SPCSA staff also reached out to the Chicago sponsor to determine whether the expansion to Indianapolis had negatively affected the Chicago school, and the sponsor reported no negative impacts and noted that communication and engagement from the CMO had remained consistently strong. This feedback from both sponsors reinforced confidence in the CMO's capacity to scale responsibly while maintaining quality at existing schools. Finally, the CMO, proposed board, and school leader had already spent considerable time building relationships in Las Vegas prior to submitting the application, demonstrating a thoughtful and engaged approach to entering the community they intend to serve. The network capacity subsection was rated as meets the standard. The CMO demonstrated that it has sufficient infrastructure and staff capacity to support the proposed network of schools. The organizational charts clearly outline lines of authority between the board, the CMO, and the school, and the roles and responsibilities for both the CMO and the school leader were well defined. However, additional clarity is still needed regarding the executive director's time commitments, and the local board will need to ensure that adequate time and support are dedicated to the Las Vegas school. The school management contract subsection was rated as approaches the standard. The applicant presented a clear and well-supported rationale for selecting the CMO. The draft services contract included with the application appeared largely compliant with Nevada law. was subordinate to the charter contract, limited its initial term to no more than 2 years, and excluded automatic renewal provisions. However, the applicant will need to provide an updated and finalized contract during the pre-opening process before the school begins operations. Additional clarity is required regarding the contract's fee structure and how the local board will ensure strong oversight of CMO-provided services. As I noted earlier, the updated contract should clearly define the board's oversight responsibilities, specify how it will evaluate the CMO performance, and include detailed renewal and termination provisions so both parties fully understand operational expectations for the Las Vegas school. Finally, the financial section was rated as meets the standard. The applicant presented a budget aligned with the proposed model, including the educational program, staffing plan, facility needs, and anticipated growth. The proposed board showed a solid understanding of the school's operational costs, though further discussion with the CMO will be needed to clarify the fee structure. Overall, the budget protects mission-critical expenses and does not allocate funds beyond what is appropriated for the projected year one enrollment. The budget workbook was consistent with staffing plans and included defined financial controls and compliance systems. The school expects to receive CSP funding in year 0 and the early years of operation, but if those funds are not secured, the applicant will need to submit an updated financially viable budget during the pre-opening process. To summarize and underscore the reasons I have outlined this morning, staff is recommending that the authority approve the Legal Prep Academy charter applications with several conditions that align to the areas of concern I've noted. The proposed conditions are, by November 1st, 2026, establish a board in full compliance with the requirements of NRS 388A.320. By November 1st, 2026, provide an updated financial plan workbook reflecting the receipt of the charter school program grant, if awarded. The updated workbook must include the final confirmed grant award amount. If the grant is not awarded, provide an updated financial plan workbook that includes only confirmed sources of revenue and demonstrates that the school is able to remain fiscally solvent throughout the charter term. By January 1st, 2027, provide evidence that the board has approved a charter management organization contract that outlines the specific roles and responsibilities of all parties during the incubation year and the first year of operation. This contract must be in compliance with all relevant Nevada laws and regulations. By June 1st, 2027, submit a fully executed lease for a facility that will meet the needs of the school for the 27-28 school year to serve the 89121, 89119, 89120, and 89169 zip codes. At the conclusion of the new enrollment audit in June 2027, provide evidence that Legal Prep Charter Academy has at least 68 students enrolled for the 27-28 school year. By June 8th, 2027, submit a board-approved final budget that includes revenue based on the fully enrolled student count at the time of board approval and accurately incorporates expenses for the identified facility. Upon approval of any additional grants or the receipt of any additional funding sources, provide an updated financial plan workbook to SPCSA staff. And finally, number 8, complete the SPCSA pre-opening process for new charter schools, which includes meeting document submission deadlines as required by the SPCSA staff, participating in required trainings, and attending monthly meetings. Should the board wish to approve this application, a proposed motion can be found on pages 3 and 4 of your recommendation memo. I'm happy to answer any questions that the authority board may have of staff.
Thank you very much, Mr. Peltier. We'll bring it back to the board. I think we do have representatives from the school here. I would ask if they want to make any statement before we get into questions and deliberation. They may step forward. Be sure to press the button on the mic. It'll light up green. State your name for the record, and we will give the school the totality of 5 minutes and not 5 minutes per individual. We'll be here forever. Floor is yours.
All right, thank you so much. Sam Finkelstein for the record. Good morning, Chair Thigpen, members of the board. I am the founder and CEO of Legal Prep Charter Academies. I have the proposed Legal Prep founding principal, Eric Simpkins, with me as well. On behalf of our entire team, thank you for the opportunity to be here today and for the time and care the SPCSA staff, the review team, and the authority have devoted to our application. For me, legal prep began more than 14 years ago with a fairly simple idea that students from historically underserved communities should have access not only to an excellent college prep education, but also to the kinds of professional experiences, relationships, and opportunities that too often depend on where a student lives or who their parents know. We built our first school in Chicago around that idea. At Legal Prep, students receive rigorous academic instruction, but they also study law every year. They learn to write persuasively, analyze complex problems, negotiate, debate, conduct mock trials, and advocate for themselves and for others. And importantly, they practice these skills alongside lawyers and other professionals in real-world settings. The goal is not that every legal prep student become a lawyer. The goal is that every legal prep student develop the skills that great lawyers possess. They learn to write persuasively, analyze complex problems, negotiate, debate, effectively solve difficult issues, and advocate for themselves and for their communities, and lead with confidence and integrity. That philosophy is at the center of the educational model we have proposed for Las Vegas. Over the last year and a half, however, this proposal has become about much more than bringing an existing legal prep model to another city. We have spent considerable time in Las Vegas listening and learning. Eric Simpkins has led our work on the ground in that regard. We have met families, educators, community organizations, higher education institutions, and members of the legal and business communities. We have conducted actual legal prep law lessons with Las Vegas students and asked them for their thoughts and feedback. We've participated in community events and town halls, and more than 130 families have expressed interest in enrolling their students in our school. Those conversations have helped to shape this application. They've also reinforced why we believe legal prep belongs here. In the communities we intend to serve, too many families have limited access to high-performing middle and high schools. Legal prep is designed to address both academic and opportunity gaps. We also know that opening a school requires much more than a compelling idea. It requires the capacity to execute. That is why I've been particularly appreciative of the rigor of this process. The questions we received, especially during the capacity interview, required us to demonstrate not simply what we want Legal Prep Las Vegas to become, but how we will actually build it. We're proud that following the review and the independent due diligence with our existing authorizers, that the SPCSA staff found that all 5 major sections of our application meet the standard. But we also recognize the work that remains. We accept the recommended conditions of approval and view them as important components of a strong pre-opening year, not simply boxes to check. We're committed to addressing each and every item fully and on time. Our work does not end with authorization. In many ways, it just begins. If you approve our application today, we'll have nearly a full year to build this school thoughtfully, and we intend to use every bit of that time to deepen our community partnerships, recruit and enroll our founding families, prepare our facility, hire and develop an exceptional staff, and make sure that when our first students arrive in August 2027, we are fully prepared for them. 14 years ago, families in Chicago took a chance on an idea called legal prep. Since then, we have watched students who entered our door as teenagers become college graduates, professionals, community leaders, and even the principal of our Chicago campus. We believe students in Las Vegas deserve that very same opportunity. We're grateful to the SPCSA staff for recommending our application for approval, grateful to the many Nevada families and community partners who helped us reach this point, and grateful to this board for considering our application today. We're ready to do the work ahead necessary to earn your confidence, not just today, but in the years ahead as well. Thank you, and we would welcome any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. All right, one thing I'll draw attention to my board colleagues, we did receive additional public comment that was forwarded to you all from, Ms. Sharice Coleman. That will be entered into the public record after today's meeting as well, so make sure you read that in your email. All right, bringing it back to the board. Any questions or concerns either for staff, SPCSA staff, or for the application leaders that are here today. Member Richards.
Thank you for the comments and all. I appreciate that. I do have a question, and it might be more for the board. I just need to remember if staff here has stated that they're going to, the 8 criteria, they'll meet them all. November 1st, 2026 is around the corner. So if in chance you can't get a full board or the financial plan, but more importantly, the full board, what happens? Because I understand the other requirements, but November 1st is close, so I'm just wondering there.
Katie Bratton, Director of Authorizing, for the record. Once the SPCSA board sets forth those pre-opening conditions, the ability to enforce them lives with the executive director. So if the school is unable to meet any of those pre-opening conditions, we will give them the opportunity to defer opening 1 year. We would update the dates of the rest of the conditions to the following calendar year, and then they're essentially able to defer one time for 1 year, and if they can't meet it at the new updated conditions, then they can't open.
Thank you, appreciate that clarity.
Thank you, Member Richards. Did I see anybody raise their hand online? Member Stern.
Member Stern, for the record, I actually have a number of questions, and I just want to clarify a couple of things first, so I have context for some of the questions that I was wondering about. So these would be for the school representatives. I know in your application, you detailed 15 days of pre-opening professional development for teachers. I was wondering if you could clarify the total number of contract days for your teachers each year and the number of working hours each day for those days.
Sam Finkelstein, for the record. So we do start in advance of many of the public schools. So I would say generally our contract days are very similar, but you would add on about probably 12 of those startup days, because I know the district does start several days in advance of their school year. So you're talking about probably like 192 days of contract work for our teachers, roughly. And then if you're talking about the school day, our school day runs from, for students at least, runs from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. Teachers arrive at 7:30 and they stay until 4 p.m. and many stay later if they have signed up for a club or an activity, but those do come with additional stipends.
Member Storm, for the record. Okay, so I just want to make sure I heard 192 days, and then the teacher workday goes from 7:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. For their standard day. So that would be an 8.5-hour contract day for teachers. Is that right?
Sam Finkelstein, for the record. Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so that leads me to my first question. I was looking at your proposed budget, and I see that on the proposed budget, your staffing allocation or your salary allocation for teachers is listed at $53,000. That's about $4,500 below the starting salary for a CCSD teacher working 185 days with a 7-hour and 11-minute contract. So can you speak to where how you plan to actually be able to effectively staff and maintain and retain your staff given the significant disparity in pay?
Sam Finkelstein, for the record. Yes, happy to address that. And this is not dissimilar from the situation that we find ourselves in Chicago as well, where we cannot compete with the local district necessarily dollar for dollar when it comes to what we are able to pay our teachers. But what we do sort of lack in that regard, we make up for in a lot of the other intangibles of the job. The professional development that we provide to teachers is second to none. They receive coaching on at least a weekly basis. There's a rigorous coaching and feedback cycle that is not evaluative. It's really to develop the teacher as a professional, and we kind of pride ourselves in being able to take educators who are good and make them great. And I think people really appreciate the professional development that they receive. I would say also, we are working actively to close the gap. So the budget that we submitted through this process is one where we were allowed to include CSP dollars, but we also do substantial fundraising outside of that. Some of that's for our legal programming. But what I will say is that when we are able to include those dollars in a budget, what we hope to do is be able to close the gap when it comes to the pay between the district and what we are proposing right now. We do believe that with the budget we are proposing that we could attract and retain exceptional teachers. That's what we found we've been able to do in other jurisdictions. But we also realize that this is the most important investment we make. And so if we can fundraise to close that gap and make sure that we are getting the educators we need for our students, we will do just that.
Member Stern, for the record, I appreciate that. I do want to, however, point out that not only is your competition with the district, but with the other charters that we're looking at approving, both of whom have listed their starting salaries for teachers at $60,000 and $65,000. So that again is a significant gap, because it's not just about getting teachers, it's about being able to retain them, especially if you're investing so much in their training model. So still remains a concern for me. I also had another budget question. You, as part of your application, and I believe in your interview, also talked about the role of the legal education in your program and taking kids out into the community, doing field trips and things like that. But I don't see that accounted for anywhere in your budget, and it is possible that I missed it. But can you, if that's integral to your program, can you explain how it is that you're going to be able to provide those opportunities to students, and where you're accounting for that in your budget?
Certainly, and Sam Finkelstein, for the record, it probably is a little bit difficult to parse that out of the budget because some of it is buried within other transportation lines. I would say that is probably our biggest cost when it comes to these sort of experiences, is the buses to take the kids to the places. And we do have that specifically allocated. That has become a bigger and bigger budget line for us post-COVID. The cost of just renting a bus has gone up exponentially, and so that is something that is factored into our budget. We do monthly law trips, so we take every student in the building to a different law office. It could be a law school, it could be a corporate legal department, it could be a law firm, it could be a public sector organization. So that is built in. And then we also have something we call our Law Society for the students that have additional interest, and that involves some additional trips where they can really deepen the connections that they're getting and the breadth of the exposure that they receive. So that's built in as well. That really does kind of take off more when they're upperclassmen, but that's built in some at the starting years as well.
Member Stern, for the record, I appreciate that additional context, and I do understand that that's part of it. I guess I'm just wondering if you can help me see in the budget that you've submitted to us where we might be able to see, because I agree that busing expense has gone up exponentially since COVID. Where might we see that accounted for in the budget that you've submitted?
It is, oh, Sam Finkelstein, for the record again. That is in the transportation line within our budget. I don't have the budget spreadsheet in front of me, so I'm sorry. I would otherwise direct you to the specific line within it, but that is something that we have put in there. We have a very hefty transportation line because we're also planning to provide bus transportation to our families as well. And so I think it is also kind of within there as well, because that is one of the things we heard from families. If for equity and other reasons, the access to the school, bus transportation was something that we heard requested over and over again. And while we can't necessarily bring students from everywhere in the city, we want to provide dedicated bus routes to ensure that we're serving the student population that we know needs access to the programming.
And I'll just interrupt for one moment. Katie Broughton, Director of Authorizing, for the record, and the legal prep team can certainly tell me if I'm incorrect, but I believe it is on the services tab, lines 16 and 17.
Sam Finkelstein, for the record, thank you for that.
Member Stern, for the record, thank you to both of you for that, because again, if it's central to the program, I wanted to make sure that we understand that. I think budget has been one of the largest challenges to a lot of our schools. One of the other challenges for a lot of our charter schools is facilities. So I know that you've identified a facility But I am curious, two of the successful law programs that exist in Southern Nevada right now do have mock trial courtrooms available to their students. I would imagine that as a school dedicated to a law program, that might be part of the plans for the future, but I am curious. I think that especially in Southern Nevada, when our families think about that kind of a program, there is that expectation, which I assume doesn't currently exist. So can you speak to any plans for facilities and offering those kinds of opportunities to families for the students who are attending?
Sam Finkelstein for the record. Yes, absolutely. We definitely plan to have a law courtroom in our Las Vegas facility. It just makes it a little more real for the students to be able to practice in that environment. It's something that we have in our Chicago campus as well, and I think it's a highlight for students, and also we'll bring in prospective students as well to be able to operate in that space. We have kids every year through our mock trial program that end up doing a mock trial in federal court in front of federal judges. And so I think also the opportunity to practice in a courtroom setting makes them feel a lot more comfortable when they're getting up there in front of a real federal judge, which is something that frankly scares a lot of attorneys out there.
Members, sir, for the record, thank you. I appreciate the thought that you put into facilities and just understanding that. One other thing, and for clarification for the record, I'm a California and Nevada licensed attorney, and I have done law-related education here in Southern Nevada in both public and private schools. But I am curious about the interest that you've gauged for an entire school dedicated to this. Given that we've seen law-related programs within CCSD closing, programs within our private schools decreased student participation in things like mock trial and speech and debate in the year since COVID. So I am curious if you could speak a little bit more to where you're seeing the desire for an entire school dedicated to this model, particularly within our community here in Nevada.
Sam Finkelstein for the record. So I'll start this one, but I also want Eric Simpkins to weigh in on this too. So what I would say is that part of it is an education piece too for the family, so that they understand that we don't expect that their student at 6th or 9th grade is going to decide that they want to be a lawyer, and really kind of getting them bought into the idea that a legal themed education prepares them well for whatever is to come next. And that's what we've seen families get super excited when we talk about these programs and the way that they translate, and the fact that our graduates in Chicago have gone on to do all the things, whether it's education, engineering, medical profession. And they come back and they tell us that they feel prepared for those things because of the foundation they had and the skills that they received that are not really, that are more of those, sort of critical thinking, how you read, how you analyze a problem. So I definitely see what you're talking about. I've seen those same trends. I'm on a board in Chicago for an organization called Chicago Debates, and we've seen kind of participation kind of start to slip a little bit post-COVID. And I think, to me, that's sad because I think it offers so much value. But I think at the same time, a lot of it is just about education and showing students and families the value behind it. We found that it can just open up a world of possibilities, and we've seen students who have struggled throughout their careers academically, whether that's because of a variety of factors, and they come into these spaces working with attorneys and they light up and they thrive. And so talking to families about that has gotten them excited. So, we also realize that we're not trying to be a huge school. We're not going to be a 2,000 student campus, but the response we've gotten from families has been really, really positive. I don't know if Eric, if you want to answer, because he's done more of the specific on the ground recruiting.
Eric Simpkins, for the record, proposed principal, Legal Prep Academy. From speaking with a lot of parents and tabling at events, what really excites parents is the opportunity for their children to be exposed to the legal profession. What really excites a lot of the students is to have the opportunity of expressing themselves, learning their voice, and learning the systems that impact their lives. To couple with that, I think the support from both the law enforcement community and the legal community has also been tremendous. They really want to be able to embrace the community in different ways, embrace families, and especially expose students to this opportunity and this profession. From speaking with a lot of parents, what also excites them is that their students will have the opportunity of going out into the community, going to UNLV's Boyd School of Law, the mute courtroom that they have on campus, the courthouses in North Vegas and other municipalities, and to really have that hands-on feel and to really see what's possible. My experience as a school leader and both as a classroom teacher is that a lot of times we've seen students that have tremendous potential. They just lack opportunities, consistent access, right? So we believe exposure creates expansion, exposing students to the legal profession, really immersing them in this experience builds that confidence and makes them want to thrive more, not only within the classroom, but both in post-secondary education. So a lot of the parents that I've engaged with, man, I wish this was something we had when I was at school. How can we be a part of this, even if their children aren't in middle school age or high school age? So there's a lot of momentum, a lot of excitement. Been very aware of the legal program at Canyon Springs that they had, but I think what really differentiates us is not only taking students out into the community, the Boyd School of Law court offices, is that we have a daily law class the students also take. This is how we build their capacity for when they do the mock trials, the simulated investigations, debate, that they build these critical thinking skills, they build communication skills, they build teamwork. And so we feel that would transfer definitely into being legal prep and preparing students for post-secondary education.
Member Stern, for the record, thank you for the very thoughtful response and for explaining the ways in which you've engaged with families and with the community and explaining your awareness of the challenges that exist within this, both within Nevada and nationally. I very much appreciate that. And I do agree about the extraordinary opportunity that is provided by developing student critical thinking. Chair Thigpen, I know I've asked a number of questions. I do have one more if you can indulge me in the opportunity to ask it. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay, so one last question, and it's really more of a clarification for myself. I'm a little confused about the dual enrollment and then the 12 law credits. I guess I'm not really clear on what the 12 law credits are. Are those dual enrollment? Are they something else? I guess I'm not sure on what they are and how they would count for students as part of their credits after high school.
Sam Finkelstein for the record, and thank you for that question. So to answer the first part, the law credits are dual enrollment through the College of Southern Nevada. The reason we differentiate them is because they are in addition to what we kind of call the college core, which is kind of the credits that make up the first year of college for most students when they arrive on a college campus. So we offer the students the opportunity to earn those 30 college credits through dual enrollment track. But then the law classes everybody takes. So even if you didn't get the other credits, you're going to get the law credits just by the fact that you are enrolled in the law classes that everybody takes at Legal Prep.
Member Stern, for the record, thank you. I appreciate understanding that distinction. I don't have any further questions right now.
Thank you, Member Stern. I think I saw Member Salcido's hand up earlier.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think my question is more towards our staff. Danny, you did a fantastic job going through a ton of information, but I wanted to kind of focus on one thing that you did talk about, but again, because you had so much, didn't have a chance to dive into it. I want to talk about the demographic and academic needs of the proposed zip codes. And can you go through, and again, I know it's in your report, but I want to highlight this school applicant meets the standard in that. Can you talk specifically about which of the criteria they met to meet the standard?
Sure, just give me 1 second there as I pull up our
I think when you, as you find it, when you were doing the presentation, I heard you mention the number of 1 or 2 star schools in those zip codes or things of that nature. That's what I want to kind of highlight.
Sure. So that was provided to us by Clark County as well, but the zip codes in which they are intending to serve legal prep is there are a number of 1 and 2 star middle and high schools that are within that zip code, which does meet the qualification for our academic need and the geographies with consistently underperforming schools. So zip codes with 1 or more consistently underperforming schools present an academic need.
Right.
And so the areas in which this school is proposing to serve and to open in contain those 1 and 2 star schools, which does meet the need of that we've identified as part of that needs assessment.
Okay, great. And I know overcrowding could also be a factor that that could trigger a demographic or academic need. And from what I understand, this proposed school isn't going to be in zip codes that suffers from overcrowding. I think that's clear, but I want to clarify that's just one of the possible criteria, and you identified another one, right, which is this consistently 1 or 2 star schools in those zip codes, right? And so the fact that it's not necessarily in an overcrowded school area, zip codes, you can still meet the required needs assessment through some of these other criteria. Is that correct?
So Danny Peltier, for the record, actually overcrowding is not identified as one of the academic or demographic needs that a school must meet a requirement for when submitting an application to the SPCSA. The applications themselves, the needs assessment that is approved by this body each year are for the demographics, which is for students qualifying for free and reduced lunch, English language learners, students with disabilities, students in foster care, or students experiencing homelessness, or academic need, which we talked about with the underperforming schools, right? So the 1 and 2 star, or students at risk at dropping out. Typically, those are the needs that are presented with a high school program, of which legal prep is also offering as well. So while overcrowding is something that I know concerns a lot of families, especially in Clark County, it is not one of the metrics that the SPCSA uses as determining whether a school met or did not meet the needs assessment.
Okay, great. And then I know those are our internal metrics, but we also have, right, in NRS 388A, we have to meet certain of those needs as well. And I would just want to, the reason I'm kind of focusing on this is that I want to make sure people understand and the public in general understands that where this particular applicant is proposing this school, it meets a identified need in that community, right? And so both from NRS perspective and from our internal metrics perspective, we have identified a need that this school, we're not just opening a school in a particular zip code without taking into account whether there is a need for that school there.
Danny Peltier, for the record, that is correct. That is a major component of our application process. It's stuff that we talk about with potential applicants well before they've even submitted an application, and we continue to reemphasize that throughout the process, and is a significant factor in determining whether to recommend this body approve an application or deny.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Member Salcido. I'll bring it back to the boardroom here. Any questions from board colleagues? Member,
you go ahead.
Oh, okay. Member Turner.
All right, I guess my mic is hotter than anyways. All right, so I appreciate all the information that you're providing us, and I'm very glad that you brought up UNLV's law school, because I was going to ask if you are planning or already have a partnership in place with them, because I think that's if not, I think that would be a huge missed opportunity for our students. And I also agree, as an educator myself, that there are so many opportunities here in Las Vegas. I mean, and it doesn't stop between athletics and law and medicine. There are so many different opportunities for our students to be exposed to, and I'm definitely a fan and a component, or everything I do is definitely because of that. But I can't help but notice that the nearby high school, the district school, the graduation rate is at 82%. I was wondering, number one, how far you have expanded your recruitment practices, and then also, number two, as far as you talking in the expectations, because I know that there are a lot of barriers in that community, and I was wondering how you plan to combat that and what your conversations sound like with the families.
For the record, Eric Simpkins. Um, to be quite transparent, as a former CCSD employee for 10 years, both as a classroom teacher and administrator, I've worked in the community along the East Flamingo corridor. I've lived in the community there. I've been very successful in the community there, and I'm very much aware of some of the challenges as well as the opportunities there. One of the things in speaking with both our partners at Opportunity 180 and Legal Prep and Sam and everyone is that I really wanted to work particularly in this community and to pinpoint those surrounding and adjacent area codes, and particularly the 89119. That was our main target zip code, not only because of the proximity to UNLV, but also because that zip code does not have a high school nor a middle school within it. The other adjacent zip codes we know have challenges. Only 15% of the students there are proficient in math or ELA. We're aware of the graduation rate, the free number of students that receive free and reduced lunch. 30% of all the schools there have students that are English second language learners. So my approach in both community engagement events, going to the Boys and Girls Club, the recreation centers, the library that's right there, is not only my support team and having folks on that are Spanish speaking individuals, but represent the demographic of the community in which we look to serve. So a lot of those conversations have really been listening, talking about the model in which we look to implement, bringing in our partners, whether it's been the Desert Research Institute, Boys and Girls Club, the Harbor, Eagle Quest, and such, but really doubling down on our partnership with UNLV and the College of Southern Nevada to say how we could help meet the needs of what those parents want for their students. And that's just to have access to a high quality education and to have that promised opportunity of post-secondary education. Why not college being possible and as obtainable as athletics, right? So engaging a lot of the families there and having several of the families who I also work at CSN, several of the families who attend our adult ed classes there have gone out into the community with me, whether it's at the soccer games, the library, those sort of things, and speaking to parents as to, hey, what are you looking for? What needs do you need to be met? And here's a program that we offer. How can we best adapt that program to meet the needs and desires of what you have, and also keeping that high quality bar and using the results that we've seen both at the Chicago campus and what we're looking for at the Indy campus to bring here. The communities along these Flamingo corridor are very unique, but not as unique as to some of the challenges that we've had faced and that we've been successful with. I think we've got that track record now. So again, embracing those families, the parents, the community service providers within that area, and particularly the harbor and such, and just really leaning on some of the other executive directors and people who are already successful in the community, Rise, Wiley's, and such. So that's been my approach, and we've been very successful. We've gained a lot of momentum from parents, and they're ready to, enroll and rock and roll. Thank you.
Member Turner, for the record, I love that you know the community and the surrounding communities. That's very helpful, and I definitely appreciate all the efforts that you're putting into this.
Thank you, Member Turner. Member Addis?
Thank you. Member Addis, for the record, thank you so much for the presentation, Danny, and thank you so much for being here to answer our questions today. My first question, I think, is for staff, and again, thank you in advance for your grace with my questions, but can you explain what exploration we do, and especially in this case has been done, into the community capacity to satisfy the enrollment projections that are set forth by the school? I know that we talked a lot about how the schools in the area are all under enrolled, and so I'm just really curious, like what community support there is, or capacity support there is to warrant those projections.
Danny Peltz here for the record. So we do a number of things that's part of the application process. We look for more than just sign-in sheets from, an info fair of lots of different charter schools. What we're looking for are from the community engagement piece of it with partnerships. We're looking for things of like MOUs with like actual details regarding what if the school were to be approved, what type of things that this entity would provide the school, and this legal prep met that bar. From an enrollment standpoint, we are looking for what are called notice of intent to enroll forms. We're looking for not just people signing up saying, I'm interested in charter schools. What we're looking for is for families to be showing interest in this particular school with children that will be of grade level of age to attend this school if it were to be approved, who are located within or around or near the zip codes of which the school is intending to open or serve. The fact that this school is, potentially going to offer transportation is another area of which we can find, this has a better opportunity of enrolling the students it needs. We also look at the enrollment projections, right? So you have a school that's proposing to open with a little over 100 students in year one. Does the notice of intent to enroll forms kind of match up at least to something that would be feasible to meet that year one projection, in which we found this school did? We don't want to see a school that says they're going to have 400 students in year one, and then when we go to look at the attachment, it's like attachment 11, I don't know the number off the top of my head, but we collect all this information, which is redacted, but it is available in the application that we do have internally. We don't want to see an application that is proposing to open with 400 and they have 30 notices of intent to enroll forms, right? So we try to line these things up. It's not perfect. You have seen, and I think we've all continued to see that enrollment is difficult, and maintaining that engagement with folks who are interested during the application process through the incubation year is very important. And this program, this school, as part of the application, provided a well-defined incubation year plan in which that engagement looks to be able to be maintained via Mr. Simpkins or Mr. Finkelstein as they're working through it. And they've, Mr. Simpkins had just participated with the Indianapolis school as part of their opening year, and they were able to meet that. So is it an exact science? It is not, but that's why we have the criteria in place to be able to gauge each applicant individually as to the work that they have done. And the fact that this team has been out within the community operating, presenting lessons in charter schools like Nevada Rise, which is K through 5, which those students then would be of age to probably enter in. And we see interest that came from those lessons. That's a step beyond what we've typically seen from our applicants. And so that went a long way to kind of help us understand what they have been doing over the better part of 2 years in the communities that they're proposing to serve.
And Katie Broughton, Director of Authorizing, I'll just add one piece to Danny's very thorough explanation. There's a ton in the application that it really is the onus on the applicant to prove to us that this plan makes sense and that they do have the capacity and the demand to bring it to fruition. But we also know and understand two things. Number one, they can't tell the future, and it would be great if we all could, because that would be very helpful in this. But number two, enrollment, especially in Nevada, even school districts are unable, currently they're seeing like declines in what they are projecting with year over year, very detailed projections based on a ton of experience. And so that is why we have a condition related to the approval for a minimum number of enrolled students they have to have in June. We take that number from the minimum enrollment they provide us within the application. I think it's 90% of the minimum enrollment, and they have to have that number of students enrolled in June because that is what they will be paid for the first quarter of the school year. So even if they enroll, twice as many kids between June and August, they don't get paid for those extra kids. And so we tie it really closely to that funding mechanism to kind of force the applicants essentially to bring those enrollment projections to life.
Thank you so much, Member Addis, for the record. I appreciate that clarification, and that helps me understand the bigger picture a little bit more. I think jumping into the school model a little bit, just in the vein of some of the concerns that I have about the community capacity to fill an additional school in this model. You first have mentioned that families have gotten excited about this model, and I was just curious, you had mentioned tabling and things like that, but where exactly are you getting in front of families to have these conversations? You mentioned wanting to serve students in the 89119 zip code. Your proposed location is in 89121. So just geographically, where have you focused your efforts in talking to families and students who may be interested in this model?
Okay, thank you for the question. For the record, Eric Simpkins. Oh boy, there's been several locations. Most recently, as of the week before last, the back to school events. I attended the back to school event at the Parkdale Recreation Center. We tabled there. In addition, that week, we also tabled at the Melvin Enos Recreation Center. I know that's a little out of the zip code there, but we tabled at that event tomorrow. And as of, well, tomorrow, in addition to, we have a really great relationship with the Boys and Girls Club, the Jackie Gone Boys and Girls Club. So we'll be there Friday. We did an event there back in June, also their end of the year school year event. We've actually done two at the Parkdale Recreation Center. Also at the library district right there on Flamingo. We've done an event there at just tabling, canvassing the neighborhood surrounding areas. What else? We've done demo lessons not only at Nevada Rise, but also the demo lessons at Futuro Academy that's in the adjacent area. Also, a few events we've partnered with Wiley's that's in the 89167 that's north there in the Boulevard Mall. We're looking forward to doing another event with UNLV and also at CSN in the same zip code areas. So there's been a lot of tabling events, a lot of just canvassing the parking lots in the neighborhoods there, particularly at the end of the school year and going into tax season. I remember particularly speaking to parents in front of the Hewitt Tax Center there right in the plaza at Maryland and Flamingo. So those have just been few examples. Afterward, one of the big things that we've done is had virtual town halls. That's one of the big things that we've leaned our parents to after we've got the engagement from them or them to complete an intent to enroll form. I know the number that we recently submitted the application in April had, I believe, 90. We're at officially like well over 191 intent to enroll forms now. We've still got events lined up that we will be doing upon an event authorization. Then we would move to gathering more data and information. And we understand the importance and have been very strategic and methodical about how we will keep parents engaged during our year zero with different events, town hall events, community events, and partnering with those community service folks that we talked about earlier, just to keep the momentum going, keeping our parents in the loop. We understand the importance of how that momentum can be lost and that can then trickle into our enrollment. We're very well of that. We were very conservative on the numbers of enrollment that we wanted to have, just from previous experience and a lot of my friends and partners that work in the community. They're also charter school members and leaders themselves. Myself being on the board at Futuro, we were very well aware of the challenges as well as the opportunities with enrollment. So we've been very methodical and strategic about how we're going to keep our parents engaged. One of that is bringing on our Founding Families Committee and having them, share the burden, if you will. But word of mouth travels very fast, especially again in our communities along the East Flamingo corridor. So those have been some of our strategies for keeping the community engagement and momentum going.
Thank you for that. It sounds like a really thorough approach and also like a lot of work. So kudos to you for, really doubling down on that approach. I'm grateful. When you're speaking with families and community members in this meeting, I've heard you talk a lot about how the goal is to help students think like those in the law profession, which leads me to believe that students will have a lot of opportunities other than just pursuing legal careers after they graduate. And then on the flip side, I'm hearing a lot about how legal courses are required for graduation and everything is very legal focused. And so I have a little bit of curiosity how you're positioning the school among community members, to maybe help them understand that like we're not trying to grow only the next group of lawyers, and also we want that to be an option for every student that walks through our doors. Like where is that messaging coming from? Because I think one of the things I'm having trouble reconciling is like such a specialized approach to education when it comes to maintaining enrollment numbers and like that specialized model moving forward at full capacity. So if I could just find out more about that.
Absolutely. Sam Finkelstein for the record. So I will say, like, we put that information at the forefront of all of our marketing materials, because when parents hear legal prep, they're like, oh, it's for lawyers, or it's for future lawyers. And it's just not the case. So a lot of it is that education piece. And so that's right on the front of our marketing material, not just for lawyers, not just for future lawyers. And it's in those conversations where we talk about specifically the things that our other graduates have done. And I think that's when parents start to hear it click, like, no. The majority of our graduates do not go on into anything in the law, but they have this great foundation for college and they have these amazing college options. And I would say for like the law class and the required law course, it ends up being one of the favorite classes, even for the students that aren't going in that direction, just because the way that it's structured. It's not necessarily about rote memorization of different legal facts. It's really about learning about a way of thinking, how to take a set of rules that you learn and apply a different set of facts to them. And so it's really engaging. It's a lot of current events. So the students who, even the ones that are going to go into something completely different, often really enjoy those courses. And it is something we feel like is really important. Our students know more about their rights that they have than probably anybody else in the city, and when they are done with our program. And I think there's a value add there in having that knowledge, and they can see that in action. They can see that, and not that they're necessarily giving legal advice to their parents, but they can help to spread that amongst their community even before they go on to post-secondary education.
Member Addis, for the record, thank you for that. I think in the same vein, I also have a question around enrollments surrounding your focus that you're enrolling students at a pretty young age when they really probably don't have a lot of idea about what they want to do. And so what do you offer, or what do you plan to offer students that enter into your environment in sixth grade that will keep them engaged and keep them wanting to attend a school that is so heavily legally focused if they decide in ninth grade that like they don't want to be a lawyer? What incentivizes them to stay? And what have you experienced in other markets that helps avoid that like turnover of students and enrollment challenges down the line?
Sam Finkelstein for the record. I think there's a couple things. One, when you're talking about our sixth graders, the law course is less of like hard law and starts off more kind of civics like. And so I think that is helpful because it's in the social studies realm. It doesn't feel that different from what you get at some other institutions. It's just that we pair it with some experiential learning opportunities to do side by side with lawyers as they are working through the curriculum. And so it's not, because we recognize sixth grade, you're not going to necessarily know. We do have a couple sixth graders that will be like, I'm going to be a lawyer, but that's outside the norm. So the things that we do to offer to our families to keep them engaged are the things that kind of keep kids engaged generally in their learning. So robust after-school activities, athletics, those sort of things, offering the full complement. We are quick to tell our families that you cannot get out of math and science by coming to legal prep thinking that you're going to go into the law. One, lawyers need to know those things, but two, we are preparing you for college. So they get well-rounded exposure to a variety of different career pathways. We also do, we're highlighting here a legal theme because that's what we are sort of known for, but we also do try to leverage the relationships we have in the community. So in Chicago, we have a really cool partnership with John Deere where students learn the whole life cycle of product development. They learn about agriculture. They actually get to go to a farm to see the equipment be delivered on the back end after the year-long program. So that there is a legal component because they do learn about sort of like what goes into it, but it's really a very minor component. And so students that are interested in careers in technology really enjoy that particular program. So we are not necessarily just limited to those sort of things. In Indianapolis, we are right next door to Eli Lilly, so we're envisioning down the road a partnership where a student could learn about drug manufacturing and life cycle of a product. So we recognize that not all of our students are going to go on to a legal path, and we want to provide opportunities across the board that are unique, that allow students to work with side by side with professionals in real world settings.
Member Addis, for the record, thank you for that. Chair, if it's okay, I just have like maybe 6 more. No, I'm just kidding. I just have a couple more questions. My next question centers around, obviously the questions around enrollment really end up centering around like the sustainability of funding for the school, right? And so obviously enrollment is really critical to those funds being available to run the school. My curiosity outside of those funds is what efforts have you made in the community externally to start to maybe build like a donor base or a philanthropy base outside of the state funds that you would get as a result of enrollment? I know that sometimes there is external fundraising that is necessary. So I'm just curious.
Yeah, absolutely. Sam Finkelstein for the record. So as you can imagine, our fundraising base, it comes from a variety of places, but the legal community is often a hub. So we've done a lot of outreach within Nevada specifically to the legal community to kind of put that in place. So we anticipate raising some funds for the legal community, and that does a couple things. The programming that we put in place for the legal community program, I talked with Member Stern about it a little bit ago. The transportation costs and such, we need to be able to offset that from somewhere to do those sort of programs. So that generally comes from fundraising dollars within the legal community. We also, for those monthly law trips, we ask for financial contributions to offset the cost of those programs. So the entities, unless it's a public interest entity, is generally providing some funding to help offset that, and volunteers to staff up that side of it. So we do raise money. We don't raise millions of dollars because we do believe strongly that we need to be able to operate responsibly off the state funding that's provided. But for those special programs and special opportunities for our students, we recognize that some fundraising is going to be necessary to make that happen for them.
Thank you for that. Member Addis, for the record, along the same lines, when it comes to fundraising, typically the executive director is the one who's like making those connections in the community outside of potentially the school leader. Go ahead. Yeah.
If I could, Eric Simpkins, for the record, I definitely would love to speak to that. In addition to the excitement and momentum we've seen for both parents and students, and particularly our legal community, I know Judge Cooper was here earlier. A lot of our judges would love to engage our families and students and expose them to the legal careers and profession from avoiding a negative side of it, right? And particularly working with Metro and things and having them exposed to law enforcement in a different space. And part of that awesome momentum that we've seen from the legal community, particularly our judges, is if I, maybe can't contribute time in the courtroom or having them come to our court, is, willingness to help fundraise and make donations. And I think that's been, for me, being an educator and stepping into this role, has been the most rewarding and most fulfilling, and also building confidence to see that support and a monetary willingness to contribute monetary benefits, right? And so, Sam is more familiar with that aspect because he's a lawyer by trade. But I think and particularly our Nevada legal community has been very supportive and willing in that area to support, again, in our communities along the East Flamingo corridor and with the challenges and knowing what those opportunities are and adding that value to the community and willing to support in that capacity has really been overwhelming, has been very exciting, and we're just looking forward to it.
And Sam Finkelstein, for the record, just to supplement, because you were asking part of who's doing the fundraising is kind of, I also guessed from your question. And I think this is where I can provide a lot of expertise from the fundraising that I've done for other campuses over the years. So, Eric is an amazing leader, but I also want to make sure that his time and energy is focused where it is needed, and that is making sure that the experience for our students is amazing. So I'll be leading our fundraising efforts. Not to say he won't be involved, he will be, because he's dynamic, and I want to make sure that the people who are funding understand that we have amazing educators that are behind this work. But I'll be leading those efforts. We have a team in place that can assist with that, to make sure that we're not reinventing the wheel, that we're doing what's been successful in the past, and also leveraging our board members to assist with that as well.
Member Addis, for the record, thank you. I just have one more question around the sustainability piece, and that's around the facility. So like I mentioned, I saw your proposed facility is the location in the 89121 on Emerson. My curiosity is there are multiple charters looking for facilities at this point, right? And there's obviously a scarcity of facilities available. Since you've submitted your application, has there been any contingency planning? Can you speak to like if you have a plan B, plan C for facilities, or if any of that has moved forward in a way to make sure that there is a space available to start school if you're approved?
Sam Finkelstein for the record. Yes, absolutely. So we are still progressing and do still expect that Emerson location to be the final destination and location for legal prep. But we are working on other contingencies, and we have a contingency in place that I think is very strong. There's a potential incubation opportunity within the Boys and Girls Club, and they are willing to kind of be a partner. It is a more short-term kind of incubation setup, so we would have to find another home certainly by year 3, maybe even by year 2 if we went that route. Which presents challenges in terms of that continuity and some of the when you build all the enrollment over the first year, you don't want to move so far away that the families feel like they can't follow you to the next location. So our preference is to hopefully find a home that maybe could be our permanent home. I know we mentioned in the application that that location would be for 3 years or so, but we've been talking with the facility owner about making it more of a long-term option if we were able to do some construction on site and add additional capacity in that space. And for me, that would be ideal, so that we could tell our families, this is where we're going to be. We're making an investment in the community right here, and you will not have to kind of shift where you're bringing your kid or where you're where you go to pick up your child or watch them play sports. It'll be right here.
Thank you so much. And I'm excited for the possibility for the students. I do actually have one more question. It was a second half to my question that I'm so happy you interrupted me to ask yours. Oh, sorry, Member Addis, for the record, because I would have missed what you had to share about that part of things. So thank you about the judges. But my last question is actually still in the vein of sustainability, but around the CMO relationship to the school. So it sounds like the CMO is bringing a lot of assistance in the area of like funding sustainability and guidance and things like that for the school. I'm also aware that the proposed model moves forward in kind of a year by year re-agreement. And so I'm curious, is that how you have approached this in other markets? What has that looked like? And how can the school just reassure families in the community about their long-term commitment to the community if they're reevaluating that relationship each year? What does that typically look like?
Sam Finkelstein for the record. And I would say rather than reevaluating the relationship year by year, it's more a reevaluation of services provided. And we wanted to be nimble so that the Las Vegas board could really drive the relationship and decide what services it is that they believe that they would be helpful to have centralized or would be cost effective for them. So not foisting different services upon them, but having them say, yeah, this is cheaper for you all to do our financial accounting because we can get it done for a third of the cost with you than it would be to have our own people do it or to outsource it here. And if it becomes the case that that's not true, they should be able to bring that in-house here and have cost savings that they realize here. So the relationship we envision, unless there will be if it's not working out, that's one thing. But assuming things are going well, we expect that the relationship would continue long term in terms of the intellectual property sharing and that sort of thing. But if there is a specific service that is not working out, that is not meeting the needs of this particular board. We just want them to be nimble. We are a CMO as defined by the state of Nevada, but we're still really small. And so we view it much more as having 3 campuses that are able to share services and build economies of scale together that benefit everyone. And if they don't, the organization should be able to adjust and be nimble and do what is cost effective while still being legal prep, while still being able to provide the students with the outstanding educational experience.
Member Addis, for the record, and can you clarify for me, I'm hearing that you're saying it's more of just a reevaluation of what services are needed. In your experience, why has it been more beneficial for that to be done in a year-by-year process versus a longer-term, like contractual support agreement that maybe amends available services each year or kind of revisits the conditions of the contract? Like, I'm just curious around that approach.
Sam Finkelstein for the record. In transparency, that might end up being more of what it shifts to, but especially in the early years, we felt like having the flexibility to kind of evaluate it and have each board independently get a legal opinion if they want and be able to do an analysis just made sense as we were kind of building up to kind of having everybody at full capacity and understanding what this is going to look like. So it's not that we expect the contract to radically change from year to year. I think quite the opposite, probably will not, because we've been fairly thoughtful about what it is will be shared services. And if we didn't believe that there would be a lot of value in doing it, we're not going to include it in the contract. But we wanted to give the boards comfort that they would be able to operate fully independently and not be locked into something long term. And I think this is, when you have boards of lawyers in different places, they're pretty risk averse and they want to make sure that they have a lot of opportunity and options. And I think for me, that's good. I've loved having boards of lawyers with strong opinions so that I know that I'm not just being allowed to do whatever. They're going to really hold me to making sure that this is the best for that particular organization they represent. They understand that fiduciary obligation. And so part of it is driven by what has been asked of us of the different boards that we are affiliated with.
Member Addis, for the record, I will open it up for other people to ask questions because I've taken up a lot of your time, but I really appreciate your thoughtful answers to all my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Addis. Any other questions, comments, concerns from board colleagues? Member Richards.
Hi, thank you for all that information. I do have one quick follow-up. Member Addis was talking about, if a parent or family just sees legal and they might not want to come, and I can totally understand that and agree there that could be a concern. So I know you explained it, but I still don't feel comfortable. Like, what is the plan B? Because I just, with your enrollment, if you do not get the students, and even if you market it, but I was looking at your current website, for Indianapolis and Chicago, and it really does focus on legal. So is there a plan B to add another program? Because in Las Vegas and Nevada, we tend to, with CTEs and all, we add programs based on the need. I haven't heard you say what would be the actual add-on program or plan B.
Sam Finkelstein for the record. I think rather than calling it sort of an add-on program, I think what we have been doing here in Las Vegas, especially over the last 18 months, as Eric has gone out in the community, as I've gone out in the community, is listening to what families would like to see from a school and not necessarily asking them, like, what specific other programs might you want to see? Like, oh, would you like an IB program, or would you like this other CTE? Because we do want to stay true to the model and what we've seen be successful for students. And so we don't want to get caught in a trap of trying to do too much and not being able to do any of it particularly well. But we also want to be responsive to exactly what you're talking about. We want families to know that they are going to have a lot of options and opportunities. And what that has looked a couple different ways from my experience in Chicago, where we heard from families like, oh, I'm not that interested in the law. You're close to where I'm located, so I really want to come here. But we really want to do, my child's interested in business. And so adding coursework in entrepreneurship is something that we've done there to kind of meet that need. And I wouldn't say it's a different pathway, and those students do still participate in the law classes. And if you polled them afterwards, they would say that they were really happy they did. But offering them something of a hook to come that so they know that they're going to get exposed to other opportunities. So that might be through, we have a really robust partnership plan with the College of Southern Nevada. So offering opportunities, if we're hearing a lot of our students and families are interested in healthcare, making sure that they have opportunities in that realm, 100%. We want to be responsive to what our students want. And I think that's part of the benefit of being a smaller school, is that you can listen to your parents and listen to your students and add the programs that are going to really get them excited about coming there, even if it's not the core offering, although I do believe the core offering is something that they'll benefit from regardless.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Just to piggyback off of what Sam said, Eric Simpkins for the record. Another one of our partnerships that's very important is with Las Vegas PD and Junior Achievement. Junior Achievement, through our partnership with them, is going to offer a multitude program of exposing students in addition to other professions outside of what you say the legal program. One of our main components that, and again, sticking to the integrity of the program, is that we want our students to have those transferable skills that are adaptable to whatever profession that they will go into. We want them to definitely be prepared for college, and they will have these lawyerly skills that are adaptable to any profession, and they will be exposed to legal terminology, legal, professional things and such. But through that partnership with Junior Achievement and going to their location and having that exposure to these other professions that may meet student interests or their aptitudes is very important. That exposure, again, creates that expansion. We are a legal team. We will stick to the integrity of that program, but I have been asked by parents, hey, if my kid doesn't want to be a lawyer or things of that nature, but those skills are transferable and adaptable to any profession, and if not, just life skills to be successful, period.
Thanks. So I do actually have one follow-up. So with your partnership with CSN, is there also the paralegal piece of it at your academy? Because obviously they have a very strong paralegal.
Sam Finkelstein for the record, absolutely. So we are actually exploring in Chicago, and we'd love to do it here too, an opportunity for students to have that paralegal certificate when they graduate. There are some coursework gymnastics that are required to make that happen, but right now there's a good foundations in place, but I would love down the line to be able to line that up so that they can either have that completed or just need a couple of additional courses when they graduate.
Thank you, Member Richards. Any other questions from board colleagues? Member Stern.
Member Stern for the record. I did have a couple more follow-up questions about the partnership with the CMO, because my understanding in reading through your application is that the plan for the law classes is to use curriculum that was created by Legal Prep and would be provided to the school. So before I ask a further question, is that an accurate understanding of the curriculum?
Sam Finkelstein for the record. Yes, that is accurate. So it's been developed by our Director of Legal Programming. So he would provide the curriculum, but also provide professional development support for the instructor as well.
Okay, so I have a couple of questions on thinking about the discussion that my board colleagues have had about the relationship with the CMO and the ability to have flexibility. I understand that you have a developed curriculum. I'm wondering first if the relationship with the CMO and the flexibility that you were talking about with the type of support that they provide extends to being able to move away from the curriculum that they provided into a different curriculum or model for education while maintaining the legal education, or if that's a required component of being your school.
No, Sam Finkelstein for the record. I love that question. I would hate to be that rigid that we require a particular piece of curriculum to kind of be a part of the program, and I think that's something that is definitely open for consideration and development down the road. If there is a really unique offering from the College of Southern Nevada, perhaps in their course catalog, that doesn't match what's offered somewhere else, and we have staff that's competent and certified to teach that, would love to offer that if that was, whether that's a class maybe in forensics or, something of that nature, and maybe that replaces an offering that we do in Chicago where they do issues in criminal justice. So I think there's a lot of opportunity, and I think it doesn't necessarily just need to stop there. There may be other opportunities that present themselves through our partnership with Boyd School of Law that isn't available in one of our other locations. And I don't want Eric to be like, no, I'm tied into just what, the CMO has suggested or provided. And I also know that Bob, who's our director of legal programming and a former attorney himself, would love that and love to help Eric develop those additional offerings and courses and provide support if that was something that was needed. And it may be the case that the instructor we have here in Las Vegas can handle it on their own and don't need the support. But if they're looking for it, they'll have it if they have something they would like to do that Eric is supporting.
Member Stern, for the record, I appreciate that clarification. Just trying to wrap my head around, because I know part of our discussion here today has been around the fact that this is replicating a model that's been successful in Chicago, and that you were opening this here in Indianapolis, and have able to get that enrollment. So my curiosity around the ability to have that flexibility, and I appreciate that the benefit that can offer is ensuring that the quality of the education, if it's varying from what the model is, how are you going to ensure that there's the same quality that you're offering at your other campuses?
Yeah, Sam Finkelstein for the record. I love this question too. This is where it's become really important that we've created a set of law standards. So just like you would see standards in math, ELA, science, we have a set of law standards that are kind of central to everything we do. And a lot of them, as you imagine, might be around how you are analyzing, complex problems and applying the law to those problems. So we take those law standards, and those would be the thing that we would bring to the new offering. So you have continuity because of the standards, in the same way that you can get to the same ELA standard through a variety of different contextual situations or curriculum offerings. Same thing with the law, right? So I'd be happy to talk. I know you're an expert in this area, so I'd love to have a conversation at some point about our law standards and get your thoughts on them. But that is kind of at the heart of our legal programming. Is the end goal is the skill development. So it's much more about that than the content. The content's the vehicle to the skill.
Member Stern, for the record, I appreciate that. It leads me to one additional question on this area, and then I do have something else I wanted to ask about, and I'm trying to keep it brief. Chair Thigpen, law standards are great, having curriculum is great, but we also know that we can have things that look really good on paper, and what they look like in execution doesn't always follow through. So I am curious, with all due respect to Mr. Simpkins, I know his background is not in law. I know you were talking about training for teachers, but supervision and administrative oversight is so important to what happens on a daily basis in school. So I'm wondering how you're equipping your school leaders to make sure that the vision is carried out in a way that aligns with those standards that you were talking about.
Yeah, Sam Finkelstein for the record. This one I'm really excited about as well. So in order to support Eric and provide kind of exactly what you're talking about, we have a launch team that will be coming to Las Vegas and relocating here. So Katie Jo Ray is our head of schools. Right now, she is in Indianapolis launching that campus, and then she'll transition to Las Vegas next year to work closely with Eric in launching this campus. She was our principal in Chicago for 5 years. She was a founding teacher at that campus, one of the most amazing ELA teachers I've ever seen, just as a side note. But she will be coming out here, and our director of operations also is relocating to Las Vegas as well. That one might be more long-term. You'll have to ask Melissa about that. But she's going to be here as well. And I think part of that is to provide Eric with support to fill in gaps that you might see during, you're during a founding staff. It's always a little bit leaner in those startup years. So making sure that he has all of the resources he needs, but also making sure that he's getting that real-time training and coaching in the legal prep model. He did come out to Chicago and spend about a quarter with us. He spent time in Indianapolis as well, so he has become more and more well-versed, but it's one thing to visit a campus and kind of see it. It's another thing to be in charge of the campus. So having Katie Jo here to be there lockstep with him and provide that support, for me, is one of the things that gives me a lot of confidence in the way that this will launch for students and families.
Member Stern, for the record, thank you. And I sincerely appreciate the commitment to having members of the CMO actually relocating to Vegas. I think that's an unusual degree of commitment that we don't always see. I had one follow-up to the questions that Member Addis and Member Richards were asking about, like not having students locked into the legal education if they might have other interests. I think we all know at like the undergraduate level, there are pre-law, but most students who matriculate to law school do not have pre-law as their major. They do have a variety of other things, and many students in high school who might be interested in law might also be interested in theater or art or all of the other things that are offered as electives at high schools. So I think the wondering that hasn't quite been resolved for me yet is obviously law is taking up one of those elective spaces within the day for students. So how are you going to offer diverse other opportunities for students to develop skills that might be able to help retain them? Where they might discover that law, while beneficial to them, is not the thing that they want to put most of their time to. What other opportunities will students have to develop skills and interests?
Absolutely. Sam Finkelstein for the record. So no, what you're talking about is critical. The law, like you said, is built in, is that a part of that elective block. But for us, it's super important that students have other electives that they're able to explore, so you can really find out what your passion is. And even if it's not about that, maybe it's about finding that thing that makes you excited to come to school every day. If that's, from my oldest, that was theater. She participated, and that was for her. She loved other classes too, but really why she wanted to come to school. So we are planning to offer other electives. We also are planning to have robust offerings when it comes to after school activities, athletics as well. And so those after school activities, some of them will be kind of the ones that you would expect to see at other schools as well, whether it's, yearbook and chess club and gaming club and all of those, but some of them are going to be more career focused and a little bit more academic than you might see at other places. And I think it's with that in mind, so that you can have students that have that particular interest say, hey, I'm going to get together with other students that share this, with a mentor that is an expert in this particular area. And I do think entrepreneurship for us has been one of those fields where we found a ton of interest from students in that. And so being able to nurture that and have them participate, I think NIFTY was the organization we partnered with for that. I'm not sure if that's a national thing or a Chicago thing. It's like a National Association for Entrepreneurship or something like that. But having those opportunities for students is so important, because even for the students that want to do the law, like you said, it doesn't mean you have to study law all the time. Most people don't. When they're an undergrad, they study something else.
Member Stern, for the record, and I am not familiar with NIFTY. I know a lot of students here in Nevada. I know there's a lot of interest and participation in FBLA, which is Future Business Leaders of America, as an outside club, but I appreciate the answer. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Stern. Any other questions from board colleagues, either for staff or for the applicant? Okay, seeing none, we'll bring it back for final discussion amongst ourselves. Probably important to get on the record how we're leaning, do a quick pulse check before we do a vote. When it comes to the vote, I think on each of these today, I'll do a roll call vote, so I'll need Teresa's help with that, just to make sure it's clear for the public record how we land. So that said, any further discussion? Member Addis.
Thank you, Chair Thigpen. Member Addis, for the record, I want to obviously start with gratitude, but Just in the spirit of your pulse check, I think as a board, I feel like we have a responsibility to assess the viability of a school beyond the promise of what's written in an application, and regardless of how promising the idea may sound. And so I think that I'm coming into this part of the deliberation with a lot of pause. I have three primary concerns around potentially voting to approve legal prep moving forward. The first is the community capacity to support the enrollment and the school's specialized models capacity to maintain enrollment among their students, which would obviously have direct implications to their financing moving forward. My second concern is the inconsistency of the CMO contract, given some of the challenges that some of our CMO-run schools have had in the past. I think that feeling a little bit more confident about the consistency and stability of that relationship would make me feel better moving forward. And unfortunately, in this case, it doesn't seem to be present. And then I think my third concern I touched on, but is actually the capacity of an executive director serving 3 markets, 2 of which are very far from this one, to adequately support the school moving forward into Las Vegas. I'm just leaning toward not supporting the approval of this charter application for those reasons. And I know that that's probably not what a lot of people are wanting to hear, but I wanted to just express gratitude again for legal preps team and for staff's time putting together and reviewing the application. I'm thankful for the time also given to thoughtfully answering all of my questions. So I will leave it at that.
Thank you, Member Addis. And I appreciate your thoughts and your transparency. And one thing to keep in mind for all board members is that, this can be uncomfortable. Obviously, it's a public meeting, but it's important for everyone, the public, to understand where we're coming from, the applicant, staff to understand where we're coming from, and understand our concerns no matter where our vote today lands. So it's super duper important that we do that. Any other thoughts from board colleagues? Oh, Member Stern.
Member Stern, for the record, I share some of Member Addis's concerns about the sustained interest in order to serve a market with such a specialized interest, especially where I've seen decreasing interest in this in the Las Vegas community over a number of years. I appreciate the outreach that the school has done, but I do think that there is a big difference between students having interest in a model lesson or a class as opposed to committing for a number of years to a program that is so highly specialized, especially considering the start in 6th grade. And I appreciate that the school wants to offer other electives, but given that the law courses are a required component and one of their graduation requirements for their high school, it does also give me pause. I also appreciate what the school is saying about the staffing and the hope for additional funding, but given the specialized nature of what it would take to be able to effectively teach these courses and the current salary that they are planning to offer, I do worry about their ability to be competitive. And even if they are able to hire for those positions, I do have concerns about their ability to maintain a consistent staff so that students, they're able to take that professional development, develop the expertise, and really develop collective efficacy around their mission, even if they do find that ground with the community. I think without consistent staff, it becomes very difficult for a school to thrive.
Thank you, Member Stern. Member Salcedo, did you have anything? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Thigpen. First, I want to not only thank staff and the applicant, but I also want to thank my colleagues on this board for the thoroughness of the discussion of the process that starts from a staff level at the beginning of the application cycle. And clearly, I think based on the answers submitted by this particular applicant, that their team has also been incredibly thorough. And then just this discussion today of flushing out these issues, examining it. I take great pride in belonging to a board that does its homework and takes its roles and responsibilities seriously. So I wanted to thank my colleagues for that. in an effort to be, again, transparent, I'm leaning towards supporting the motion, the proposed motion or the staff recommendation. And the reason for that is not that I don't necessarily share some of my previous two colleagues' expressed concerns. But the way I think of it is enrollment being a big issue, right? A big concern, let's say, of saying, can this community and this proposed zip code support the enrollment that would be necessary to keep the operation financially viable? I think um, we have systems in place um, that address that concern. Now, again, as Danny pointed out, it is not an exact science. There's no way it can ever be confirmed, right? But that concern, I think, would exist under any circumstance, right? At any opening school, there's going to be a like, well, you're projecting 400 enrollment. How can you guarantee you're going to have that? You can't. You can't, but we have to do our due diligence from a staff and the board to say, do we have sufficient enough confidence that they can? Is it realistic that they can? What evidence do they have that they can? And I think we have put the applicant through those ringers. And at the end of the day, on that particular issue, staff seems confident that they can support it. And to me, it seems reasonable. Again, does that guarantee it? No, it doesn't. And that's why also I think I take heart in the fact that one of the conditions that we would place on them is hitting some enrollment targets during this next year. If they don't hit those, then it would be delayed by a year. And if they still don't hit those, then they lose their ability to open, right? So for me, that is a concern, but I think we have guardrails in place to ensure that that can be met, right? And if it can't, then we have, again, off ramps for that. Now, you could say, well, sure, enrollment can be an issue in any particular case, but based on the kind of niche education model or marketing that this particular school has, there might be a concern that that could shrink the pool of viable enrollees, right? I think that's a legitimate concern, but I think we also have evidence that it can be done. For example, within our portfolio, we have schools such as SLAM, right? That's a sports leadership. Again, a very kind of niche idea with the same idea that it doesn't mean you have to have a future in the sports world or anything like that to get a quality education there. And I know there's been high demand for that, and there's wait lists and all of that. So I see that as an answer to that concern. I also see Doral Academy, right? Doral Academy being an arts integration school, right, where their whole initial marketing was come learn a different way through arts integration. There are thousands of kids that go to Doral throughout the state that maybe have no particular interest in the arts per se, but they've still been very successful in being able to attract gigantic wait lists. And so again, I share those concerns. Their enrollment is declining in many areas. So I certainly feel that there is legitimacy and reason for that concern. But again, I feel confident that with the guardrails in place, with the process that they had to do, right? Staff didn't just take, a number that the applicant said and said, okay, well, that your budget will fit with that. They had to show some evidence that it was a realistic number. And so, again, I'm taking heart kind of in the process. And again, completely understand those concerns. I think they're legitimate. But just from my personal perspective where I sit, I have answers that to me satisfy those concerns, at least, again, with those guardrails and those conditions in place. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Member Salcido. Member Stern, we'll take that, and then I think I might call a vote if nobody else has anything. Go ahead.
This question is, I think, for SPCSA staff, because I hear what Member Salcido is saying, and a point of curiosity rose for me when thinking about that ability to sustain enrollment Because I know like in the public schools, students can only matriculate into a magnet program at certain grade levels. And I am wondering if the model that was submitted to us for legal prep allows students who might choose to cycle out for those seats to be replaced by other students, or are they only certain years that students would be able to join? So for example, if they found that they had 15 seats open for 12th grade because students chose to exit to go to a different school, would those seats be available for them to fill with new students?
Katie Broughton, Director of Authorizing, for the record, yes, they can backfill any seats that become vacant.
And so one quick follow-up for the legal prep team, is your model one where a student that would be a viable option for you to be able to replace students who did choose to leave the program with students at any grade level, or does this really require that students are there for a certain amount of time in order for them to find success?
Sam Finkelstein for the record. No, they can transfer in any year. So along the way, and we have a path for them. It does shift. We don't require them to go up and make up every law class that they've missed. They have sort of a modified graduation requirement for that particular niche, but the other items, math, the science, the English, carry forward. And that does allow in Chicago for students to transfer in late and still graduate right on time when they're supposed to.
Member Stern, for the record, thank you. I appreciate that clarification because that does make a difference.
Thank you, Member Stern. Any other deliberation from board colleagues? Seeing none, I'll add mine quickly. I think everyone has done a great job of asking really important questions, and every point brought up is valid. I have a couple of concerns I'll echo. Definitely the salary thing gives me pause. The let's see what else. The niche of the model gives me pause as well. I think we've had different models in the past that have tried and unfortunately failed in certain niches. So I think you've got a little bit of an uphill battle there, especially I work in advertising, so branding's my thing. So the name obviously can, unless there's a really easy, quick way to tell people like you don't have to be a lawyer, you're going to have an uphill battle to get people to sign up. So I think from a marketing perspective, you're going to hit that hard if approved, to make sure that it's very, very clear what you offer and that it's open to all students, which is super important. I also have concerns about the viability of the organization to be able to service students with disabilities or ELL students and all of that, because this is such a rigorous model. Not to say that those students can't reach that bar, but I just have some concerns there. I will say what Member Salcido mentioned is very helpful for us to take into consideration, that staff has done a really, really good job of creating these mechanisms for the conditions so that if these aren't met, then the school won't proceed. So I think that gives me a lot of reassurance, which I needed. Okay, with that said, I will bring it back to us. I'm looking for a motion which staff has provided. Just so everyone's clear, the proposed motion, you don't have to read 1 through 8 because that's covered when you mention as outlined below. So that will save you some oxygen. So with that said, I'm looking for a motion. Oh, and we'll do a roll call vote after the motion is made.
Chair Thigpen, can I just add one thing before you
No.
call the vote?
No,
I'm
go
sorry,
ahead.
I know. But I just feel like, the way this process works is the staff does this work, and this is sort of the recommendation that I am bringing before the board. And as the person bringing the recommendation before the board, I do just want to take, 60 seconds and make sure that we put on the record that this is a very rigorous process. And yeah, there's only 4 applications that are on the agenda today, but there were 7 applications, and less than half of our applicants make it through this process. And I think I would be remiss if I didn't put on the record how conservative our staff is on the back end to get these campuses to yes. And yes, there's no surefire bet, and the concerns that I hear today are legitimate and they're based on our board's past experience with concerns with CMOs or with you know, different things that they're a little gun shy about. But I just want us to be cognizant that we don't let, you know, the mistakes of someone else prohibit us from being innovative, right? Like, yes, I hear what you're saying about this is niche, but that's what charter schools are supposed to be. They are supposed to be innovative schools, and they aren't designed to serve every single student under the sun. This isn't the right school for every student. And I really appreciated their answers where they essentially said, we're not trying to be all things. We're trying to stay in our lane and do what we're good at. And I think just reiterating what member Salcido said, that we do have guardrails in place. Like if they can't pull it out, or they can't pull off these enrollment numbers or this board or any of these things, like mark my word, I have used my authority as the executive director to say, sorry, you are not opening next year, you're gonna have to defer. And that's why we have that there, is so that we can, there is risk, but if we don't take risk, we're never gonna have any innovation either in the space. And we're never gonna have these smaller independent schools because they are riskier, right? But we are putting the guardrails in, and I want you to know that I'm not afraid to use them. I've used them in the past, I'll use them in the future. And I just wanna, you know, acknowledge the work that the staff has done in getting to this point and remind everyone that these aren't the easiest people to get yes from either. And I just want to put that on the record as well.
Thank you, Director Mackin. Hopefully my comments didn't make anybody feel a certain way. I think it's certainly is a little bit of like thinking about the history of things, of course, and which I think is important to our conversations. And I think it's great that our board, you know, holds on to that knowledge and brings it to the surface of like, hey, we need to not forget about these things. But staff does a really, really great job. And I think that is perfectly shown here in the conditions. And you're right, there are times where, you know, you see a school's deferred another year or two and then kind of quietly goes away because they just couldn't quite get there, even though obviously it's mentioned in a public meeting, but, you know, it just, that's how it goes. So I think, you know, the model is different. I think it'll be interesting to see how it comes out. And I really love the critical thinking pieces, a lot of what you guys have outlined here, and how you mentioned you don't have to be a lawyer after coming through this, but there's so many skills, you know, that one can gain from the model that you've put forth. So my comments earlier, not to poo-poo on anything. All right, bringing it back to the board, looking for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'll be happy to make a motion.
Go ahead, Member Salcido.
Member Salcido, for the record, I motion to approve Legal Prep Charter Academy application as submitted during the 2026 application cycle with the conditions as permitted by NAC 388A.410 and as outlined below, based on a finding that the applicant has met the requirements contained in NRS 388A.249 subsection 3, in that the applicant has demonstrated competence in accordance with the criteria for approval prescribed by the SPCSA that will likely result in the successful opening and operation of the public charter school.
Thank you, Member Salcido. Do I have a second?
Member Turner, I'll second the motion.
Okay, thank you very much. And as mentioned, we will do a roll call vote. Teresa?
And Chair Thigpen?
Yes.
Vice Chair Whitaker?
Yes.
Member Addis?
No.
Member Richards?
Yes.
Member Salcido?
Yes.
Member Stern?
With some reservations still about salary, but yes.
Member Turner?
Yes, just don't let our community down, but yes.
I think that's everybody? Okay, all right. Motion passes 6-1. Congratulations. Thank you very much. And to Member Turner's point, don't let us down.
We won't. Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you so much for this opportunity, guys.
Thank you all. Thank you all. Good luck. Okay. Before we go on to Nevada Early College and Career Academy, do we need a couple minutes or are we good to just charge forward? All right.
Chair Thigpen, can we take a 5-minute break?
All right.
before we-
Yeah, we'll do a quick five. So we'll come back in 5 minutes. Thank you all. All right, it is 12:53. That's exactly 5 minutes. We'll call the meeting back to order. I think everyone's here. We're going to do a real quick shift. We're going to hear Pathways in Education Las Vegas next. And I'm not sure who from staff to direct this to.
That would be me, and for the record, Katie Broughton, Director of Authorizing for the SPCSA. So members of the authority, item 9D, which we're hearing second, as the second application, is the new charter application for Pathways in Education Las Vegas, also referred to as PILV. And I'm going to talk kind of fast through this. My apologies in advance. It's my policy debate background. As proposed, the school plans to open in Clark County within the 89031 zip code, serving 9th through 12th grade with an initial enrollment of 175 students. The proposed school intends to grow to a total enrollment of 330 students, and a complete enrollment chart can be found on page 1 of the memo. As part of the review process, the SPCSA consults with local school districts and invites their input on applications proposed within their boundaries. Clark County School District's feedback is included as an exhibit to this item. Clark County School District determined that the application met both a demographic and academic need, but did not show demonstrated capacity regarding the implementation of the school model. They also indicate they did not have any communication with the applicant and that there are existing schools that offer similar educational and growth opportunities. The SPCSA also values public input as part of this review process. In addition to the community engagement expected of applicants, the SPCSA posts a public comment survey on our website. For this application, 58 individuals submitted a response expressing support for the school. After careful review, the review committee recommends denying this application. Staff concurs with this recommendation, concluding that the applicant has not met the requirements outlined in NRS 388A.249. The review committee rated the 5 application sections as follows: meeting the need, meets the standard; academic section meets the standard; and then the operations, financial, and addendum sections were all rated approaches the standard. A complete list of the ratings for each subsection can be found on page 4 of the memo. I will now offer some additional detail regarding staff's recommendation, outlining key findings within each section. My remarks will provide a high-level summary of the information contained in the memo, and then following these comments, I'm happy to answer any questions. I'm going to start with the meeting the needs section of the application. Overall, this section was rated as meets the standard, with 3 of the 3 subsections being rated as meets the standard. The committee to form proposes a hybrid learning model for high school students who need a flexible, individualized pathway to graduation. The proposed mission of the school is Pathways in Education Las Vegas is dedicated to providing an exemplary hybrid learning program that transforms the lives of high school students. We create supportive, equitable educational environments where every student's unique potential is recognized and nurtured regardless of background or academic history. The mission and vision subsection was rated as meets the standard. The application presents a clear mission focused on providing a flexible, individualized hybrid learning pathway for high school students. It emphasizes student support, graduation, and preparation for college, career, vocational training, or employment. The targeted plan subsection was rated as meets the standard. The applicant demonstrated an understanding of the needs of the North Las Vegas community and identified a target population that includes credit deficient students, students at risk of dropping out, and students who may benefit from a more flexible learning environment. This proposed model is intended to address identified gaps in graduation outcomes and alternative education options for these students. The parent and community involvement subsection was rated as meets the standard, as the applicant described community outreach efforts to gather feedback, share information, and develop partnerships. They demonstrated strong community input, informed key aspects of the proposed model, including flexible scheduling, individualized instruction, remediation, and smaller learning environments. Next is the academic section, which was also rated overall as meets the standard. 9 of the 11 subsections were rated as meets the standard. Transformational change subsection was rated as meets the standard, as the proposed model is designed to re-engage credit deficient and at-risk students through a flexible, individualized hybrid learning environment. Key components include individualized learning plans or ILPs, in-person appointments, small group instructions, and credit recovery. The curriculum and instructional design subsection was also rated as meets the standard. The proposed model combines online curriculum, individualized and small group instruction, and mastery-based learning to personalized instruction. The applicant demonstrated that curriculum materials it was reviewed as part of this application, but will continue to be reviewed for alignment with Nevada standards and graduation requirements. The promotion and graduation requirement subsection was also rated as meets the standard. The applicant describes systems for reviewing students' prior credits, establishing individualized graduation timelines based on student need, and tracking progress toward that graduation. Tools such as the graduation calculator and learning period progress monitoring are intended to help students and staff identify needs and make timely adjustments. The driving for results subsection was rated as approach to standard, while the applicant identified multiple systems for monitoring student performance and described how data could inform individualized plans and interventions. The review team found the process lacked some sufficient specificity. In particular, the applicant did not clearly define the data thresholds, decision makers, and processes that would trigger additional supports. The at-risk students in special populations subsection was also rated as approaches the standard. The applicant identified a range of supports for at-risk students in special populations. However, the review team identified concerns regarding the applicant's understanding of Nevada's alternative performance framework and the specific criteria that would be used to determine when student support should be intensified or adjusted. The professional development subsection was rated as meets the standard. They proposed professional development that was aligned to the school's hybrid individualized trauma-informed model, including training and student engagement, restorative practices, relationship building, and supporting diverse learners. The school culture subsection was rated as meets the standard. The proposed school culture emphasized safety, trust, respect, and positive relationships. There was a relationship-centered and trauma-informed approach at the center of the school's approach. There were also layers of supports and staff preparation to promote consistent implementation. The student discipline section was rated as meets the standard. The applicant proposed a restorative and trauma-informed approach to discipline that considered student need, prior interventions, disability-related considerations, and other family inputs. The school calendar and schedule subsection was rated as meets the standard. The proposed schedule combines learning periods and in-person appointments, independent coursework, and small group instruction to provide flexibility while maintaining academic engagement. The dual credit partnership subsection was rated as meets the standard. They engaged with the College of Southern Nevada regarding a potential dual credit partnership and received a letter of support expressing interest in establishing the partnership if the application is approved. And then the programs of distance education subsection was also rated as meets the standard. The applicant provided clear expectations for student participation in distance education and then figured out how it would connect to the broader education model. The next section is operations, and this section was rated overall as approaches the standard. 3 of the 8 subsections were rated as meets the standard, and I will summarize some of the key reasons. The board governance subsection was rated as does not meet the standard. While the proposed board expressed support for the school's mission, the capacity interview did not demonstrate sufficient understanding of the academic model, key performance indicators, or the specific oversight practices needed to effectively govern the school and hold the CMO accountable. The review team identified concerns regarding the board's overall capacity and readiness to provide effective oversight. The leadership team subsection was also rated as approaches the standard. The leadership team demonstrated general knowledge of the proposed model with additional support and detail provided by representatives from the proposed CMO. However, the capacity interview provided inconsistent evidence of readiness among the local leadership team. The staffing plan subsection was rated approaches the standard. The applicant identified the positions needed to support the proposed model and described flexibility to adjust staffing based on enrollment and student need. However, the review team found that the plan lacked sufficient detail regarding specific threshold timelines and decision points that would guide staffing changes and ensure those decisions remain financially sustainable. The human resources section was rated as meets the standard. The application provided sufficient enrollment information regarding recruitment, hiring, compensation, evaluation, professional development, and staff retention. The student recruitment and enrollment section was rated as does not meet the standard. Although the applicant identified a variety of outreach and recruitment strategies, the review team was not provided sufficient evidence of a detailed plan to achieve proposed year 1 enrollment targets. In particular, the applicant was not able to clearly identify enrollment benchmarks, a backward planning process, or specific contingency actions that would be taken should enrollment fall behind projections. The incubation year development subsection was rated as approaches the standard. While the applicant identified many of the key activities needed during the incubation year, the capacity interview did not demonstrate sufficient clarity regarding specific benchmarks, ownership deadlines, and decision points for addressing potential delays or challenges. The services subsection and facilities subsection were both rated as meets the standard. The application identified the operational and non-academic services needed to support the school, and they provided a general plan for identifying and securing a facility in the target North Las Vegas area and described the support of a commercial real estate advisor. The financial section is next, and this section was rated as approaches the standard. The applicant provided a proposed budget, financial assumptions, and strategies to protect key student services if enrollment is lower than projected. However, the review team had concerns about the budget's reliance on achieving the year 1 enrollment target and the lack of a sufficiently developed plan for responding to lower enrollment while maintaining fiscal stability and cash flow. The review team also identified concerns regarding the governing board's understanding of the CMO fee and the ability to evaluate the costs and services associated with that agreement. Finally, the addendum section was rated as overall as approaches the standard. 2 of the 5 subsections were rated as meets the standard. The past performance subsection was rated as approaches the standard. The applicant demonstrated experience operating pathways, schools, in other states. The review team, the academic and graduation outcomes varied across campuses and state, though the team did note that there were different populations that were enrolled within those schools. The team also noted that the application did not sufficiently demonstrate how lessons from prior performance challenges might be applied to support a proposed Las Vegas campus. The scale strategy subsection was rated as approaches the standard. The applicant described the supports the CMO would provide to launch the Nevada school and implement the pathways model. However, the review team did identify some gaps in the scale strategy, including leadership succession planning, enrollment planning, and the transition of responsibilities from the CMO to the local team throughout the incubation year. The network capacity subsection was rated as approaches the standard. The CMO described a range of supports for school operations. However, the review team had some concerns about the CMO's capacity to support PILV while expanding in other states, as well as the local board's ability to maintain appropriate control and oversight of the budget and CMO relationship. And then the school management contract subsection and charter management organization applying for sponsorship directly subsection were both rated as meets the standard. The proposed contract clearly outlines the roles and responsibilities of the proposed school and CMO, the services to be provided, the management fee, and key contractual terms. This is an application that was in which the charter management organization applied directly for sponsorship with an intent to transfer the contract to a local independent board. They do demonstrate within the application that they will maintain an independent governing board that complies with Nevada charter school governance requirements, and that the proposed structure will maintain the pathways model while providing for local governance through a board composed of Clark County residents. To summarize and underscore the reasons I've outlined this morning or this afternoon, the staff is recommending that the authority deny the Pathways in Education Las Vegas application, and a proposed motion can be found on page 3 of the recommendation memo. I'm happy to answer any questions that the authority may have, and we do also have representatives from the application here.
Thank you, Dr. Broughton. Since we do have the applicant here, I will give them the opportunity, if they wish, it's optional, to make any comments. They would have up to 5 minutes. The button's on the mic, and be sure to say your name for the record.
Lisa Schwartz. Thank you, Chair and members of the State Public Charter School Authority, and thank you to the authority staff for your careful review and the time you have invested in our application. We are grateful for your work and for the opportunity to address you today. As I said, my name is Lisa Schwartz, and I serve as the proposed Director of Authorizer Relations for Pathways in Education Las Vegas. I have spent more than 20 years in K-12 education as a classroom teacher, a school leader, and administrator. I have seen this work from nearly every seat, and I am here today because I believe deeply in the students we are asking to serve. I want to share with you one example of a student success story. Her name is Maya, and she came to Pathways in Education Chicago after falling behind and nearly giving up on the idea of graduating at all. She wasn't struggling because she lacked ability or because she didn't care about graduating. Life had simply become more complicated. She was working to help support her family, and a traditional school schedule simply did not fit her life. At Pathways, Maya found a flexible schedule, individualized instruction, small group learning, academic support, and perhaps most importantly, adults who knew her and believed she could finish. She graduated and is now attending a local community college with the goal of being an early childhood educator. Maya is not an exception at Pathways. She is exactly who we are built to serve. We know that Pathways in Education Las Vegas can make a positive impact in the North Las Vegas community. Across the Pathways network, 95% of students arrive behind in credits, 1 to 2 years behind academically, and 90% are considered at risk. These are overage, undercredited young people that traditional systems have too often left behind. It is our mission to serve these very students. We heard the feedback reflected in the recommendation, and we take this seriously. The Pi Las Vegas team is proud of the community support behind the school and the board we have started to build. We plan to address all feedback when we resubmit and welcome the chance to clarify exactly how we will meet every one of the authority's standards. We are not asking you to lower the bar. We are asking for the opportunity to show you that we can clear it. Finally, I want to close with why this matters for North Las Vegas. This is a community with real numbers of young people who have disengaged from school, who are behind, and who currently have too few options designed for them. Approximately 1,500 students in North Las Vegas did not graduate with their cohort in 2024. A pathway school does not compete with what is working. It reaches the students that nothing else has served. North Las Vegas needs pathways for the same reason Maya needed it. There are students in this community right now who are capable, who care, and whose lives have simply become too complicated for traditional school. They need the support and individualized guidance to help them re-engage. They need a school ready to meet them where they are and walk with them to graduation. Thank you again for the thoughtful feedback and support. The application team and I are happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Schwartz. One moment. All right, we will bring it back to the board for deliberation. One thing I'll say, just in the interest of time management, as I am the meeting manager, is let's, not that the questions earlier weren't amazing, I would say let's try and tailor our questions or comments to what may affect one's vote, just in the interest of time today. Yeah, and as well as anything you want to get on the record, because I think it is important that we get things on the record for the public. With that said, any questions from board colleagues for either staff or the applicant? Oh, did I see? Okay. I am looking for a motion. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Member Turner.
Member Turner, for the record, thank you for your introduction. I just have one question, and I only have one question. But I know earlier we were talking about the increase of special education students, and I saw that out of all of the ratings where it says at risk and special populations, that's where you had approaches the standard, but everywhere else almost meets the standard. So how will you make sure that you accommodate students who may not be high performing at your school?
So most of the students who come to us are not high performing, and we will, ensure that we're doing everything that's required for our special education students. Majority of all of our schools serve special education students, the other pathway schools. So we will address anything that was in our application that was deficient about how we will serve those students. Did I answer the question?
You did, but I just want to know specifically what would be the plan. I know that we may be under time constraint, so if you would just specify just a little bit more.
So yeah, so we, the students will come to us with an IEP. We review their IEP and ensure that we will provide all the services that are put in place. We'll have a special education teacher on staff who will meet with the student one-on-one. If they're in a small group instruction class, they would have some, push-in services with their special education teacher as well. So in addition to their IEP, we create an individualized learning plan for each of the students that come to us, so we can ensure that we're putting them on a path to graduation. To either, if they need credits they need to make up, we'll help them make up those credits and ensure that they're ready to graduate.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Member Turner. And I definitely want to make sure we get all the substance we need today. So my comments earlier, not to try and curb that at all. But and one thing to keep in mind is the applicant did mention if declined, they do plan to resubmit. So we can always ask additional questions at that meeting as well. So that's something we should all keep in mind. Any other questions for board colleagues? Oh, Member Stern, I see now.
Just Member Stern, for the record, just a quick, I guess, statement, knowing that they're planning to resubmit, and I think echoing a little bit of what Member Turner was getting at with our, with the students with IEPs or special needs, just looking at the list of student needs on the application for this school where they are listed, including homeless students, foster care, expectant mothers, students in the juvenile justice system. Um, my concern and what I hope the reapplication will address is maybe either a more targeted demographic to recruit from or a better explanation of the way that such high needs and diverse needs would be met, because that is a tremendously wide range of very, very different need from a chronically ill and a student in a juvenile justice system. And I think part of what I'm struggling to understand with the school is how they would meet the needs of all of those students if that's who they're looking to recruit.
Lisa Schwartz, thank you, Member Stern, for that comment. We'll definitely bring that back in full details in our resubmission.
Is that good, Member Stern? Okay. Member Salcido, did you have something? Okay. You're both showing up at the same time for me, so I would like to make sure. Okay. Any other questions, either for the applicant or staff? Okay. Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion.
I'll make the motion. Deny the Pathways in Education, sorry, Member Richards, I'll make the motion. Deny the Pathways in Education Las Vegas application as submitted during the 2026 application cycle based on a finding that the applicant has failed to satisfy the requirements contained in NRS 388A period 249 parentheses 3, and that the applicant has failed to demonstrate competence in accordance with the criteria for approval prescribed by the SPCSA that will likely result in a successful opening and operation of the charter school. Designate Director McAdin to meet and confer with the applicant.
Thank you, Member Richards. Do I have a second?
I'll second Member Salcido.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? A motion carries unanimously. Thank you for the time you put into this, and good luck with resubmitting. All right, appreciate you all. We will get back into order here, and we'll look at Nevada Early College and Career Academy, or NECA's application next.
All right, that's me again. Members of the authority, item 9B is the new charter application for the Nevada Early College and Career Academy, also referred to as NECA. As proposed, the school plans to open in Clark County within the 89030 zip code, serving 9th through 12th grades with an initial enrollment of 180 students. The proposed school intends to expand to a total enrollment of 350 students, and a complete enrollment chart can be found on page 1 of the memo. As part of the review process, the SPCSA consults with local school districts and invites their input on applications proposed within their boundaries. Clark County School District's feedback is included as an exhibit to this item, and I will provide a brief summary. Clark County School District determined that the application met both a demographic and academic need, but did not show demonstrated capacity regarding the implementation of the school model. They also indicate they do not have any communication with the applicant and that there are existing schools that offer similar educational and growth opportunities. The SPCSA also values public input as part of the review process. In addition to the community engagement expected of applicants, the SPCSA posts a public comment survey on our website, and for this application, 32 individuals submitted a response expressing support for NECA. After careful review, the review committee recommends approving this application with conditions, which I will review at the end of my remarks. Staff agrees with this recommendation and believe the applicant has satisfied the requirements contained in NRS 388A.249. The review committee rated the 4 sections as follows: meeting the need, meets the standard; academic section, meets the standard; operations section, meets the standard; financial section, meets the standard. A complete list of ratings for each subsection of the application can be found on page 5 of the memo, and I will now offer some additional remarks regarding staff's recommendation, outlining key findings within each section. My remarks will provide a high-level summary of the information contained within the memo, and following these comments, I'm happy to answer any questions. I'll start with the meeting the needs section of the application. This section was rated as meets standard overall, with 3 of the 3 subsections being rated as meets the standard. The committee to form proposes an early college and career readiness program with the mission of ensuring that every student graduates academically proficient with a plan, purpose, and path forward, collectively referred to as the 4 Ps. The mission and vision subsection was rated meets the standard. NECA presented a clear mission focused on preparing students for college and career through its 4 Ps framework of plan, purpose, and pathway forward. The application demonstrated an understanding of the needs of students in the proposed service area and described an educational model, measurable goals, and accountability structures intended to improve academic outcomes and expand post-secondary opportunities. The targeted plan subsection was also rated as meets the standard. The applicant demonstrated an understanding of the North Las Vegas community and the educational needs of the students it intends to serve, supported by demographic and academic data. Their proposed model includes a clear approach to addressing identified gaps in academic and post-secondary opportunities. The parent and community involvement subsection was rated as meets the standard. NECA demonstrated substantial engagement with families and community members during the development of the proposal. The applicant has established a range of community partnerships and describes plans to maintain ongoing family and community engagement after opening through structures like a parent partnership council and continued communication opportunities. Next is the academic section, which was rated overall as meets the standard. 10 of the 11 subsections were rated as meets the standard. The transformational change subsection was rated meets the standard. The applicant identified key components needed to establish a high-performing school, including strong leadership and governance, well-prepared staff, and a rigorous educational program. During the capacity interview, the applicant also demonstrated how the proposed school design supports NECA's focus on college, career, and post-secondary success, and emphasized a culture of strong relationships, achievement, and continuous improvement. The curriculum and instructional design subsection was rated as meets the standard. NECA proposed an instructional model that combines standard-aligned curriculum with a range of instructional strategies and ongoing progress monitoring. The model includes differentiated supports for students who need additional intervention, as well as enrichment opportunities for students performing above grade level, allowing instruction to be adjusted based on student need and performance. The promotion and graduation requirements subsection was rated as meets the standard. NECA provided clear policies for promotion and retention, including supports for students who may be at risk of not meeting academic expectations. The proposed graduation requirements are also aligned with the school's early college and career readiness model and are designed to prepare students for successful post-secondary pathways. The driving for results subsection was rated as meets the standard. NECA established measurable goals and an assessment framework for monitoring student and school-wide progress, including processes for reviewing data and addressing areas of concern. The review team noted that additional detail regarding how leadership and the governing board would monitor and address achievement disparities among student groups would further strengthen the accountability framework. The at-risk students and special population subsection was rated as approaches the standard. While the applicant demonstrated an understanding of its responsibility to provide equitable access and appropriate supports, the application did not provide sufficient detail regarding how the school would identify, serve, and monitor some diverse student populations. The review team had particular concerns regarding the capacity to oversee services for students with disabilities and English learners, as well as the systems proposed to support other students with additional educational needs. The professional development subsection was rated as meets the standard. NECA outlined coaching, curriculum, training, and ongoing professional learning designed to build staff capacity and support implementation of the proposed academic model. The review team noted that additional specificity around specialized professional development and leadership capacity related to special education and English learner services would further strengthen the school's readiness. The school culture subsection was rated as meets the standard. NECA provided a clear approach for establishing high expectations and a positive achievement-oriented school environment. The application also included systems for implementing and monitoring school culture and using stakeholder feedback and outcomes to support continuous improvement. The student discipline subsection was rated as meets the standard. The applicant provided clear expectations and procedures related to student behavior, due process, and disciplinary actions with an emphasis on restorative practices. The proposed discipline transparency committee also provides an additional structure for monitoring implementation and promoting consistency. The school calendar and schedule subsection was rated as meets the standard. The proposed schedule meets statutory requirements for instructional time and includes structures designed to maximize student learning and engagement. NECA also established a 95% attendance goal and identified strategies to support consistent student participation. The dual credit partnership subsection was rated as meets the standard. NECA outlined a clear approach to developing post-secondary partnerships that would provide students with access to dual credit coursework aligned with its early college and career readiness model. These partnerships are intended to support students in accessing college-level coursework and preparing for post-secondary pathways. The programs of distance education subsection was also rated as meets the standard. The applicant provided a framework for offering distance education opportunities that support graduation requirements in the school's early college and career readiness model. The next section is operations, and this section was rated overall as meets the standard. 7 of the 8 subsections were rated as meets the standard, and I will briefly summarize some of those key reasons. The board governance subsection was rated as meets the standard. NECA provided a clear governance structure that defines the roles and responsibilities of the governing board and school leadership. The application also included processes for monitoring academic performance and school goals, as well as a training and onboarding plan to build board capacity in governance, finance, compliance, and academic oversight. The review team found the proposed governance structure sufficient to support effective oversight and continuous improvement. The leadership team subsection was rated as approaches the standard. The application provided clear leadership roles and demonstrated an understanding of the capacity needed to implement the proposed early college and career readiness model. However, the review team identified concerns regarding the leadership team's readiness to oversee services and supports for diverse learners, particularly students with IEPs and English learners. While the applicant proposed leadership coaching and professional development structures, additional clarity will strengthen the implementation plan of the school. The staffing plan subsection was rated as meets the standard. NECA's proposed staffing structure aligns the mission and early college and career readiness model. The plan is designed to support rigorous coursework, enrollments, career exploration, and individualized academic supports for secondary students. The human resources subsection was rated as meets the standard. NECA provided comprehensive recruitment, hiring, evaluation, and retention strategies, including competitive compensation, professional development, and targeted recruitment to build a staff that reflects the community it serves. The student recruitment and enrollment subsection was rated as meets the standard. NECA proposed proactive community-based recruitment and outreach strategies designed to ensure families are aware of the school's early college and career readiness opportunities. The applicant demonstrated a commitment to equitably access and an open enrollment with the proposed first-year enrollment of 180 students, supported by documented community interest. The incubation year development subsection was rated as meets the standard. NECA provided a clear plan for preparing for school opening, including key milestones, responsible parties, anticipated expenses, and leadership development activities. The services subsection was rated as meets the standard. The application outlined plans for essential operation services. The proposed approach includes accountability structures and defined implementation plans. And then the facility subsection was rated as meets the standard. NECA proposed a phased facilities approach that uses an incubation year at Nevada Partners to limit initial costs and financial risk while the school establishes its program and grows enrollment. The application also outlined a longer-term approach to securing a permanent facility and demonstrated considerations of various needs regarding both of those options. Finally, the financial section was rated as meets the standard. The financial plan section was rated as meets the standard. NECA provided a comprehensive financial plan with appropriate internal controls, segregation of duties, and experienced financial support. The plan demonstrates a commitment to financial transparency, responsible procurement, and ongoing financial oversight through the governing board and independent audits. Overall, the proposed budget reflects conservative assumptions and includes strategies to manage startup costs, maintain financial sustainability. To summarize and underscore the reasons I've outlined this morning, staff is recommending that the authority approve the Nevada Early College and Career Academy application with several conditions that align to the areas of concern I've noted. The proposed conditions are that by November 1st, 2026, they provide an executed loan agreement documenting the terms and repayment schedule for the $150,000 loan. Additionally, submit an updated financial plan workbook that incorporates the repayment of the loan and demonstrates the school's continued fiscal solvency through the charter term. Number 2, by November 1st, 2026, provide an updated financial plan workbook reflecting the receipt of the charter school program or CSP grant if awarded. The updated workbook must include the final confirmed grant award amount. If the grant is not awarded, provide an updated financial plan workbook that includes only confirmed sources of revenue and demonstrate that the school can remain fiscally solvent throughout the charter term. By June 1st, 2027, submit a fully executed lease for a facility that will meet the needs of the school for the 2027-2028 school year to serve the 89030, 89031, 89032, and 89108 zip codes. Number 4, at the conclusion of the new school enrollment audit in June 2027, provide evidence that NECA has at least 135 students enrolled for the 2027-2028 school year. Number 5, by June 8th, 2027, submit a board-approved final budget that includes revenue based on the fully enrolled student count at the time of board approval and accurately incorporates expenses for the identified facility. Number 6, upon approval of any additional grants or the receipt of any additional funding sources not included in the application, provide an updated financial plan workbook to SPCSA staff. Number 7, complete the SPCSA pre-opening process for new charter schools, which includes meeting document submission deadlines as required by SPCSA staff, participating in required trainings, and attending monthly meetings. Should the board wish to approve this application, a proposed motion can be found on pages 3 to 4 of this memo, and I'm happy to answer any questions that the authority may have of staff. And I do also just want to say, kind of based on what I've heard in the application discussion today and kind of what I read, there are some things within the application, particularly, I know I identified a couple of things, a couple of areas that were maybe underdeveloped related to serving students with disabilities and English learner students. But the incubation year process and that pre-opening checklist has a ton of requirements in those areas. It requires the school to adopt a plan or policy that we provide guidance on, we provide feedback on, and if those things do not occur, if they don't have a compliant and fully legal policy in those areas, just do note that the pre-opening process and that checklist would be then the mechanism we would use to take further action. So some of the areas of the application were underdeveloped. That is not uncommon. Applicants are still dealing with kind of an idea, a concept at the time of application. And so once approved, they enter the pre-opening process in which we have a ton of requirements that do often force them to refine some of these things. And then we have to ultimately approve them before the school can open. So just as I was reading my comments, I was thinking of some of what you all are probably going to ask questions about. So do want to get that on the record ahead of time.
Thank you, Dr. Broughton. And do we have representatives from the applicant here? Okay. If they are here and would like to make some commentary, they can step forward now. You'll press the button at the base of the microphone. When it lights up green, you may speak. And each applicant gets 5 minutes total. I have to say it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Thingan and the members of the authority. My name is Amy Sparrow, and I'm the proposed Director of Operations for NECA. Some of you might remember our application from 2024. We received invaluable feedback from both the board and the staff during that process. One of the board members made a comment that has stayed with me over the last couple years, which is the importance of building legacies. Not schools that are just here for a short period of time, but schools that become lasting institutions in our community. So nearly 3 years later, our team is still here. We have remained together and continue to believe in the vision and grow stronger through each cycle of this process and with the staff and community feedback since 2024. I feel confident in speaking on behalf of the team to say we are so thankful that the SPCSA staff and governing board hopefully has seen the evolution and strength of our model and our team, and we're just so grateful for the recommendation for approval. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, Chair Thigpen and members of the board. For the record, my name is Candy Farthing, and I'm the proposed Executive Director for NECA Academy. Before anything else, I really do want to say thank you to the members of the board and especially to the SPCSA staff. Your guys' job is not easy, and I would not want it in a heartbeat. You guys see this part of it, but the behind the scenes, what your staff does is huge, and they have to be the bad guys so many of the times, and I don't think that they get the kudos they deserve. So I verbally want to say that. I've said that to them directly, but I want to say that in front of you guys. You have an amazing team, and their job is not easy, so I want to recognize them. and I just got off my notes. So, that being said, I also wanted to recognize our community forum. If you noticed, we actually had most of our team here today, but they had to leave because of how long it's going. But I do want to say, as Amy just said, this has been 3 years in the process for a good chunk of the team. I am very thankful to have been brought on board this fall to be part of this evolution in this cycle. But it really has been a huge time commitment and a lot of volunteer work for the committee to be here today. So I really want to appreciate them and recognize them as well. And I also want to say that we are very excited for this opportunity to have NECA Academy and be able to serve our students. And we really want to have every student that comes through NECA to leave us proficient, but also with a plan, a purpose, and a path forward. Dual enrollment is the core of what we do, but just as important is making sure that students have the support they need to actually be successful in those opportunities. And that's what I'm probably most excited about, the opportunities and options that NECA can bring to kids who may not otherwise have them. And really truly being able to build something that gives students real choices for what comes next. We know approval today would just be the beginning of the work, and we're ready for it. We know we've got a long road, hard road to move forward, and we're excited to begin. We're excited to finally be at this point and what NECA can bring to the community. I also, before I'm going to pass it to April, but I do want to say we do have Christina from CSMC on as well. So I just want to say that. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is April Tidwell, and I am currently a principal at Clear Horizons, which is an early college high school in Houston, Texas. And I'm a proposed board member, and I am passionate about giving students an opportunity, no matter their background, to be successful and to have a plan for the future. My school model in Houston is designed for students that are least likely to go to college or students who want to accelerate their college career. And so it has been a privilege to be a part of this team, and I look forward to our continued work, and just thank each of you for the time that you have put in considering the application.
And lastly, for the record, my name is Nathan Atkins, and I am the proposed board chair. I am a resident of North Las Vegas for the past 13 years, and I've had a child graduate the CCSD program. I want to thank you for your time today. So NECA Academy provides an early workforce readiness model designed for standard 9th through 12th graders. NECA is focused on providing a direct solution to higher education or high-demand careers for students and families that lack those opportunities currently. So our core belief is simple. Every student is capable of success when given the opportunity and support. NECA is ready to get to work providing students and families the high-quality workforce preparatory education they deserve. I want to thank you all for your time.
Thank you very much. You guys made good time. You had like 15 seconds left. All right. We will bring it back to the board for discussion. Do we have questions either for the applicant or for staff from board colleagues? Member Salcido?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ben. Katie, I think you correctly identified something that we wanted to circle back on, and even though you addressed it, it's worth diving in a little more, which is the school, the proposed school seems to have met a huge majority of the standards that we have in our matrix, but we have approaches standard for at-risk and special populations. And I know this is something that this board cares a lot about. And so before we approve any school, I want to have confidence that that is met. And so you mentioned the fact that it's not unusual at this stage to have that kind of designation, and then through the course of this incubation year, before they open, get them there. Can you give me some confidence on how staff is going to make sure they do that? What are they looking for? What is staff looking for in that front? And then you mentioned that it would be addressed in one of the conditions. Can you point me to the condition where that would be met?
Katie Broughton, for the record, yes, absolutely. So the condition I was referring to that it would be met is the last one in the completion of SPCSA pre-opening. What's the actual words we use? to complete the SPCSA pre-opening process for new charter schools, which includes meeting document submission deadlines, as required by SPCSA staff, participating in required trainings and attending monthly meetings. So I think I would say a couple of things. Number one, our staff, and you all heard from our special ed support staff today, host 2 trainings as part of the pre-open. We host a number of trainings, but two trainings specifically for students with special education. There's one for the school's leadership team early in the pre-opening process, and then they do a second one for the school staff in after the start of the school year. So it's in, I think, either August or September, and it's for the other staff members that are included as part of that. And then we also host an English language learner training in how to serve those students and all the requirements around those policies and programs. So those are a couple of trainings that I think kind of really hit at that. And then we do require the school to submit various documents and policies that we review and send back for revision if they need revisions, or we approve them and allow them to move forward. So we require a special education policy handbook, and I might be getting some of these words wrong, but conceptually I think you've got what I mean. An EL policy handbook. We do a policy around McKinney-Vento. And so we require the school to develop those policies. We provide a pretty comprehensive review throughout the pre-opening period. We meet with them regularly, talk about it before, talk about it after. And that is where a lot of these things get clarified throughout the pre-opening process.
Okay. Thank you for that. I guess if I could, Mr. Chair, could I want to ask a quick follow-up, which is I want to ask the school leaders how they, they obviously have seen the gradings that we've had and the review process that they've been through. I'd like to hear from them how they plan on addressing this very important issue.
I can go ahead and start. This is Amy Sparrow for the record. One of the big evolutions, I will say, with our application was bringing on Ms. Shelley Edwards as one of our board members. She's actually our vice chair. She had to leave a little bit ago. She is a licensed school psychologist. She's the CCSD coordinator for special education. She owns ACES Special Education, who services over a dozen charter schools here locally for their SPED services. And so really pulling from her expertise within the application. And if you look at the application, it's like pages 58 through 77, 78. It's a very dense section for how are we identifying, servicing, and all of the things. And so I guess I say all that to say we're looking forward to more in-depth feedback and the trainings that the SPCSA offers so that we can ensure what we're doing, the institutional knowledge we have, the practical knowledge we have, all is aligned with what the SPCSA is looking for. And I can turn it over to you. It's not turning off.
And I just want to reiterate what was already said too with the checklist. Those of you that haven't seen the checklist, being on the other side, have gone through expansion and new schools and the evolution. It has always been a lot, and I think that as the authority has gotten stronger and your team has gotten stronger and it's evolved, it's gotten a lot more in depth as well. And it's very daunting on that checklist on all the things that we're going to have to do to accomplish to ensure that our school is set up for success moving forward. And I think we're excited to work with the authority as far as what we need to do and move forward to address those concerns and issues.
Great, thank you. Yeah, that gives me a little bit more confidence in terms of that board member you identified. Obviously, she has a extensive history, and this is kind of her specialty. But I do again want to emphasize the importance of this particular metric, right? We are, as everyone understands, we are public schools. And so as public schools, we have to have confidence that a school that we are approving has what is necessary to properly and successfully matriculate at-risk students and special populations. And so anything you can do during this time period, and I would ask staff to particularly make sure that is something that they are looking for if they had this grade during the process. In fact, I might, if I could, I don't know if this is appropriate. I don't know if this is for staff, but I'd like to maybe make that a little bit more deliberately addressed in that seventh point. The fact that, or seventh condition, the fact that it is particularly, I want staff looking to make sure they are satisfied with the school's progress on this front. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Member Salcido. Are you requesting that staff make an adjustment to number 7 in the proposed motion?
That would be, I mean, that's just me, right? It's up to the board as a whole, but for my concern or my peace of mind, I would feel better if we're saying that this can be addressed during this incubation year, and we're using that seventh point as the guardrail. I would want to, in my personal preference would be to make it more explicitly included in that. I get that there's, submitting all the proper documentation and all that, but since this was the one area that was approaching standard, I would feel better if it was explicitly included in that requirement.
Okay, thank you. Maybe for now, hold on to that thought until we do get an official motion, and then for now, we'll see if there's any other questions from board colleagues. And then we'll confer with staff on what that language might look like if it needs to be included in the motion. Okay. Any other, Member Stern, go ahead.
Member Stern, for the record, I have, and I will try to keep it brief, but I do have a couple of questions for the school staff. So I know that in your plan, you are planning to have students starting in 9th grade. It looks like attending their dual enrollment classes on campus at CSN. So just from a safety concern about having 14-year-olds navigating a college campus on their own, can you talk to how are you going to keep kids safe if you're sending them to a college campus at 14, hoping they make good choices?
If I can take that, my name is April Tidwell, for the record. We actually have 155 ninth graders on a college campus that are successful. We have a total enrollment in 9 through 12 of 504 students. And it's a team effort. It's about personal relationships and staff knowing the students and their needs, and keeping that personal connection with the students. And that's NECA's job, that's NECA's staff. Their job is to make those connections with the students and providing supports as needed. But I can speak to the success that we have at Clear Horizons, and that's part of what I can help provide in this is just showing that the model does actually work.
Member Storm, for the record, I appreciate hearing that you've had success with this model. I'm just wondering if you can speak to any specifics of what logistically that looks like to navigate, especially thinking about the fact that you would have students starting this in 9th grade. So I can understand building those relationships and establishing that need. But when we're talking about doing this with 9th grade students, that classes start, that needs to, they need to be ready. So I'm just not understanding logistically what the plan is.
Sorry, this is April Tidwell, for the record. And it is about having that relationship with the student, because when you're on campus, you know where the student is supposed to be, and you know when they're supposed to be in class, or you have a connection with them, so you know when assignments are due as well, and if they're following up on what they need to be doing. And so that's an example. Where we have success as well is when is that partnership with that higher ed partner, is the communication and the building that partnership with that. That helps provide that extra safety net for students as well.
And I can build on that just a tiny bit. Our freshman students will take their first college class the second semester. One of the unique things about our program is partnering with CSN, so we have kind of our own little class specific to NECA students. So they're all there together, they arrive together, they go home together, they don't have free access on site at the community college. And I think one of the best practices that we took from Clear Horizons is that autonomy increases over time. So even in 10th grade, they don't have full autonomy to just kind of roam freely. That's something that is earned over time. I think our transportation strategy also supports that, if that helps clarify.
Member Stern, for the record, no, that helps tremendously to understand that they're going to be traveling there as a cohort and taking the classes together as a cohort. I do my best to read through the hundreds of pages of applications and look at the capacity interviews, but did not catch that. So I think that makes a lot of sense to me. I also had a question about the class sizes of I think it was page 33 of your application, about 16 to 25, and then wondering about the 12th grade, your request for enrollment, looking at the 12th graders that you were looking, and I did see on your budget that you based that off of community feedback, but I was wondering if you could just speak to the choice to start this with 9th through 12th graders, especially given your dual enrollment model.
Sure. And again, this is Amy Sparrow for the record. This might be one of the most heavily discussed topics among our team because there's so many strategies that go into and thought processes. Having grades available at every level was absolutely based on community feedback, even though it might not be the most, safe practice in order to ensure, outcomes in terms of academics and such. We're getting students into our program at a much later age, but we're willing to take that risk for sure. So community feedback is huge. There's also a financial component, right? Our 9th through 10th grade, like that allows us to have one set of core teachers. Once we go past a certain amount, now we have to hire quite a bit of additional staff. So there's a financial component that does go into the enrollment strategy that we have. And then also, I think weighting the 9th and 10th grade that we do just gives that slow enrollment strategy that most schools go with, right? It's kind of the more comfortable, more known strategy.
Candy Farthing for the record. I just want to reiterate, I think Amy totally downplayed this, but I think the authority will totally back this up. This was literally like hours of conversation when Amy and I first started talking about numbers and enrollment and what grade levels and what to do and what that means. And if we would start with 9th grade and have this number, what does that mean for 12th grade? Having opportunities for all kids, having all fit. What about credits? All of the things that come into not only enrollment, but especially with 9th through 12th grade and having that high school expectation on it as well. Like hours of conversation leading into it, and probably one of the biggest transformations and changes in the application from the first year to where we're at right now was landing where we're at with our enrollment. So a lot of thought, a lot of research, a lot of conversations, and community involvement with it. That's it.
Member Stern, for the record, I appreciate those clarifications a lot, and understanding appreciate the thought that was put into this. I do have one more question, but before I get to it, I did want to acknowledge also in your budget that I did notice this sizable line item that you have for paying the NSHE dual enrollment tuition, and express gratitude for that being part of yours, that this was truly going to be a free education for students, that they would have the opportunity to participate. That being said, I know that my board colleagues have raised questions and concerns about your ability to service students with special needs and diverse populations. I actually have a different concern about your ability to serve the students that you are indicating, because I can see a tremendous attraction to your school for students who are looking to be competitive in college and simply interested in dual enrollment, where that might drive interest in participation in the school. So I do think that in order to meet your mission, you're going to have to really have strong recruitment for the target student population, and because I think the interest will be there from other families and students who are simply are excited by the idea of dual enrollment in 9th grade, and think about your target population who might not be as excited about that in 9th grade. Can you share a little bit more and help me understand a little bit better, like how you're going to target those students that we're intending to serve if we were to approve your school?
Of course. I'll kick this off and I'll pass it down. I think this is what we get Oh, and Amy Sparrow for the record. This is one of those things we get most excited about because it really is about serving students of all backgrounds. I think it's one of the very unique things about our program that it's not just dual enrollment for college readiness, it's dual enrollment for workforce readiness. So really preparing students to enter those high paying, high demand career fields right away. And if students who enroll who are more workforce focused realize that they do have the ability and the confidence to go off and whether it's 4-year or doing something different, great. Like what you look like when you come into the program doesn't matter to us. In terms of our recruitment efforts, it's very feet on the street, grassroots efforts. That's how we got our intent to enroll. We don't do big social media, paid advertising pushes where it's just kind of, whoever's seeing the ad. It's very intentional. It's doing info sessions with foster care groups. It's doing info sessions with leaders in training, which is, high Hispanic and first generation backgrounds, feet on the street, or with the Paws in the Park, or different community events that are happening at Craig Ranch Park. And then one of the other little nuggets is that we are holding a weighted lottery. So students coming from 1 and 2-star schools will have priority at NECA.
That's something similar that we do as well, because we know that when the students are able to work together, that's a more beautiful picture too, is you providing an opportunity, but for students who are least likely to go to college, but also students who are wanting to accelerate. And when they come together and they're all on the same page, it just makes the program much stronger.
Member Stern, for the record, thank you for sharing the information about the weighted lottery. I appreciate the thought behind trying to make sure that you are serving the students that are represented in your application. I don't have anything else right now.
Thank you, Member Stern. Any other questions for board colleagues before we move for a motion? Member Addis.
Thank you. Member Addis for the record. So, not gonna lie, I thought I was like real clear. Don't feel as clear anymore, but I'm really excited. So there's that. But I do want to ask, my question stems still around like community capacity and enrollment, right? So looking at your enrollment projections again, the first year feels pretty feasible. I'm looking at your year 1 to year 2 jump. It feels pretty significant. And so I have some curiosity around like the large increase that you anticipate seeing there and what you anticipate will drive that large increase. And then I have another question, but I need to formulate. So,
Sure, I'll start with this one too. Amy Sparrow for the record. A couple points I'll note out. How it feels feasible in that first year, the 180 students, we're always only recruiting about 180 students per year. And so our thought is if we can do that the first year, and then we're building the reputation within the community, keeping that number consistent shouldn't be a big task over time. So I think instead of looking at the overall number, if we focus on the new number, new students, I think that's maybe helps bridge that gap a little bit. What was the other part of that? I had another part of that question, but I know that was, in terms of where our students are coming from though, Do and B Arts Academy, K through 8 in our target zip codes, they don't have anywhere to send their students that are graduating from their program, right? So we're a natural feeder for them potentially. Thrive Point, who's an alternative school, they're constantly exercising their lottery. They are looking for students that are severely credit deficient. They get a lot of interest from families that really just want a different school option, something more flexible. In our application, I think their letter of support anticipates between 50 and 70 students that they anticipate referring to us each year. And those are both in addition to all of the grassroots efforts that we're doing. So we really aren't foreseeing an issue when it comes to bringing in those 200 or so students each year.
And Candy Farthing for the record, I'll just piggyback on that. We literally have had this has all been volunteer. And so we really have not even done a lot of marketing and gotten out there at all because we've been kind of holding off, waiting for today, and then go time. But we've been like working on no budget at all, and the amount of families and students that have been coming to us that have not only been invested now, but for the last 3 years, and are waiting for our program to be open and going and coming to us, I think it speaks volumes to the amount of students and enrollment that we're able to drive and target. So.
Member Addis, for the record, thank you for that. I think I had some curiosity around, so in the memo, it lists your location as Nevada Partners. Can you explain the significance of that partnership and what that looks like? Do you anticipate students being in that fit? Like, how are you anticipating that working?
And Amy Sparrow for the record. Nevada Partners is an educational facility in North Las Vegas, 89030. We will rent a classroom space from them, and if we need to expand, we have the option to do that. We also have office spaces and meeting spaces. So yes, our students will be on site at Nevada Partners twice a week for our student success class, and that's our way of making sure our students are being successful in all of their learning environments, whether it's dual enrollment, some of the distance education, or our student success class. Yeah, it's kind of the cornerstone of our program, I would say.
Candy Farthing for the record, and we very much appreciate and value that relationship and that opportunity of being able to work with them. They've been fantastic, and we're very excited for it. We feel very lucky for that. So.
Thank you for that, Member Addis, for the record. So I think I had a question based on Nevada Partners' proximity to some other schools that are, again, struggling to meet those enrollment projections and enrollment. I think it would actually be a question for staff at this point, like, again, going back to my community capacity questions, if we're placing, and I know your model's different, and so I think that's where I was like, I thought I got it, and then now I'm like, I still get it, but I think I'm just curious if that is still considered like an actual location for the school, and that's the location that's being proposed, and it's less than half a mile from a school that's struggling, a high school that's struggling to meet their enrollment projections. At what point do we consider, again, the community capacity? Are we just like asking students to shift from one learning environment to another learning environment? And like, is that the goal here? I think I would just love some clarity around that.
Melissa Mackin for the record. So that's such a great question, and it's something that we even talk about internally. You're right. Clark County's on declining enrollment. Anecdotally, a lot of our schools have declining enrollment this year. We don't know that for sure. Nothing's been validated yet, but just anecdotally what we're hearing. And so your question is like totally valid and reliable. I think one of the challenges we face in Nevada is that our law doesn't contemplate, like that's not a legal reason why we can say no, right? And so it's definitely important to be thoughtful about it, but it's not a legal basis for us to deny an application because of declining enrollment or because of, so many schools or anything like that. We just don't have any cutoffs like that in Nevada law that would allow for something like that. But it's a very, very valid question.
Member Addis, for the record, thank you for that. That helps me kind of frame a question. So I guess, again, your model is innovative, and that's one thing I really want to highlight is we were talking earlier about innovation, and I do think that this model that exposes young people at a young age to, continuing education and really building career credentials or a pathway that gets them not just like through the classroom and out of school, but into what's next I support it, and I think it's wonderful. I think one of the questions I have is what are your thought processes around that? Because there isn't a law, right, that prevents us from being like, yeah, we shouldn't approve schools when, we can't really facilitate success in enrollment, ensuring financial viability of a school model. Again, yours is a hybrid model that I think lends itself to financial viability a little bit more than like, a full brick and mortar 100% of the time type of situation. So I hear that and I see that, but what is your thought process around, recruitment? And I know you said like it's go time after today and you've already been doing the work up until this point in that capacity. Like, do you have creative thought processes around how you want to navigate that? What does that look like entering into a landscape that you know is already struggling in the communities that you want to serve when it comes to enrollment? And how do you ensure that the promises you're making to the community that you're entering into are promises you can follow through with as a result of the work that you're doing?
Candy Farthing for the question, Candy Farthing for the record. Great question. What was I trying to say? I really don't like this part of things. Great question. I think, yes, there might be declining enrollment around there for the schools, but look at the star ratings of the other schools in the area. There are no other 4 or 5 star high schools in that area that are serving the students that we are looking to serve 9th through 12th grade. So I think that's important. I am a huge proponent of having school of choice and opportunities, and that's what we are driving for, and that's what we're doing. There needs to be more options. And so if there's declining enrollment over here, why is that? What's that? And so what are we able to offer that they're not able to offer that we're growing our enrollment? So I think that is something to pay attention to and look at declining enrollment, but I also have to look at the star rating and what's going on and the bigger picture of everything else out there, and look at what we're able to offer and what we're able to do to uniquely support every single student individually with where they're at and do the work that we're doing. So I think that's huge. Also, Nevada Partners, we have that partnership. And so back to your question earlier about enrollment and numbers and growth. Worst case scenario, we have the option of extending our stay at Nevada Partners if we need to before we get into that long-term facility, or have other options down the road if we have to as a backup plan. If our enrollment numbers is looking like, oh, maybe we're not going to have this next set of numbers and we need to stay at the 180, 200, for another year and grow that. We can do that if we need to. So I just think it's important to look at the overall picture and why are the numbers declining elsewhere. There's other reasons besides not just why are they not going to that school, and then what are we able to offer and do. Look at the star ratings around that area too, and what we're proposing to do and being able to execute. So I think that's important.
And this is Amy Sparrow for the record. Specifically to the recruitment, I think is part of what you were asking. Each year, so last year we applied directly to the city of North Las Vegas. Anyway, I won't get into I thought that would trickle up to here. Anyway, that we didn't intentionally not apply to SPCSA. That's all I was going to say there. But in every year now that we have applied, we have far exceeded that 30% intent to enroll. In some cases, it's been 100%, right? And every year, families are continuing to show up. We have siblings, or not siblings, but students who maybe had an intent to enroll the first year who have graduated, but now their siblings are excited for our approval. The first year our creative marketing was petition for better education shirts that we wore out into the community, Craig Ranch Park, soccer fields, libraries, and the number of families that would just approach us, and nobody wants a solicitor. Nobody wants somebody with a clipboard coming up to them, right? But as soon as they see our shirt, they're coming to us and they're swarming us. So I understand your concern that there's declining enrollment. Are we just cannibalizing our own population? A lot of those kiddos are going homeschool, right? We've spoken to so many students who are homeschooling or who are going to charter schools outside of this area, or Clark County just initiated the transportation reimbursement, right? So you can go outside of this area. In some ways, that just weakens the schools that remain and reduces the opportunities for students that continue. I mean, if you don't have the means to go to Coral Academy or to go to EM Plus or to go to wherever, your only options are these 1 and 2 star schools, right? And so that's really what we're trying to address. And it is a delicate balance, right? Because we understand that. We know that the demand is there for better education. The demand is not there for subpar education.
Member Addis, for the record, thank you to both of you. I think that the information that you shared and the consideration that you've taken in that space deserve to be on the record. And so I think as we continue to have these discussions around enrollment, I'm really grateful for your candor, and I'm really grateful for just the amount of effort and work you've put into kind of not contingency plan, but like a plan to move forward. So I just really want to express gratitude. I want to shift gears. I have one last question. In a lot of cases, especially in underrepresented populations of students or students from socioeconomically challenged communities, dual enrollment can actually end up not like the opposite, like becoming a barrier to success for them, especially when it comes to post-secondary education. There tends to be a lack of understanding of like the long-term consequences of not excelling in dual enrollment classes among our high school students, and not understanding the difference between like the AP track versus the dual enrollment track, and like how one grade stays with you just in high school and the other one, that goes with you if you decide to go to college later. And so we've got to think about that. So I'm seeing that your model is really asynchronous in a lot of ways. I'm seeing that your model has a lot of hybrid opportunity there. I'm just curious what support looks like for students as they navigate those more complex dual enrollment courses to make sure that, like we're creating the opportunity for success that we're telling our students that we're creating.
Candy Farthing for the record. I think one of the most exciting things about our program that is completely different is the amount of individualization that each of our students have, and the student success coach role that we have working with every kid. The way that our program is modeled and will be executed is that the students will all have a lot more direct support individually than any other program out there. We also, even though we are a dual enrollment program, students do not have to be enrolled in dual enrollment to attend our program. And we've got strategies and pieces in place for them to be successful as we're getting them ready for dual enrollment. We have options for them to participate in dual enrollment that might be electives and some other pieces that are outside of the core content, and then doing their core content outside of dual enrollment until they've got the skill sets they need to pick up the dual enrollment aspect of it. So I do think, I'm gonna pass it over to Amy because she's very excited too. But I do wanna say that our model is very unique with that and very intentional with how it is built with our student success coach, and that model to be working individually with each and every student directly. And we're able to adapt the content and the lessons based on what their needs are and where their gaps are. Our expectation is rigorous, high expectations for every single student, and building in the supports they need to get them there. And so we've got the flexibility within our program to be able to do that I'm very excited about. That isn't in any other program out there like we're trying to do.
This is another question that we get really excited about. It reminds me back when we were doing the student interviews, we had, I think, at least a handful of student interviews that kind of echo what you just said. I'm an honors student who was taking dual enrollment, but I go to campus and I get lost because nobody's not holding my hand, but nobody's guiding me, right? And so now I failed my English class or my math class, and I'm no longer eligible for dual enrollment. I lost that privilege. I now have a failed class on my high school transcript that I can't retake because I'm not eligible for dual enrollment, and I have a failed class on my college transcript. And so one of the ways we can go around this is not the solution, but if a student fails a class, that's not the end of the world. You can retake that class, and there is that solution. That's not our go-to though. We have a strength-based model, right? So if math isn't my strength, right, that doesn't mean that I can't participate in art or I can't participate in a dual enrollment class that is aligned to my career plan, which maybe is in electrical, or mechanics or aviation, or you name it. We tailor dual enrollment to the strength of each individual kid, and they have the opportunity to succeed because of that. And then in the event that they don't, right, and I guess I should back up and say, kind of our dip your toe in the water is that first class that every student takes, which is College Success, ALS 101 at CSN. That opens the gateway for them to be able to do other things, right? Because that's really about the life skills that you need to navigate college and life. Showing up every day, putting in the effort, being able to set goals and manage your day-to-day. And so that's part of the strategy. In terms of ensuring every student is ready, one of the things that I also get really excited about in our program is, we're not just trying to bridge the proficiency gap, we're also really focused on mastery. So we know that in this area, there's 10,000 high school age students, and again, not a single 4 or 5 star 9th through 12th grade high school. Less than 20% are graduating proficient in ELA, less than 5% are graduating proficient in math. we're not using our proficiency and mastery system just to bring up the proficiency. It's once you've hit that, what can you do next, right? So I'll use the example of Clark County School District. They're using iReady to build proficiency. We've had multiple conversations with iReady. It's not the right solution for us because it caps out at 8th, 9th grade. We want our students to hit perfect ACT scores if that's their goal, right? And so our system does both. We're digging in to figure out what the very specific gap area is, right? That foundational gap that we can target. Once the kiddo is, or the student is building that proficiency, now they get to just keep challenging themselves and keep elevating, right? It's a really neat system, and we're excited about that too. So I think when all of these components come together, and then you add our student success class on top of it, where you have somebody sitting down with you on twice a week basis to see how you're progressing in these environments. And if you are flagged for tier 2, tier 3 in our MTSS structure, well, okay, let's set up some tutoring. Okay, let's set up some supplemental classroom impromptu lessons or whatever it might be. So it's kind of the overarching system, I would say.
Member Addis, for the record, I just want to express gratitude again. Thank you for your answers.
All right, thank you very much. Bring it back to the board. Any more questions before we look for a motion? No? Okay. Not seeing it online. All right, I'm looking for a motion.
Member Addis, I'll make a motion.
Okay.
I move to, sorry, there's like a little thing. Technology. Oh. I move to approve the Nevada Early College and Career Readiness Academy application as submitted during the 2026 application cycle with the conditions as permitted by NAC 388A.410 and is outlined below, based on a finding that the applicant has met the requirements contained in NRS 388A.249 subsection 3. In the applicant has demonstrated competence in accordance with the criteria for approval prescribed by the SPCSA that will likely result in a successful opening and operation of the charter school. May I pause though, because did Member Salcido want?
I think Dr. Broughton has a...
Oh, did I do something wrong?
No, she has something to go along with it. So council has the what Member Salcido requested for number 7.
Man, I always do this wrong.
No, you're good.
Samantha King Powell, General Counsel of the SPCSA. For the record, Member Salcido asked that staff update the terms for number 7, and those terms would be complete the SPCSA pre-opening process for new charter schools, which includes meeting document submission deadlines as required by SPCSA staff, participate in required trainings, and attending monthly meetings. This includes, but is not limited to, ensuring that appropriate school staff members attend relevant trainings related to serving at-risk students and special populations, and that the school has approved policies and procedures, including, but not limited to, English learner, student policies, a parent and student handbook, special education policies, procedures, a McKinney-Vento policy, a foster care policy, and a staff handbook.
I think we can call for a second.
Thank you for that. I'd be happy to second it. Sorry to complicate things.
It's okay. Okay, that's a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations. And Member Turner said this earlier, don't let us down. Okay. We're going to keep things rolling. I think the last one we have here is Nexus Charter School.
Thank you, Chair Thigpen. That would be me, and I will go ahead and get it started. Members of the authority, item 9C is the new charter application for Nexus Charter School. As proposed, the school plans to open in Clark County within the 89015, 89011, 89122, and 89121 zip codes, serving 6th and 9th grades with initial enrollment of 160 students. The proposed school intends to expand to 6th through 12th grades with a total enrollment of 570 students. A complete enrollment chart can be found on page 1 of your memo. As part of the review process, SPCSA does consult with Clark County School District. Clark County did provide feedback regarding this application. First, CCSD identifies 5 1-star and 2-star schools in the 89015, 89011, 89122, and 89121 zip codes, which are the zip codes Nexus will primarily serve. CCSD also notes the zip codes of the attended service area encompass a geographic area with a total of 7 middle and high schools with varying demographic profiles. Finally, CCSD indicates that they believe this applicant aligns with 2 of the 6 portions of the academic and demographic needs assessment, specifically the demographic component and the academic geographies. The SPCSA also values public input as part of the review process. For this application, no individuals submitted a response. After a careful review, the review committee recommends approving this application with conditions, which I will review at the end toward the end of my remarks. Staff agrees with this recommendation and believe the applicant has satisfied the requirements contained in NRS 388A.249. The review committee rated 4 application sections as follows: meeting the need, meets the standard; academic, meets the standard; operations, meets the standard; financial, meets the standard. A complete list of each subsection of the application can be found on page 3 of the memo. I'll now go ahead and offer my remarks regarding the subsections and the sections below. I'm going to start with meeting the needs section of the application. Overall, this section was rated as meets the standard, with 3 of the 3 subsections being rated as meets the standard. The committee to form proposes a school that will focus on competency-based education, personalized learning, school culture, and community engagement will create conditions that support all students' success. The mission of the school will be to empower all of their students to act wisely in a dynamic, unpredictable future and become a force for good in the world. Nexus will do this by cultivating intellect, independence, and integrity. The mission and vision subsection was rated meets the standard. The committee to form articulated a clear, compelling, and original mission for the attended student population, which was evident throughout the application. They also emphasized that a focus on competency-based education, personalized learning, strong school culture, and community engagement will create conditions that support all student success. The targeted plan subsection was rated as meets the standard. The applicant team provided research-based evidence demonstrating the effectiveness of the proposed model, which incorporates competency-based education and personalized learning to improve academic and social emotional outcomes for diverse and underserved students in the community. During the capacity interview, the team explained how the model supports students with disabilities, English language learners, and those who come from economically disadvantaged backgrounds through structured supports, differentiated instruction, and flexible pacing. They also highlighted inclusive practices designed to ensure all students can access and succeed within the model. The parent and community involvement subsection was rated as meets the standard. The committee to form identified key supporters and community partners within the targeted zip codes, including Junior Achievement of Southern Nevada, the Center for Future of Learning, College of Southern Nevada, and Project 150. They also outlined intentional, thoughtful strategies to engage community members, families, and parents representative of the community. These strategies included hosting community information sessions, creating volunteer opportunities, and embedding parent voice in school decision-making through a parent advisory council. Next, I will go ahead and move to the academic section, which was rated as meets the standard. 9 of the 10 subsections were rated as meets the standard. The transformational change subsection was rated as meets the standard. The applicant team outlined a clear theory of change and educational strategy aligned with the school's mission and central to its success. They described a unified instructional model that includes competency-based grading, literacy and numeracy labs, interdisciplinary explorations, and advisory, all strongly aligned to SPCSA strategic goals for improving outcomes among historically underserved student groups. The narrative also demonstrated how these components will be implemented as a coherent, integrated system designed to advance the school's mission and vision. The curriculum and instructional design subsection was rated as meets the standard. The application described an instructional model built around literacy and numeracy labs, 2 exploration offerings, and advisory, all tightly aligned with the school's mission, vision, and academic program. Its competency-based education structure supports differentiation and allows students to progress upon demonstrating mastery, which matches the needs of the identified student population. The applicant identified curriculum materials aligned to the Nevada academic content standards, outlined plans for integrating arts, health, PE, computer education, and technology into explorations, and detailed layered assessments and observation systems designed to inform instruction and student support. The promotion and graduation requirement subsection was rated as meets the standard. The application outlined clear promotion and retention policies across all grade levels that reflect high expectations for student performance. It detailed the processes and tools for making promotion decisions, including progress monitoring assessments, competency-based portfolios aligned to Nevada academic content standards, and portfolio defenses. The applicant also described a system intervention process for students below grade level or at risk of retention, providing tiered supports through advisory groups, extended learning opportunities, and family collaboration to ensure students graduate college and career ready. The driving for results subsection was rated as meets the standard. The applicant outlined a data-informed academic performance plan that includes SMART goals and quarterly benchmarks aligned to the Nevada School Performance Framework and SPCSA expectations. These goals reflect a commitment to strong outcomes for all student groups, complemented by mission-specific indicators that are valid, reliable, and measurable. The assessment plan incorporates NWEA MAP, SBAC, and school-developed rubrics aligned to identified competencies, with benchmarks set using regional academic data and a clear process for analyzing results at multiple levels. During the capacity interview, the committee form described the corrective actions that would be taken if achievement targets were not met, discussed how assessment data will inform instruction, professional development, and programming, and demonstrated a strong understanding of the SPCSA's organizational and financial indicators. The at-risk students and special population subsection was rated as meets the standard. The application outlined a comprehensive plan for identifying and supporting at-risk students across academic, behavioral, and social emotional domains. It detailed a data-driven system that uses multiple sources, including academic performance, language proficiency, attendance, behavior, and student needs, to inform interventions within an RTI framework, providing support such as individualized learning plans, extended learning time, and access to specialists. The professional development subsection was rated as approaches the standard. The application presented a professional development plan beginning in the incubation year and continuing through the school year, including a 2-week summer institute focused on building staff competencies and preparing lessons, units, assessments, and projects. It also described ongoing weekly professional learning communities dedicated to collaborative planning and curriculum review. However, the plan did lack clarity about who would deliver the professional development, the specific competency staff were expected to develop, and how learning would be differentiated by role, and it relied heavily on in-house expertise without fully establishing its depth or breadth. During the capacity interview, the applicant shared additional information about leadership mentorship through a partnership with the Larchmont Charter School, but it still remains unclear how the coaching and professional development system would specifically support special education and English learner staff. The school culture subsection was rated as meets the standard. The proposal articulated a clear vision for school culture focused on developing students' intellect, independence, and integrity while fostering a supportive environment for students, staff, and families. It explained how this vision will be enacted through daily social emotional learning routines, including advisory, alongside responsive classroom and restorative justice practices. The student discipline subsection was rated as meets the standard. The discipline policy provided clear procedures for managing student behavior, including steps for suspensions, expulsions, and due process. It aligns with the school's mission by grounding expectations in the Nexus Constitution and using a tiered intervention system centered on restorative justice. The school calendar and schedule subsection and dual credit partnership subsections were rated as meets the standard. The proposed school calendar exceeds Nevada's minimum requirements and aligns well with the academic program. The application sets a 95% attendance goal and outlines clear policies for attendance and truancy. A 5-day school week with early release on Wednesdays will provide additional time for teacher professional development, planning, and student support. The application also details procedures for monitoring and improving student attendance. Additionally, it includes a comprehensive plan for a dual credit program in partnership with the College of Southern Nevada, ensuring that the advanced coursework is accessible and appropriate for all students. The next section is operations. This section was rated as meets the standard. 6 of the 8 subsections were rated as meets the standard. The board governance subsection was rated as meets the standard. The applicant outlined well-defined governance structures with clear responsibilities between school leadership and the governing board, supporting strong oversight of operations, performance, and finances. The use of governance committees and diverse expertise of the board members, combined with meaningful engagement that's demonstrated during the capacity interview, reinforce effective governance and alignment with the school's mission and vision. The application also included a clear grievance process and confirmed that no prohibited familial or supervisory relationships exist between board members and staff. The leadership team subsection was rated as meets the standard. This subsection demonstrated that the committee to form has strong qualifications backed by evidence of success with diverse learners, including students with disabilities and English language learners. Members bring meaningful experience in recruitment, hiring, and developing effective staff. And the proposed school leader has a proven record of serving all students and establishing a high-performance culture within schools. The committee outlined a leadership structure and a coaching plan grounded in data-driven benchmarks such as the NSPF, and during the capacity interview, they showed a clear understanding of competency-based education and the distinct roles of both the leadership team and the governing board in ensuring fidelity to the instructional model. The staffing plan subsection was rated as approaches the standard. The subsection outlined a staffing plan that aligns well with the school's mission, vision, and academic program. However, the proposed structure did not fully demonstrate sufficient capacity to support key functions, leaving a few gaps in leadership roles tied to instruction, professional development, family engagement, and compliance. During the capacity interview, the committee to form addressed concerns about special education student-to-teacher ratios by providing additional detail on the number of licensed special education professionals who would support students. They also did clarify the proposed staffing ratios, helping to strengthen the confidence in the school's ability to meet the diverse student needs. The human resources subsection was rated as meets the standard. The application described a recruitment and hiring process aligned with the school's mission, with the strategies to attract qualified and diverse teachers, leaders, and staff. It outlines strong recruitment and retention practices, including competitive salaries, stipends for additional responsibilities, and supportive structures such as common planning time, interdisciplinary teaching, and shared accountability for student outcomes. The applicant also detailed clear performance management processes for addressing low-performing teachers and described strategies for developing and supporting school leaders. The student recruitment and enrollment subsection was rated as meets the standard. The application presented a detailed recruitment and enrollment plan for year 1 and beyond, supported by evidence of community demand collected through outreach events, information sessions, digital communication, and partnerships. These strategies are designed after approval and demonstrate a strong understanding of the community to be served. The strategies are designed to continue after approval. The plan included realistic enrollment targets, timelines, clear staff responsibilities, and a monitoring process to ensure progress toward minimum enrollment benchmarks, along with strategies to maintain communication with interested families and convert interest into enrollment, such as public exhibitions of student learning. The incubation year development subsection was rated as meets the standard. The applicant provided a comprehensive plan with clear milestones, concrete actions, and defined responsibilities to ensure a successful school launch. The plan included leadership training and facilities, enrollment and finance, as well as site visits to high-performing competency-based education schools. And during the capacity interview, the committee to form added detail about the steps needed to ensure all program-specific components, operational systems, and SPCSA pre-opening requirements are in place. The services subsection was rated as approaches the standard. This subsection outlined a logical plan for delivering essential and program-specific and non-academic services. The applicant outlined a budgetary focus using purchasing controls for services that they that may not take into full account of additional contracts for services. While the applicant does outline a process of evaluation, it was unclear how this process would measure all the effectiveness of the services provided. The facility subsection was rated as meets the standard. The applicant's facility plan is well aligned with the needs of the projected student population and the proposed instructional model. They ensure that the facility is located within or easily accessible to targeted, diverse neighborhoods and identified specifications that support flexible learning spaces and explorations. The committee to form also presented a realistic timeline for securing a facility and demonstrated strong capacity to manage that selection, development, and partnership processes needed to prepare the site for opening. Finally, the financial section was rated as meets the standard. The committee to form identified a qualified financial manager who can provide accurate, timely financial information to support sound decision-making. In response to clarifying questions, they explained the status and intended use of CSP grant funding and described how additional funding would be secured if needed. Their responses emphasized protecting mission-critical expenses if they were forced to have any sort of budget cuts, maintaining sufficient cash flow for operations, and ensuring the budget does not allocate more funds than available resources. So to summarize and underscore the reasons I have outlined this afternoon, staff is recommending that the authority approve Nexus Charter School application with several conditions that will align to the areas I've noted. The proposed conditions are: by September 25th, 2026, if approved by both the SPCSA and the City of Henderson, provide written notification to both the City of Henderson and the SPCSA identifying which charter school authorizer the committee to form intends to proceed with. Number 2, by November 1st, 2026, provide an updated financial plan workbook reflecting the receipt of charter school program grant money. If awarded, the updated workbook must include the final confirmed grant award amount. If the award is not awarded, provide an updated financial plan workbook that includes only confirmed sources of revenue and demonstrate the school is able to remain fiscally solvent throughout the charter term. Number 3, by June 1st, 2027, submit a fully executed lease for a facility that will meet the needs of the school for the 27-28 school year to serve the 89015, 89011, 89122, and 89121 zip codes. Number 4, at the conclusion of the new school enrollment audit in June 2027, provide evidence that Nexus Charter School has at least 134 students enrolled for the 27-28 school year. Number 5, by June 8th, 2027, submit a board-approved final budget that includes revenue based on the fully enrolled student count at the time of board approval and accurately incorporates expenses for the identified facility. Number 6, upon approval of any additional grants or the receipt of any additional funding sources, provide an updated financial plan workbook to SPCSA staff. And number 7, complete the SPCSA pre-opening process for new charter schools, which includes meeting document submission deadlines as required by SPCSA staff, participating in required trainings, and attending monthly meetings. Should the board wish to approve this application, a proposed motion can be found on page 3 of your recommendation memo. I am happy to answer any questions that the authority may have of staff, and I do believe that there are folks from Nexus there as well, so I will turn it back over to you, Chair Thigpen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Peltier. We'll bring members of the applicant up for comments. I think you've probably been here all day, but I'll say it anyway. You have 5 minutes. And be sure to state your name for the record.
Dr. David Saby. I'm the proposed Executive Director of Nexus Charter School. Let me begin by thanking Chair Thigpen and the board members for your time today and more generally for your service to our community and your investment in excellence and innovation in education. Thank you. I'd also like to thank the SPCSA staff. We appreciate your hard work and we're honored by the recommendation for approval, so thank you. Our founding team collectively has decades of experience in classroom instruction, school administration, board governance, and beyond. It includes 3 administrators at high-performing charter schools in Clark County, including one who was the founding principal. So we bring a lot of professional strengths, but more fundamentally, each member is a parent, currently raising school-age children in or near the community that we intend to serve. So we don't come to this project out of a generic desire for better schools, but out of a desire to create a better school for our children. I, for one, intend to send my children to Nexus if it's approved. And that perspective has fundamentally shaped the design of the school. And it's resonated with the hundreds of families that we've engaged with. Parents want their children to get good grades, good test scores, get into a good college, get a good job. But they also want them to be engaged, to retain or rediscover a love of learning, to develop interests and good judgment, and ultimately to live a fulfilling life, not only in the future, but now. And they believe that the former should not come at the cost of the latter. The mission of Nexus Charter School is to empower all of our students to act wisely in a dynamic, unpredictable future and to become a force for good in the world. That mission entails and extends beyond academic success. We expect that our competency-based model, which as noted includes a combination of personalized literacy and numeracy labs, project-based explorations, student-curated portfolios, we expect that to lead to high levels of proficiency and college readiness, while also cultivating the deep engagement and durable skills that parents like us want. If approved, we will maintain our parental perspective and continue to work closely with the SPCSA and community stakeholders to ensure that Nexus earns 4 or 5 stars and becomes a truly excellent school. The kind that not only gives students a credential, but helps them develop practical wisdom, which we define as the ability to make decisions and take action in ways that are conducive to the long-term well-being of oneself and others. That's our mission, and everything about Nexus is designed towards that end. As I consider this contemporary moment, and the challenges and opportunities that my children will likely face in the future, I can't think of a more worthy orientation for their education. And so I hope that you will follow the staff's recommendation and vote to approve Nexus Charter School. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, sir. All right, we'll bring it back to the board for discussion. Again, I want to try and keep things focused around any questions that will affect your vote or you feel important to get on the record. Again, that's not to curtail anything important, but just putting it out there. All right, any questions either again for the applicant or for staff on Nexus? Member Stern.
Member Stern, for the record, thank you, Chair Thigpen. I have some, I want to start my questions by talking about your anticipated calendar, which you have school starting in early August and then running your quarters with significant breaks in between. And thinking about the challenge of having families who may have students enrolled in multiple schools. Can you share a little bit more about your thinking in having a calendar that looks very different than students who would be attending any other school, public or private or charter, here in Las Vegas?
David Saby for the record. So that calendar is inspired by Akipo Academy's academic calendar. That's what they do. They have a 2-week break between every quarter. I was a teacher there and found it invaluable to have a break between quarters and set aside time for planning. That's something that's rare, and in other schools that I've taught in, I felt I missed that a lot. I think we tend to undervalue the time that it takes to plan and evaluate student work, and so we wanted to build that into the schedule. I think you're right that does come at a cost, and there's a disconnect between that proposed calendar and CCSD's. I think the quality of the teacher's work and their quality of life is worth that cost. as we move forward, if we find that that's becoming a big barrier to enrollment or other aspects of success, then we can reconsider it. But we approach that from the perspective of I think primarily the teachers.
Member Stern, for the record, I guess my concern is more around the potential for how that might contribute to absenteeism. And I can see with your model where families might not understand the importance of regular attendance. So I'm wondering, I'm wondering what the impact is of a student who might miss school for a family vacation or to line up with a schedule that's more in alignment with siblings who are elsewhere. And maybe it isn't as much of an impact, but also your messaging to parents around that.
Yeah. I guess I have a few thoughts. It's possible that chronic absenteeism is tied to things like that, students taking vacation and not coming back. It's also possible that it's due to burnout or other factors. And so having a pause for something that could include a family vacation might be beneficial for some students. So I guess I'm questioning the assumption there, and I don't have a fully fleshed out theory there of what exactly causes chronic absenteeism, but I've seen some research that a significant part of it is elective, right? That students are choosing not to come to school when they could, and it's largely because they're disengaged, and so I think we're trying to get at that aspect of it, having an engaging curriculum, an engaging school culture. If it turns out that there are other factors that are influencing chronic absenteeism, we would of course consider that.
Member Stern, for the record, thank you. I appreciate that clarification. I also wanted to clarify because on your application on where am I? Page 84, it talks about planning weeks between quarters, where teachers will be engaging in analysis of student outcomes and developing interventions. And then a few pages later on page 98, under structured teacher planning time, it talks about teachers using 1 week for rest and then 1 week for collaborative planning. So there's just a disconnect that was showing up in there in terms of how you're planning to support teachers with planning. Is the expectation that they're going to be spending 1 week or 3 weeks for their planning? What is that going to look like?
I didn't understand the disconnect, but I'll explain the model. So there's 2 weeks between every quarter, one of which the teachers don't have responsibilities and are not on campus, and one of which they are there for a planning week. Does that make sense?
That does make sense. It's just that on the table on page 84, it's listed as planning weeks, 3 weeks. Planning weeks as part of your professional development is listed as 3 weeks between quarters, where it indicates that teachers will be working. So just for clarification, teachers will be working 1 week, not the 3 weeks for the planning. Is that right?
That's correct. Yeah, so 2 weeks between each quarter, 1 week is a part of the planning week for teachers.
Okay, that leads me to my other question. I think there are a lot of really strong ideas behind the model in this. But my wondering is around the ability of teachers to execute. So I appreciate the 2 week summer institute, the shared daily prep, the early release and the planning week in between sessions. That being said, this is a very different model than what most teachers are used to. And I do have concerns around what your hiring process might be in order to ensure that teachers are able to execute this in a way that is providing students with the skill building that they need and the support that's creating opportunities for learning while providing that much autonomy to students.
Yeah, David Saby for the record. I think that's a good point, and we are asking a lot of teachers, and it's different in a lot of ways than what many of them are used to. And as you suggested, that's part of the reason why we've built in that time during the school week and between quarters and before the school year. I think overall, our paradigm is that we want to treat the teachers as professionals and not as low-level employees who need to just be managed. And so that's the paradigm. And we think that we, by giving them structured time to collaborate, by providing a rich infrastructure for their instruction, and by onboarding them and hiring them in thoughtful ways, that we'll be able to get a team that can pull it off. As you can see, it's not a huge team, right? We're looking for 4 core content teachers for each grade level. So that feels doable to me. And we've already had teachers and administrators, for that matter, reach out interested in learning more and potentially being part of the team.
Member Stern, for the record, I appreciate the response. I'm not sure it quite fully answered my question, and certainly as an education professional myself, I appreciate wanting to provide or treat teachers like professionals, as I think we should, but I think professionals still need professional development that is sufficient to make sure that they are ready to execute when students are in the room with them. But I want to, I guess, ask this in a different way, because I know that students are moving at their own pace. You have quarters. How are you going to, because students can move at their own pace, how are you going to be evaluating whether students are on track or providing any sort of benchmark for teachers or for students for whether the pace at which they are progressing is going to get them to the graduation requirements that you still have to have in place?
Yeah, David Saby for the record. Good question. The response is a little complicated because it functions differently in different parts of the model. So we have the personalized literacy and numeracy labs, and those are the more self-paced component of the model. And so students are progressing through the content at different paces. The content, however, is mapped onto a traditional course, and so we would know like what percentage of the course they had completed at a given time, and the expectation would be for them to at least complete the course requirements by the end of the semester, and or whatever the grading period was. And if that was not happening, we would increase the supports that those students were getting. The interdisciplinary project-based explorations work a little differently. Those function more like a traditional class where there's a cohort of students that are with the same teacher for a certain period of time, and they're completing these meaningful projects, and they're getting, in that context, graded on the competency rubrics that we've developed. And so there, the differentiation is happening not so much in terms of pacing, but product and the level at which they're demonstrating those competencies and which ones they're working on. Then finally, well, one more point, and some of this is given the constraints of the current system. We've chosen to have a single portfolio for each course. And so there is a one-to-one correspondence between the competency dashboard that we have and the courses, but the students might be progressing through the the requirements of that portfolio at different rates. So there should be real clarity about what is expected to get credit for a given course, clarity around the anticipated timeline for that. And then finally, for students who come to us significantly behind, we develop what do we call it? An ILP, individualized learning plan, that is designed to help them get at least to grade level proficiency within 3 years. So that's our commitment, that within 3 years, students under our stewardship will become proficient. And so everything in that ILP is benchmarked around that goal. I'm happy to clarify anything about that.
Member Stern, for the record, I thank you. I appreciate you answering my question. I do have one more question, and I'm not sure that you, well, I'm curious to hear your answer. I know that in your application, you talked about how in the incubation year, you will be working on developing the project-based learning experiences that students will be engaging in as part of the curriculum for your starting classes. And then I assume you'll be working on the curriculum from there. PBL has many wonderful traits to it. It's not always the most efficient way for students to learn. And I'm wondering, especially for your 9th grade students, how you're going to be tracking their progression towards college and career readiness using such a different model and using a curriculum that you're creating and kind of trying for the first time with these students instead of a proven model of curriculum that's a high quality material.
Yeah, David Saby. So we are using high quality curricula identified by the Department of Education. So we are using those, and we're drawing from them to create our particular instantiation of them. So I think it's inaccurate to say that we're not using a high quality curriculum. And then I agree with you that there's PBL is not always the most efficient. I think the trade-off. I think we do tend to overvalue efficiency in schools, and so we're kind of taking a stand that that's worth the trade-off. It might take a little more time, but it will likely be more meaningful for the students. And we're not expecting teachers just to do this on their own. That's why we're dedicating time in this incubation year to really build a robust infrastructure. And we also have budgeted to get access to the PBL Works library of projects, so that we're not just relying on what we create in-house, but that there's vetted, high-quality projects that we can use.
Member Stone, for the record, just one clarification, and I promise this is it, Chair Thigpen. Because I see the curriculum that's listed, but then I read the PBL, and I'm just, again, trying to make sense of what I read and what I'm hearing here, and I want to make sure I'm understanding you correctly. So the intent is to use the curriculum in the sense that it'll be the foundation from which you will build the PBL, but the curriculum itself is not going to be implemented. Do I understand that correctly?
David Saby, for the record, yes, I think that's accurate.
Member Stern, thank you. That's all I have, Chair.
Thank you, Member Stern. Vice Chair Whitaker, you have a question?
Yeah, Vice Chair, for the record, could you expand? It looks like condition 2 and 6 are tied to the your financial plan based on the outcome of your CSP grant. And can you just expand on what that means if you're not awarded that grant? And because I'm looking at the budget and it seems like it's pretty significant, $2 million. So what is your plan if you do not get that grant?
Yeah, I think we had this question in the capacity interview as well. So I hope I answer it as well as we did then. So it would be a combination of seeing what we have to scale back on and also seeking private funding as needed. So we would consider funders like 22 Beacon for a short-term loan as needed. And given then what options we have, we would consider scaling back to mission-critical components of the model and cutting other things.
And when do you expect to hear whether you are a recipient of the grant?
Tomorrow.
Oh, well, good luck.
Thank you.
And then pending approval. All right, and then question on your services. It seems like there's some the costs are not aligned with your budget with services, and I was just wondering if you knew specifically what services would be affected by the budget not being aligned. Because I believe it was approaches the standards for services, and if you could just expand on that.
Yeah, I don't have in front of me our spreadsheet or which services in particular were flagged. Staff, do you have that? Okay.
It just seems strange to me that you have services and your budget's not aligned with your services, and I was just curious as if you knew exactly what those were, and maybe it's that based off of a transportation grant, that's why your budget's off from services.
Yeah, again, I'm not sure what the discrepancy was.
Okay.
Vice Chair Whitaker, just so it's clear, it's less about alignment and more about just there may be some future contract costs that maybe weren't fully captured as clearly in the budget as we'd like to see. I wouldn't say that it was something that was a negative so much it was something that was called out as part of the review. It's something to flag as we work our way through the incubation year and part of that financial plan workbook that they have to provide to us November 1st, and then the final budget. Just kind of some things there that are going to need to be cleaned up a little bit, but overall wouldn't affect the overall recommendation.
Okay, so that's covered in the criteria required to.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I would just, Katie Broughton, for the record, add one thing that it looks from the recommendation memo that the concern was about a lack of a process to evaluate the effectiveness of the services once they were in contract.
Okay.
And so the team will need to work to figure out how to do that in future years.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you, Vice Chair Whitaker. Any other questions for board colleagues? Again, things that might affect your vote. Member Salcido.
Thank you, Chair Thigpen. I want to clarify something that Member or Vice Chair Whitaker mentioned right now, which is, and the response he got, the CPS grant. If you are not able to get that grant, and that's being such a sizable part of your budget, I understand that the second condition here allows for alternative kind of demonstration of alternative funding sources or of that nature. But you also said right now that if you didn't get that, then you would have to look to see what was mission critical and kind of cut back. And so I want to clarify, maybe this is more of a staff question, how that would work, because I don't want that let's play this out, right? Let's say hypothetically we approve it with those conditions, they don't get the grant, then they come back by November 1st and they say, okay, well, we can still make a budget work, but it's changed so drastically that it's different from what we actually approved here, right? They've cut services, they've cut salaries, they've cut teacher-student ratios, whatever the case may be. What do we do in that case?
Katie Broughton for the record. So first, I just do want to make one, I guess, point of context. The CSP grant has often been a part of the new charter application process. This is the first year we've allowed applicants to include that funding within the financial plan workbook. And it's tough because if we say no today, they can't get the funding tomorrow. But if we say yes today before it's confirmed, then we can't really evaluate the financial sort of outlook of the school without that funding. So it's like you're really kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place, and we weren't really getting great details on the funding. So anyway, this is the first, all I have to say, this is the first cycle that we've allowed that to be included. And I think we got some good feedback from our evaluators and from applicants that like it was really helpful and it gave us much better information. I think gave them better information. If the applicant were not to receive CSP tomorrow, we will be notified tomorrow who does and doesn't get it. The first thing is there is another window in which they'll be able to apply. Typically, I'm assuming that's the case, and Cece's nodding at me, that's the case. So it's not an immediate, like they definitely can't get the money, but we would want them while applying for that new window to also look at like what are some of the other options. And to your point, Member Salcido, there's no exact answer we could probably give you today of what that looks like, but we would work with the applicant and say like, if what is the funding that you anticipate? How are you going to prove to us that you have it? And then ultimately they would have to provide an updated budget, and we would do a financial analysis of that updated budget similar to what we did within the original application. We'd compare it back to the narrative, make sure that they are still offering the program that's outlined in that application. It may be a little bit different, but or some parts of it may be a little bit different, but like foundationally that it stays the same. So it's not a perfect answer, but we would work with the applicant to figure out what kind of changes they believe they can make, what funding sources they have. And I will also just say, hopefully we won't have to have those conversations at all.
Correct. Thank you. And I appreciate that. And I appreciate the kind of the rock and the hard place you mentioned, right? Which is letting a school, a potential school applicant include that, saying no because you don't have it yet, but then that, shuts the door on their even potential to getting it. So I get that. I just want to make sure that if it is not given, that November 1st deadline that's described in condition number 2, that it's not simply a matter of can they make the math work, right? Like that it also takes into account the school that we approve today based on the programs and the services they are committing to offering, right? So that we don't get to November 1st and they still have an approval based on our vote because they technically met the condition number 2, but suddenly it's a whole different school than what we're talking about. That would be my concern.
Yes, and we hear that, and we will work to ensure that does not occur should this situation pop up.
Okay, thank you. And again, hopefully it doesn't, hopefully it's a non-issue. Two more things really quick, Mr. Chair. Again, you opened the door when you said things that you thought were important to be put on the record. So I'm going to take you at your word and make 2 quick points that I think are important on the record. One is Director McAdam made this point before, but I again want to make it clear on that record. Today, we're going to end up approving maybe 2 or 3 schools, right? It's not 2 or 3 schools out of 4 that we review today, right? It is 2 to 3 schools out of 7 applicants. And I think that's very important for the public and whoever's watching to make sure they understand that this has been, whether we approve 2 schools or whether we approve 3 schools, it is a conservative growth model that's been thoughtful and it's a rigorous process, right? And so I want to be clear that people understand that it's not 2 out of 4 or 3 out of 4. It's 2 or 3 out of 7. And correct me if I'm wrong, Director McAdam, I think that was the total number, correct? 7 applicants?
It's out of 6 applicants. Sorry, I may have said 7 before, Member Salcido, but 6 that we actually reviewed the full application.
Perfect. Okay. So I think my point remains, and thank you for the clarification, right? Which is it's out of 6 applications that we received. And then the second point is we've had a lot of discussion here today because, and as we should, about effect of approving schools when we have declining enrollment numbers throughout the state, right? And this is, it's an important issue, and it's one that, like I said, it should be addressed here. The way I make sense of it, again, just speaking for myself, is I know that some of the declining enrollment statewide, a large part of it, proportionally the largest part over the last 7 years, let's say, has been due to homeschool, increase in homeschool proportionately speaking, and also a lot of students enrolling in private schools. And I think that speaks to a thirst for options that parents and families have, right? Um, the 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 similarity between homeschool and private school options is one of financial viability, right? And a huge number of our citizens do not have the financial option to send their kids to a private school or to maintain someone at home to do the homeschooling. Those are not financially viable options. And so the idea to give a public option, such as a public charter school, as an option, I think is that's what, motivates me to stay on this board and to do the work that we do. Um, it's to make sure that those families who don't have the financial capacity to take those other options still have an option. And that's also why it's so important to me that the schools that we do open are in areas that have needs, right? Particularly academic needs, right? Because if your only option is a 3 or a 4-star school, it might not be as desperate of a need for a choice. But if your only options in those neighborhoods are 1 and 2-star schools, suddenly the need for a public option that is financially available to the greater public is incredibly important. And so I think, again, we can't just look at it and say, well, we can't open a school or we shouldn't open a school because of declining enrollment numbers. We got to look at the why those numbers are declining and then see that it's because of a need for an option. And we have the ability to provide an option that's a public option that doesn't require that level of financial viability. So that's it from me, Mr. Chair. I appreciate your indulgence. And I thank my colleagues again for the thorough work that they're doing at this meeting.
May I respond to that?
Sure.
So David Saby for the record. Just building off of that, I think one reason to vote to approve Nexus is that it is a different model, right? So if we're talking about models, it's not just another school, but different kinds of schools. And so choice is not just having another school available, but various kinds of schools to choose among. And so that's our goal, is not just to be a high-performing school in general, but a different kind of school.
Thank you, sir. Member Addis.
Member Addis, for the record, I have whittled it down to 3 questions, and I will keep them brief. My first question for you is that you are the first application today that has not submitted a prospective location for your school, just zip codes. And so I am curious where you anticipate your school landing within those zip codes. And I know that you have options because I know you were approved by the city of Henderson. So what will drive your decision-making when it comes to where you will choose to open your school?
Yeah, David Saby for the record. So we're trying to be conservative in the early years and finding an incubation facility. And so the primary one that we're considering is a Boys and Girls Club. There are 2 of them. The primary one we're considering is 89015, sort of near the Water Street area. And so that's on the table. As you've heard with legal prep, Boys and Girls Club is willing to let us incubate in their space. So once we're approved, we'll move forward with that.
Member Addis, for the record, thank you for that. My second question is, it's centered around enrollment somewhat, but it's more so, so you reference project-based learning and you reference like the mechanisms with which you will attack the competency-based model that you want to implement. And I, in my work, recognize that oftentimes when you're speaking to someone who is more acclimated to traditional learning models, it can be like you're speaking a different language. I anticipate that you will maybe run up against that with recruiting in the families that you are looking to serve their students. What is your communication plan to really help families understand the benefits of the school model that you are proposing, and how competency-based learning and how kind of having that alternative framework to reference as you navigate this model can be beneficial for their kids?
Yeah, thank you. David Saby for the record. I think the core concept is not hard to understand. It's just that you should get credit as you demonstrate real understanding, and not just when you accumulate a certain number of points or a certain amount of seat time. So I think that's the core message to explain what the model is. And so far, there hasn't been a lot of friction in communicating that idea. Admittedly, as we explain how it functions differently in different parts of the school, that becomes a little more complicated. But just that idea that you get credit as you demonstrate meaningful understanding, that's the idea.
Member Addis, for the record, thank you for that. My last question centers around one of the approaches standard ratings that you received in your application around professional development. I noticed in your application that you referenced a partnership with the CFL, and that you also had potential access to the Future Learning Network and different bodies of work who have been implementing this competency-based learning model across the state already for several years. Can you talk about the potential to receive that professional development through those entities, what that could potentially look like, and how that might be able to meet those standards that were set forth in order to make sure that that satisfies that requirement?
Yeah, thank you. David Saby for the record. So I've already had some conversations with the White Pines School District, who's doing some good work with competency-based education. And so I think the first step is just we would take the leadership team to go observe these schools, learn from them, and we'll need to talk with the Center for the Future of Learning about what resources they might have, but they're interested in partnering with us to facilitate ongoing professional development of some kind. We don't have details at this point, but I would stress that the primary orientation towards PD is not like externally provided modules, but that it's embedded in the work of teaching. And so that's the commitment, that we're trying to empower the teachers to do their work well with the resources that they need, and not just sending them somewhere else or having them attend a PD session.
Member Addis, for the record, thank you. I just want to take a point of, I don't know if I get to say things, but I want to. But you mentioned before that this is a different way of schooling, and we've talked about innovation today, and I just really want to highlight that I'm excited for what you're bringing to the table, and I think that this really is an opportunity to innovate the way we're providing education to the young people in our community. It gives us opportunities to co-create learning environments alongside our students and their families, and I think when we talk about innovation, and innovation that can make impact, not innovation just for innovation's sake, this shows real potential, and so I'm really grateful for you being here today.
Thank you, Member Addis. Any other questions? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion.
Vice Chair Whitaker will move to approve the Nexus Charter School application as submitted during the 2026 application cycle with conditions as permitted by NAC 388A, period 410, and as outlined below, based on a finding that the applicant has met the requirements contained in NRS 388A, period 249, subsection 3, in the applicant has demonstrated competence in accordance with the criteria for approval prescribed by the SPCSA that will likely result in a successful opening and operation of the charter school.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Do I have a second?
Member Addis, I'll second.
think we might want to do a roll call on this one just to be safe. Teresa, if I can get an assist.
Chair Thigpen,
Yes.
Vice Chair Whitaker,
Yes.
Member Addis,
Yes.
Member Richards,
Yes.
Salcido,
Yep.
Member Stern,
No.
Member Turner,
Yes.
That's everyone. Okay, motion carries. I forget how many to one. Thank you very much, and congratulations. That concludes agenda item number 9. We will go to agenda item number 10, the long-range calendar. Director McAdin.
Right, this one should be short and sweet. The long-range calendar is there. As always, let us know if there's something you'd like to see come before the board or if you're going to have any absences.
Thank you, Director McAdin. I don't think we have any public comment in the boardroom. Do we have any public comment online?
Chair, the line is open and working. We have no callers at this time.
Okay, thank you very much. At 3:17 p.m. we will adjourn. Thank you all and have a great weekend and see you in October.